Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the opening day of the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot. I am joined by Daftgrass Mystic, and in the call with us is Grimella, who you cannot see. Daft, I'll start with you. How we feeling for the first day of Season 2?
I'm feeling pretty good. We got a lot of stuff ironed out, and you know what? We're here to have a nice little fun pre-show that we're going to be doing every week starting from now on.
Mystic, looking forward to this pre-show, but you all are also playing first. You guys forfeited your scrim time? What's going on there?
We don't need scrims, okay?
Okay.
Or
All right.
Overflow better watch out for this 18-0.
All right, fine. And Grimella, heard you haven't been hitting the solo queue ladder as of late. Care to defend yourself here or what?
Yeah, that's fake. That's fake.
That's fake.
That's all I'll say. That's fake.
That's it. That's all you'll say. All right. Well, folks, of course, we're starting the season today, but to get to this point, a lot of our teams had to go through both the launch pad and the liftoff phases of this kind of gauntlet. So the liftoff tournament took place last weekend, and we put together a few moments from that event. We'll go ahead and run this little reel we've got, starting with a couple of our funnier moments. I'm dubbing as the funny fumbles of this. Then we'll get into more of the traditional top 5 peak plays. Let's take a look at this one. Number 3, first one here. Grimella, I'll go to you. The Dubu wall working as expected right off the rip.
Oh yeah, that's the particle accelerator right there. You get it stuck in the wall, it goes up to like 1,000,000 miles an hour, and the Dubu typically does own goals.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Drew Danger. Of course, Chikara Chatting is one of the teams that did end up qualifying nonetheless. But now I'm going to let Vaughn take this one over because you got to listen to what happens in these next two.
Do you think Merchant is a top 10 goalie? 100%. No doubt in my mind.
If it's on Vice.
If he's on Vice, he's the goat Glizzard Blizzard. Okay, well, okay, maybe I should...
Hey.
Yo, I'm about to be wrong on all my pick'ems, bro.
Okay, well, maybe not the greatest timing on what I just said there, but I'll stand by my statement.
But of course, wait, there's more. Because that same game just a few goals
Unless
later,
Merchant just grieves.
What have you done?
Bro.
Unless the merchant just grieves.
Am I, like... Am I the overlord of Merchant?
Hey,
like,
that's
what the
alright.
That's
We're
the
heading
same
into
time.
some more. These are the actual plays that made the cut here. Starting off, Leo Leon putting on his best Oki impression on this Zentaro Mystic. Let's take a look here.
I already like this.
Odie's blade out.
I'll get the
Still on top of Yeesh. Now watch Yeesh try to run away.
Oh.
Oh, yeesh, no!
Oh, he's past the line now.
That is well past the line.
He is the line.
Yeah, true.
Still finds the KO there as Leo Leon secures the goal. It is still open for that one to go right on back. And then tacks on a little dance there at the end. But number 4 here, qualification point for Oshi no core flip. It all comes together here, Daftgrass, especially with that save to start things off.
Yeah, Yeesh hitting it right into Merchant there. A bit unfortunate, but everyone's kind of starting to put themselves into the play here. Merchant making that nice save. Really crazy stuff. I love what Mirameg's doing, just sitting here in the middle. And look at all 3 of them. They're just going on the other side, and they just hit it right in. Great stuff from them. Especially to qualify.
Yeah. Keeping that clutch there, especially the space denial with that Oni's blade on the top side. But now, number 3, Opalmi comes in off the respawn here, Grimella, wins the strike war right in that Soundwave barrier to send it back.
Yeah, that's really rough. It's pretty unlucky for Lilybun that she got caught out there. And also, it's sort of like Luna, where the most dangerous time to be playing against an enemy forward is right when they respawn, because it's difficult to adjust from them not being on your screen to them suddenly being on your screen, and it could just totally kill your play like it did there.
Especially when the Zentaro is dashing forward as much as it is. Now, though, this one's a fun one here, Mystic. Lumos gets knocked around a little bit, but still somehow finds possession of the core.
Got bounced around the entire time. Still managed to keep his ultimate up and hit it up to the top side of the map. Great. Was that Hook? Yeah. No. So Hook doesn't even touch it at all. It's just all Lumos the entire time.
whole way through. Odie's Village overtime. That little bit of space there gives just enough time to react. But now, Daftgrass, we have to talk about this one. Do not tell me this goal was intentional. Come on now.
Look, come on. I dribbled it off the top, and then I realized, hey, you know what? I got the dash. I have my core flip. It's entirely intentional. Come on. You can't tell me that you don't want to hit it into the Atlas with flip.
No, okay, you're allowed to say that you did that whole play and try to rebound it down to the bottom side. You're not allowed to say that that was intentional to find the angle for the goal. I think that's where I'm drawing the line. All right.
Hey, it goes in. It goes in. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, real.
I guess that's the important part. Of course, you all would end up taking that series and qualifying in that one. But now let's take a look here at a newer segment we introduced during the East Finals last season. I'm going to have Mystic and Daftgrass go up against each other in a little draft to last segment, but we're going to do it a little differently this time. So this way, these two can be put on the spotlight under pressure as though they're the ones actually doing the drafts themselves. So as soon as Saya pulls up the draft to last screen here, you can see the loadouts of all of the strikers. They've got their gears, they've got the awakenings here. This is IMEZAP, and it is the final draft. We are heading into set 5. I'll give you the other context here. This is game 3 for league qualification. So the pressure is on to make the right decisions in this draft. But now, while they're studying, Chad, I'll explain a little bit about how this works. You see there at the bottom, the analysts are going to do a draft here in a moment live, where each Daftgrass and Mystic are going to represent one of these two teams, either the red side or the blue side. Then I'll actually have Grimella decide to come in and decide who won in the draft. So we'll get that out. And then we'll reveal what actually happened in the game and what game it's from, and talk a little bit more about those implications. So, Daftgrass, Mystic, how we feeling? Are we ready to roll this or no?
I'm ready. Hit me with it.
Daft, good?
A little nervous, but I'm ready to be better than Mystic, I guess.
All right. I will go ahead and click this. When I reveal this, I'll start my stopwatch for 10 seconds. And at the end of those 10 seconds, Mystic is going to need to give me the awakening that he would pick for this Estelle up first. Every 4 seconds after, I'll need another awakenings pick. So, ready? There are the awakenings. Boom. Mystic, I need one in another 5 seconds.
If I'm Estelle, I think I'd go Twin Drive.
Twin Drive. Now, Daftgrass, on to you.
Happy Star for this, Rasmus here. And you know what?
Another
I'll
one?
give you another one real quick. I want the Catalyst on Drek here.
All right. Mystic, back over to you.
Honestly, give me missile
speak
prop
faster.
on Rasmus.
Okay. And on the Dubu?
Hot shot.
And lastly, Daft, finish it off.
Give me the Speed Orb.
Orb Dancer. Okay. So these are our analyst lock-ins. Grimella, who won this draft? If you had to pick.
I think Daftgrass won this draft. Mystic, you extremely trolled this draft. This is really rough.
You don't need Happy Star denial when you're just better.
Yeah, that's so true. But
So I play to win.
yeah, that's right. You do play to win, but maybe you don't draft to win. I think Daftgrass had a much better draft here. If I was his team, I would be extremely happy going into what is this, like set 4, set 5?
This is set 5 coming up again for qualification in game 3. I'll now reveal what happened in this one. There are the actual picks that the players made. This is from Orbits versus Core Overflow. And so not only was it set 5 of game 3, it was also the set where Streak had DC'd a bunch leading up to this point.
No.
So nerves are off the charts, right? In this set overall. But the first pick here is that Happy Star. The denial was made, I suppose. It also opts for the Crystallized Thorns here. But most notably, Twin Drive doesn't make an appearance here at all, Mystic. So why is it great for the Estelle here?
So I'll be honest, the Amy's app map pick kind of eluded me there when I said Twin Drive. So that definitely would have changed things. But regardless, I think Twin Drive is just a great pick on Estelle and nothing else. So any other map, I don't think. I think you just take Twin Drive here. But with the context of Amy's app and Rasmus coming up, Happy Star is definitely the way to go.
Daftgrass, anything stand out to you here? Differences?
Look, I mean, obviously, Leo Leon taking the speed orb is definitely something that kind of surprised me. Maybe you want to let that one fall all the way down, maybe do streak fights for either the speed orb or the cooldown orb. But you know what? I don't know what they're cooking, so just something I might have cooked up myself.
If I may, I think in this draft, Streak chose Hotshot because he wasn't connected to the game and he got auto-filled onto the Hotshot.
That might have been the case. That might be true. But nonetheless, thought it was an interesting one here with enough, disparity in the sorts of things. We'll keep ironing out this format. Let us know what you thought, of course, in the chat. We'll move on ahead, and hopefully this will be a recurring segment. But Grimella, sounds like you're heavily in favor of Daft, so that's 1-0 for Daftgrass on this.
It is absolutely 1-0 for Daftgrass.
Oh no, I just need to pay attention to the map next time.
It might be 6-0 for Daftgrass here.
It's okay. There's a reason I tell our team what to pick during the draft.
Oh dear. All right. Well, to turn our attention back on over towards some of the matches that we're about to see take place here in the league, there's been a couple of roster shuffles since the ending of Liftoff, and now we'll be taking you through some of them here. Mystic, I'll go to you first because Finesse has picked up a new goalie, Lilybun, coming in from Quest Esports.
This is really exciting. So I've been a fan of the Lilybun goalie arc for quite a while now, and watching it progress through the ladder. At this point, once seeing it through Liftoff specifically, even though Lilybun did not qualify in Liftoff and was picked up as the goalie for Finesse, I was super impressed all the way through. I think Lilybun is one of the top goalies in NA right now, and the progression overall has been astounding. Cannot wait to see more. And of course, the forward duo have been one of the strongest duos as always. So I'm expecting a high finish for Finesse this league.
Interestingly, though, of course, Finesse had to pick up a new goalie because we thought that Barcode wasn't going to be playing the game, but it appears that he was trolling all of us, including himself, because on the Orbits roster, Barcode has been locked in as the starter for this one here in the goalie position, teaming up with both Lumos and Hook Resets. Daftgrass, what can you say about what this roster might have coming up?
Yeah, KFC qualifying with them, but saying instead that he can't really be there for the game. So you know what? They needed another goalie. Barcode showing up right out of nowhere, back out of retirement, to come in and hold it down like he usually does on that Atlas, right? It's a standard pick. He sits there. Even if something comes back hook, Barcode's just going to press spacebar. It's going to go back the other way, and he's going to call it a day.
All right, now last one here is Chikara Chatting, now has a new midfielder and a new name and a new logo. Grimella, it's Liari in for Alexander the 15th in the midfield position. Talk to me about this pickup.
Well, so me personally, I'm a little sad that our up-and-comer, our 15-year-old Fortnite Alexander 15, is sort of getting relegated to the bench. But on the other hand, pretty happy for them that they get a good pickup in Liari. I mean, she did something similar last season, if I'm not mistaken, and it's not a surprise that it happened again. She's really deserving of a spot in the league. So I'm excited to see where this takes this team that was already overperforming expectations.
All right. Well, speaking of expectations, we've got to lay down some expectations because our players are about ready to get started, including two of the people sitting on this desk. And because we don't have a lot of mid-show segments coming up here, we're going to start with the second match of the day for our predictions. You see the schedule completely on the screen there. But we'll start with the second match of the day here. Sundubu Strikers versus Goats Esports. Grimella, I'll start with you. How are you feeling heading into this match?
Easy dub.
Easy dub. That's it.
Easy dub.
No comments.
Easy dub.
Easy dub. Okay, Mystic, is it going to be that easy?
Oh, it'll be easy. I believe in the Westies.
What, aren't they both Westies?
Oh, are they all
Both
Westies?
They're both
We're all
Westies.
Because
Westies.
it's goats.
This is too much. You know what? I'm a Threeslin Breeslin fan, so there you go. Sundubu Strikers will take it.
Daftgrass, what are you thinking here?
Look, I love my Westies. I love Threezy, X-Lore indeed, but I gotta give it to my goat Fudgy. So I think goat's gonna be winning that one.
You think goats? I think it's gonna be a closer one here, probably. I'm leaning towards the Sundubu Strikers. I think there's something to be said for the synergy that Gramella and Threezy have. We'll be heading on to our next matchup here in a moment. It's going to be the Sad Boys versus Chikara chatting. I was talking with Appabug in Staff VC a moment ago, who was doing a bit of chatting of his own. He was saying that he was not scared of locking in the Juliet versus Bells based on a solo queue game. Mystic, I'll go to you first. How much stock do you put in that?
Hey, I'll be teaming with Vaughn and Bells at the Philly land. Bad boys all the way.
Daftgrass, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, this one's Sad Boys.
Gramella?
Yeah, I'm the same. It's Sad Boys.
And I gotta do it. Look, it's an unfortunate week one matchup for Chikara chatting, but that's the way it goes. And hey, maybe they'll surprise us. Look, they could send us to long set fives. They could send us to maybe even a game 3. Only time will tell. But coming up right after that one, Demons Ra versus Oshi no Core Flip. Who do I want to start with here? Daftgrass, I think I haven't started with you. What do you think about setting the stage for this one?
I think it's gonna be a fun match to watch, but I gotta believe in my boy Kindu, but I think he's gonna sweep the floor with this one. So, Demons Raw, my pick here.
Gramella, what are we thinking?
I'm also a Demons Raw enjoyer. They've got mostly Westy over there, so I gotta represent the boys. So yeah, Demons Raw.
Mystic?
Demons Raw, baby.
And probably also the case here. It's hard to root against or it's hard to predict against a Kainu Gumi combination. It almost doesn't matter who you pick in for the last one here. Of course, Snake is the one they've been scrimming with a little more. So you have to imagine that'll go pretty well. Now, on to the final match of the evening. This one will be an exciting one because it's both newly announced starter goalies going in a clash against one another. Barcode versus his former team. Gramella, starting with you here. Who you got?
I've got Finesse. My boys in the forward roles, Puffy and Joker. I think they're just gonna run over the game.
Mystic.
I gotta go with Finesse as well. Regardless of the goalie matchup, the forward gap is there. I'll say it.
Forward gap. Wow. Fighting words. Daftgrass. What are you thinking?
I wouldn't use fighting words like that, but I do think Finesse has a pretty good shot at winning this match. I'm going in all in them.
I think Finesse too, even if just for the recency bias of coming off of their victory for both Joker and Puffy last night in Big Fish Friday. That was good to see. But now, matchup that we're starting with on the day here, and matchup that two of you will be playing in. Daftgrass, going to you first. Are you guys going to win?
Look, I know obviously bias present here, but I believe in us. I believe in myself and my team, so I got to put us up ahead here.
Mystic, do you want to repeat what you were saying earlier?
Winter Fall. This is gonna be an 18-0 game. It might not be the way you guys think, but it'll be 18-0.
What do you mean? There's two ways that it could be 18-0. It's
Either us
know
or
about
them.
that.
The moment they score the first point, the rest of it is going into.
Gramella, which way is it? 18-0, which way?
I was talking with Mystic beforehand about how he felt about his game today. He was telling me 18-0, and I didn't believe him. Okay, I think it's too early in the season for Streak to implode, so I'm gonna go with Core Overflow today.
I think I'm with you there, Gravella. Look, I'll be the doubter, all right? You all can come back into the staff call after the game and prove me wrong and laugh in my face, but Core Overflow looks like it's the more solid team. Luke has yet to undergo the scaling process that he will later in the league. But folks, I think our players are about ready to get started, or I should say we'll excuse the players so that they can go boot up the game and get started and get loaded into things. Best of luck to everyone here that's playing in matches for the first half of the day, and we're going to send it over to Saya and Gordo, who will have the call for the first two matches today.
All right, Gordo, it is the first match of the North American
I'm muted
Strikers
there. Thank you
League.
very much to everybody there, K-Bot, as I got to remember to unmute my Discord before I can get onto the broadcast here today. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here for our inaugural day of the North American Strikers League Season 2. And thank you very much to Saya for pulling double duty today, joining me over here on the broadcast for game number 1.
Yeah, always a pleasure, especially when the series is this crazy. It's Winterfall versus Core Overflow, and these are two teams that are starting off pretty hot right out of the gate. I think they have the players they have to build up a little bit of synergy, since both these are sort of new-ish rosters with certain players that aren't, but they're definitely veterans on both squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Core Overflow coming in is a little bit of a... Is it too young to say super team? But coming in with some great members from the Eastern Conference who had some fantastic finishes in season number 1. It is, of course, bringing in that core of Core Overflow of Elo Heaven and Streak. And then bringing in Leo Leon, who had such a fantastic run with Light in our playoffs run.
Yeah, and we'll see how they slot in, but I think a lot of people consider Leon to be one of, if not the best brawler at the moment, and it is on a star-studded team of Core Overflow, so definitely I guess, the only way for Core Overflow to go right now is up.
Yeah, definitely. They got to be a little disappointed. They came in as first seed in the first playoffs, but ended up dropping a couple of series and finishing 4th overall. Certainly not the end that they were hoping for, given how dominant they had been in the regular season. And then over on the other side, right, Winter coming in with Daftgrass and Miskik, some veterans from the Comeback Kings roster that didn't even make playoffs over in that Eastern Conference, and bringing up a rookie as well in the form of Luke. Gonna be a really fun time seeing them take to the stage here for game number 1.
Yeah, it's such a big question mark, right? Luke being that rank 1 player who hit rank 1 on the ladder, but so far hasn't really shown those peaks in tournament, especially because I think the biggest question surrounding Luke is that character pool. If the Dubu is taken off the table, his other goalies have not looked as good, but he just has the raw mechanical skill to make it happen. We'll just see how he does in this first week.
Yeah, definitely hearing a lot of hype up about this guy's mechanics and what he's been able to get done. Was able to make a winner's side run through liftoff, so certainly looking very good in that tournament. Now going to be playing up against another liftoff team here in Core Overflow. Maybe a bit of a surprise given that pedigree that these players come in with, but qualifying off of that loser's side, did finally end up making it in, though, taking down a couple of former NASL teams along the way, and now going to be competing here on the same even ground as everybody else. They're going to be in the same round robins. They got the same shot as playoffs as anybody else. So clean slate coming into season 2 for both of these squads to see if Core Overflow can go back to their North American Strikers League dominance, or if it might be a little bit of a new era for Daftgrass and the squad, given how Comeback Kings performed in season number 1.
Yeah, I think we lost your video feed, Gordo, but...
All
yeah,
right, well, we'll see what can be done about that. I mean...
Yeah, but definitely, we'll see how they play, but I think an important point is, I guess, the modes these teams can play, right? Luke is, I guess, mostly seen on the Dubu, mostly on the Kai if it is banned, and I think that's very restricting, especially in this current meta, compositionally, because... You see the meta right now. You see the Awakening picks, everyone getting their best in slot no matter how many denials there are, and just there's so much damage. And if you pick Dubu or Kai into it on bad drafts, it's not going to look good for the life of your team.
Yeah, no, it really is not. You really do need to make sure that you come out prepared, you come out with the right characters for the right map, and I'm back, baby. We got it. We got it resolved. Thank you very much, Saya. Yeah, gotta get that OBS refresh in there sometimes just to make sure you're actually going to be able to end up with a video feed coming in from the old Video Ninja.
Yep, and it looks like we should be heading into game any second now. And NASL is now best of threes. We're no longer running 2 separate leagues to double the work, all best of 2 for time. But we're going into the first match of the second season of the North American Strikers League, best of 3 this time. They're actual winners, not just ties, not just 2-0s or 1-1s. And we're heading right in, Gordo.
Yeah, real happy about the format upgrade we got going on there. We're going to be on IME's app for game number 1. Is going to be Winter coming in on the left side. Going to be Core Overflow on the red. Let's see what the selections are going to end up being here for our very first game of the new season. Really want to see what the newbie's going to be on in the form of Luke here. He's hovering that Dubu right off the bat. That's been the pick that everybody's been talking about. Will it get banned away? Yes, it will.
Yeah, and that's the expected ban, right? If you're playing against Luke, that is the link that you have to target. Not necessarily the weak one, though. Like, his mechanical prowess cannot be understated, as both teams will opt to mirror the Rasmus here.
Yep, going for that Kai as well. And yeah, it does look like Mystic's going to be locking in his Rasmus while he's at it. And Aimi coming on through there for the side of Core Overflow. Going to be looking to take that one into the goal here for Streak. Got a really, really well-established goalie here in the North American Strikers League. Pulling out one of those more mechanical characters in their first matchup up against Luke here.
Yeah, and both goalies are orbiting as 1-2 punches the awakening of choice, which just makes the game so deadly with these Juliets on the center. And although Rasmus may be the character that everyone fears, you got to remember that Juliet is also an S-tier character here.
Yeah, no, it's just they're both going to be real obnoxious around this center point. You just got to have your wits about you at all times or you are at risk of getting taken right off of the map here. That's going to be Leo stepping forward here, and that's going to be Treddy. I believe that is still Elo Heaven. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Nope.
And is coming on up, going to be knocking on through that first goal barrier. And now here it comes Mystic trying to receive on the bottom side. Pendulum swing to try to clear it on out. But the pressure is mounting here for Core Overflow as Streak is all the way here on the other side of the field and is going to be able to force it through for goal number 1.
Yeah, not quite Elo Heaven. A bit of a substitute in Treddy, the original Adrenaline Rush IME player from Beta, and they're looking to fill that gap quite well, fill those large shoes, as Treddy is responsible for the last bit of pressure on that goal.
Yeah, all right, so Treddy coming on in here on the Rasmus, making a little bit of a last-minute change to what we were expecting to see, and that's going to be a little bit of a change-up here. See how they're going to be able to execute on that from the Core Overflow side, but doesn't look like it is going to be making too much of a difference. So stepping forward, Daftgrass emotes pass. Not sure if he intends that or not, but is going to be able to take out a big KO there regardless, and now looking to pass back on up to Mystic. Streak going to be able to clear that out, but Luke ready to receive, and now with core flips available for both sides, yeah, they're just going to smoke that right in.
Yeah, and IME goalie Streak piloting it so well, so able to deflect so much pressure with that firewall sentry with the glitch box, but in the end, that core flip's too fast. The hitbox of the tiny cat a little too small, and it is evened all up.
Another flip comes through from Mystic. Doesn't quite find the core, but does knock some of the foes away from him. And now, oh, a little bounce shot there. Just sneaks right past Streak. Wasn't quite ready for it. Didn't expect the angle. And that's a goal scored by Luke.
What a Giga Blast. What awareness to just throw that out. Keep the pressure up on Streak. And those kinds of goals are what you want if you're going to defeat Core Overflow.
You absolutely do. And that's going to give them an early lead here, 2-1. Looking to claim the first set. Mystic stepping up with the Whiplash. Streak still playing defense. The Giga Blast comes out, and they do manage to open up that goal ready and early. Luke ready to clear back out once again. Mystic playing up on the top side up against Leo. Core flip comes out, is going to be able to come through here and open up the goal, but Mystic is there with the assist to keep it cleared out on the defense. Now Treddy receiving on the top side. Leo gets a ton of damage into Mystic and is going to keep him low. They're just trying to buy a little bit of additional time now. There's that swipe forward to keep the damage onto Mystic. Leo with almost an opportunity to score, but he does manage to clear it back out to Streak.
Yeah, and we're noticing a bit of a lack of that Rasmus KO pressure. A lot of dash punches, to be sure, but both teams very adept at avoiding the hook.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch maybe not given that much extra power to the Rasmus, but they do manage to sneak in the goal anyway, and Mystic says, hey, I can't get the KOs, but I can get the goals. That's going to be set number 1 for the side of Winter.
Yeah, Winterfall taking it, and some interesting picks here. The Druid will probably opt for either the Primetime or the stacks on stacks here. That additional speed, so useful. Instead goes for a prize fighter. Those dash punches have been coming in huge. Definitely understandable. But Gordo, I'm looking at whoever picks up that Primetime, and it is Luke. It falls to Luke as the Orb Ponder is not denied on the Replicator starts, and Streak is going to become a monster with those turrets.
Yeah, those are going to start to get up quite often, and that can start to become a big issue. I want to know the Deadeye there, picked up by Erasmus as well, is going to give you just some ridiculous KO power. I mean, you could start to land that from so far away, and the damage that comes through is just ridiculous. So be on the lookout for Mystic to try to make some stuff happen there with that extra little bit of oomph coming in from the death touches. He's going to be taking it on towards the bottom side. Daftgrass keeping it in his hands, and nice save there by Leo on what very nearly could have been an early goal barrier, but there's the first KO, there's the death touch right into the center.
Yeah, but if Streak and Leo Leon can hold, this is what Core Overflow wants, right? Long rounds are exactly what they need to start stacking up those orbs. Streak already at 2 stacks, I believe. Leo Leon with the KO, and they're rushing in Streak with the Cyber Swipe, gets the barrier, deflects the core with the Glitch Pop, and now has the flip to press up, has the pass to Leo Leon as Luke gets zoned out completely.
Oh, and they get it past the goalie as well. Luke and Mystic both too far up, as you said, zoned away, and Treddy can just knock it in. A trivial matter at that point. They score the first goal of set number 2.
First goal, and now it is looking a little good for Core Overflow, right? They got the goal, they got the long round for the orbs, and that orb scaling with the Replicator will just completely start to overwhelm unless Daftgrass can get a crucial KO like that.
Yeah, huge play there by Daftgrass, going to net that numbers advantage over to the side of Winterfall, and the core flip from Mystic down for the pass. Daftgrass keeping the pressure on, but Streak does manage to clear it out with that Cyber Sentry, and now is going to keep on buying time for the respawn, but that's another KO earned by Daftgrass. Leo, though, responds in turn, takes Mystic off the map, and now playing in a 2v2 situation between these two Juliets. Leo can't quite get it past Luke, though, and he's just going to keep on clearing out, gets the clear towards the bottom. Treddy back on the map, though, goes elusive to avoid a follow-up KO, and Daftgrass with no backup, probably not going to be able to sneak it past Sneak and Treddy here.
Yeah, but good proactive pro by Luke, pushing up to the midfield, but Leo Leon is better with the dash, has the flip as well, sends it up, and that is a lightning fast goal for Core Overflow in an otherwise almost overtime round.
Very nicely played there, and on 6 stacks for Streak in that stacking CDR. Going to be so valuable once he gets up to 10, and he's plenty close to making it there. Already up 2-0 in the set, though. Might not end up even being needed to tie things on up, as now being sent on down. Luke just trying to keep the pressure on, but look at how much damage has come through on a Daftgrass. He's already shattered and is going to have to play now and wait for that stagger to come back on up. Meanwhile, though, full control taken by Leo, smacks it in a 3-0 set. A huge comeback round for Core Overflow.
Yeah, and you can't say that draft was bad for them. They picked up the Monumentalist, they picked up the Orb Ponderer on the Replicator, and now Streak is first pick, has the pick of the litter, can pick the hotshot, can pick the glass cannon, can even pick the heavy impact here, could even go for some energy awakenings as well. But we'll actually just wait, leave the pick up to the Juliet here, go for something a little bit later, and finally lands on the glass cannon.
Yeah, are going to end up with their selection of choice, and that big fish as well coming through for Luke here, going to give him that little bit of extra reach to be able to catch on to these, but those energy enhancements coming through onto the Juliets also such a big deal. If you can manage to get more of those flips out, gives you that little bit of extra KO power, that little bit of extra control over the core. And Leo immediately finding themselves an extra KO. Giga Blast off the top side from Luke to keep it cleared out, but they need to buy some time to get Mystic back onto this map, and Leo's not willing to give it to him. Flame Flurry coming forward, looking for one more punch, and Treddy is there to knock it in.
Yeah, and this play from Core Overflow is starting to overwhelm the team of Winterfall. They're playing a little bit for picks. Daftgrass has that 1-2 punch to heavy impact and the prize fighter trying to go for KOs, but Leo Leon is the one that looks to be finding more of them here. And along with more utility awakenings, is just able to put much more pressure up. Look at the energy buildup from the Catalyst.
Huge play there off of that energy, and now Streak coming on towards the bottom side, passing it down to Leo. Treddy up to receive on the top side, goes forward, knocking on in. Leo and Treddy are unstoppable as a duo. They move forward once again and find themselves a good goal.
Yeah, great goal for the two of them, and Streak has meter. Luke is still working on it, but again, the orbs. Have they fully stacked up yet, Gordo?
Let's take a look here. 9, so not quite there yet, but Streak is going to be fully online here before too long, but really just taking matters into his own hands. That last orb is going to be the one that does it and can just keep on the pressure. Leo and Treddy, though, have done such a good job even as a duo that once Streak can get involved even more, it's going to become a massive problem. There's the Flying Phoenix forward from Leo to open things up, and now Streak just keeps on passing it up. A huge KO is found, but the core flip might be enough from Leo. Core flips back, fourth and center from every single member. Streak even gets in on the action and finds a little KO off the glitch pop, but now knocked down to Leo, looking to receive, wants to take it forward, knocked back away by Mystic. Flame Flurry off the top, looking for the goal, but can't find it. Treddy back on the map, though, to keep on with the assists, and these sentry turrets are just gonna keep on coming.
Yeah, and Daftgrass's prize fighter stacks are not looking really built up here, getting KO'd too often. Core Overflow coordinating the damage very well. Mystic deflecting it away from the hook. And overall, the Winterfall defense has been solid so far, but they haven't been able to mount some real offense. Maybe they can do so with the KO.
Another big death touch there from Mystic to take out another member, but Treddy's still keeping it cleared out, and the Sentry is going to do plenty of work in that department as well. Streak stepping forward, but too far away from the goal now. Control taken back by Daftgrass, and they get their first goal in a while.
Great capitalization by Winterfall. That was their window. They need to get it, and they get it just as Leo Leon responds. Perfect window of opportunity, but still 2 goals for Core Overflow. They can end this set right here.
Definitely can, and that would take them up into set point to be able to take game number 1. Definitely what they want for themselves. It would be a dominant showing here for Core Overflow to start things off and have a regular season quite similar to the one that they had in season number 1, and they're looking for it. All 3 members pressing forward, and they're going to take that second set.
Great coverage by Treddy yet again, and Treddy has just been all over the map despite being this newer face on Core Overflow, this addition that we did not really expect. He has really been on point with all of the follow-ups, all of them, and Timeless Creator now up if wanted. Twin Drive as well, but will deny the build different from Mystic.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference for Mystic, going to settle for the Stagger Swagger instead. Definitely not what they would hope for the most, but see what else gets picked on up here. Big tempo swing is going to be the selection there for Treddy, getting a little bit of extra healing, and now a little bit of mobility coming on through for Daftgrass's Julie.
Yeah, and now this scaling streak, 10 orb stacks, no matter the drafts, this constant cooldown reduction would just be such a boon for Core Overflow. Those turrets, those cyber swipes forward. Streak could have even stayed there and gotten another orb, but there's the orb back at home as Leo Leon gets KO'd yet again. Daftgrass tries to get the barrier, but Streak clears it backwards, and once again the glitch pops are just too good from Streak.
Yeah, Streak knocking it forward, keeping things cleared out, and has the sentry there for the backup as well with that fully stacked up Orb Ponderer. You just got to believe that that's going to keep on coming out at every single opportunity. And a glitch pop in consolidation with Leo Leon going to pick up a huge KO, make it all 3 of them, the whole team taken off the map as another score comes through for Core Overflow.
Triple KO and the goal. Final set potentially for Core Overflow as they look to close it out here. And what can you do if you're Winterfall? Well, you really have to be the ones that get the KOs here. It is Volatile. It is Juliet Rasmus on Imee Zap, and they almost get Streak, but Streak escapes unharmed, and Daftgrass trying to get the barrier, but just completely strike ward by Leo Leon, and Mystic is the one who is taken low again and again.
As you said there, Saya, it can be so streaky here, but the KOs just keep coming through for Core Overflow. They find themselves another one, and with that numbers advantage, they're going to open up the goal, and they're looking to take themselves a 2-0 lead in set number 4. Moving forward, Death Touch comes out, doesn't find its mark, but another KO from Leo, and it can just slide right in from there. Nobody left to defend from the side of Winterfall.
This damage is piling on. So many cooldowns can be used without fear by Core Overflow because they'll just get them back next orb rotation. And that damage really matters. If Winterfall can't get a surprise KO on the center with Rasmus with Juliet, they will just slowly get overwhelmed. That dash punch failing to do the job, and now Treddy and Leon advancing yet again. They all have flips.
Yeah, and the sentry turret, it just keeps on taking it forward. Leo and Treddy, they're not the only two you could be looking at. Streak is constantly coming in with the assists. And here comes the Flame Flurry from Leo, going to knock Daft Grass incredibly low as it gets knocked back up to Leo. He's got the core flip available, will get denied, but Treddy finishes the job, and Treddy takes it all the way through. That's going to be a 3-1 score line in game number 1, going to Core Overflow.
What a clinical victory. It looked close at the start. Winterfall wasn't pulling their punches, but Core Overflow just completely scaled into the mid-late game and just started overwhelming them.
Definitely, and a huge number of goals there for Treddy. Ends up with 7 at the end of the day. Was always there to make sure to escort that core right into where it needs to go, getting some great plays there off of the Whiplash to change up the directions and get it past Luke. And just not enough responsiveness able to come through out of the Winterfall squad. They had a couple of KOs in some of the earlier rounds. They had a great round number 1, but they just were not able to carry that through the rest of the game. And the damage for Leon, it just dwarfs everyone else in the game.
Yeah, those damage numbers, but more importantly, the KOs when it mattered, right? The early KOs were pretty solid for Winterfall. They got them. But near the end, it was just the damage piling up for Core Overflow. They would get all of the KOs. They would get the ace even, and that would just mean that the goal, everything.
It really did, and ended up with a fantastic showing there by Core Overflow. Looking like they're back to their old ways, back from season number 1, as we look to get into game number 2. You know, we did say Winterfall, this is a team that maybe we expect to scale with time a little bit, but if they want to be able to start off with a win here in NASL Season 2, they're going to have to start scaling real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll have a chance to do so right here because they can still win the series. No longer best of 2 after all. Still 2 games that they can win here. So we'll see if they can make the changes necessary on potentially a different map as well. But no, it is Imy's app yet again.
Yeah, running back Imy's app. So adaptation time right here, right now, in the heat of the moment for the side of Winterfall. They are going to have to win this game to be able to take it to a game number 3. So if they even want to see a different map today, they are going to have to show a different result here and now. Let's see if they're going to be changing up the composition. I can already see Mystic is hovering the Imy, but maybe they're just going to ban it away. Yeah, they are.
They banned away. They will have to probably play the Rasmus Juliet dance yet again, this time with a different goalie from Streak. But maybe this time will be the difference. Maybe the starting awakenings will be different, or maybe they'll figure out a way. But Octavia is picked.
Wow.
For the side of Core Overflow, and I wonder where that's going. Who that's going on.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We have not gotten to see very much Octavia in this scene at all. And the Zentaro, that one's for Leon. I'll tell you that right now.
Octavia goalie coming out from Streak, having a little bit of fun with it seems. But the question is, will they be able to win with it?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a little bit of whisperings about this one. If you're under a lot of pressure, then, you know, you can get a lot of value out of that flow state, stay in it for a long time. But, yeah, I mean, that's asking a lot here, and they are using that escape button to make sure that they are going to be able to keep on blinking back with all of that additional movement speed. So keep your eyes on what Streak's going to be able to make happen here, but definitely a spicy team composition from Core Overflow for game number 2.
Yeah, and it's showing a little bit, right? The anti-stuff tools are not the greatest on this Octavia goalie, and that barrier goes down early, but Leon looking to make some magic here. And Gordo, I don't know if this Octavia goalie will be the difference maker, but so far Streak has been a dribbling monster.
Yeah, Streak is so far out here, keeping the flow straight up. And look at him, he can just chase that core all day long. Meanwhile, Leo, a fantastic Zentaro player, want to make sure we cover this and not get too distracted by the Octavia, because this guy's a monster on this pick, and it's going to be a treat to get to see him in this game. As they're stepping forward, Daft finds a huge KO onto the goalie there, and now Leo is going to have to play a little bit of interim goalie, pulled back across by Mystic. Daft looking to smack it in, and sneaks it right past the Zentaro. First goal of game number 2 to Winterfall.
Yeah, and they managed to secure it. It was looking a little shaky there, but they finally get the strike at the perfect angle around the Zentaro, and look at the energy. It is so favorable for Winterfall. If they're going to get a point, it's definitely going to be this one. But as I say that, Leon is just crowding the net. Their health bars drop immediately, and Winterfall sets up a passing. No, they have to defend the passing play, as right now, Core Overflow is just overwhelming.
They are so forward moving, they cannot be stopped, and Streak really just playing like another forward here. Leo keeps on backing up, saying, hey, somebody's got to cover this goal in case we don't actually find it, but never saying die. They keep on stepping forward, and they keep on passing up towards Treddy. Leo now taking a fair bit of damage, going to slash on through, but does get pulled back by the Death Touch. Manages to avoid the KO, though, as Streak re-enters the flow state, keeps it on forward, moves forward with that Sonic Boom. Here comes Leo for the backup, gets the KO off the Oni's blade. Treddy knocks it down to Leo, and one more shot here. There's the core flip from Streak, and he pushes it in for the goal.
So much speed on this Octavia, and that flip into primary just secures the deal there, as Core Overflow trying to say, we're not just mean picking, we'll win too.
Well, they got one goal in the tank at least, so have been able to at the very least move it on up to even. Great play by Luke there with the barrage, knocks away what could have been an opened up goal, but Leo, he's not done yet, and Streak is still up here at midfield, playing even more forward than I've seen him traditionally on the IME, and is just completely looking unstoppable at this point. There's going to be that opened up goal. Streak with the Sonic Boom forward over to Treddy, and a perfect 3-man assist. Everybody gets involved, person to person to person, and Core Overflow score again.
Yeah, and that crucial strike will win by Treddy to secure it. Luke not expecting Treddy to win there, as now Mystic's look at Mystic's health bar. The stagger is building up because Leon's pressing all the buttons while Mystic has no elusive, and Streak finishes him off.
Wow, great use there of that base drop. Makes sure that the pressure stays on and that they're going to have that numbers advantage to push forward on towards what could be the set win. Mystic back on the map. Leo can't get it past him. Is going to have it knocked back up towards Streak, just waiting on that cooldown for the flow state. Streak blocks it again. Now waiting again to be able to use this. Treddy actually gets it past Luke, and Luke has to rush to get back to it in time. Leo setting up for a big rush, but can't quite find the option to get on into the goal, and sneaks it past Luke just on the top side. Luke had core flip, Luke had everything, but he wasn't ready for it, and the set win is going to come to Core Overflow.
What a nasty angle too, because even I thought, oh, Luke has this with the strike, but he didn't. And cast to last available for this Octavia. Oh no, Chrono cast.
Casting and lasting, man. He's casting and lasting. Yeah, there's no way anything else is even being considered on this board.
Yeah, but now a lot of juicy choices available for all the brawlers to tempo swing the bulk up, but definitely not the best in slots. Those will come in a later draft. And huge wins definitely for Core Overflow as they pick up both the cast last on Octavia and the prime time on the Zentaro. Their damage output on their two foes will be ridiculous. The Ego is also incredibly strong right now as well, so just a great draft for them.
Yeah, I agree. The Ego is, you know, on top of just being strong in general, great synergy with the Whiplash there. You just love to have movement speed boosts on your movement speed boosts, and the ability to stack that up there is going to be huge for Treddy, especially when the other kind of enhancements to your energy generation, you can just funnel those towards Treddy for the rest of the game. Streak and Leo, they don't really need those. They're going to go towards others, so a great setup all around, as an early KO is actually found by Winterfall. But they, even now, they cannot even push it back. Streak is just too damn fast. They can't get it past him. They can't even move it towards the right side of the field, and Streak just buys some time. Leo's back on up, and guess what? You accomplish nothing with that KO.
Yeah, and now Mystic is almost taken off the field. Shreddy and Leo Leon walking up, and Leo Leon catches the clear from Luke, and Streak has free roam, just can dribble across the entire map right now. Daftgrass does have flip, is contesting, but it's completely blocked away by the base drop of Streak, who predicts it, but the core gets passed yet again, and maybe this is Daftgrass's moment. Can an outplay happen? Dribbling away from the Octavia, but Cast the last Chrono Boost is to be feared right now, as the speed almost keeps up all the way, but Freddy clears it to Mystic, and Mystic finds the angle at the bottom of the net. A slight blunder, immediate capitalization by Winterfall.
Yeah, and there was the moment right there where the flow state expires and immediately just smack it down towards the other side of the goal, knowing that Streak cannot get there in time without his ridiculous movement speed. And that does net a goal over to the side of Winterfall, but now control being taken back on over. A big core flip from Leo, gonna get responded to in turn by Luke to keep things cleared out towards Streak, but Streak, he's at it again, throwing down the base drop. The KO has been found onto Leo, though, and as long as Daftgrass can keep finding these, it's opening up windows where Winterfall can continue to play the game and can try to get back ahead in this number 2 as they're moving forward, dashing over to Daftgrass. They open on up. The goal streak is in the flow state, flips it back away and is going to try to knock it out there. Gets it on over to Leo, who's now one-on-one up against Luke. Streak has already rushed on down from the bottom side. He is zipping across this map at unbelievable speeds and is now just continuing to stack it up higher and higher. Never seen a striker move this fast.
Yeah, and Daftgrass, though, trying to get the KOs here, but as I say that, so much pressure onto the net as Streak runs all the way back to catch the clear, passes it back. Leo Leon and Freddy in the perfect space, because how do you account for that Octavia, who is fast enough to get the core when it's all the way at the midfield line?
What do you even do when you core flip the core away and knock it over towards the other side and Streak just outruns it, catches up, and throws it back in your face? It's so difficult to navigate around, and they need to find some kind of option to just stop this Octavia from keeping stacked up the whole game. But meanwhile, Leo and Treddy, they can pair up as a duo as though they have a regular old goalie, and they can still outplay you and still find those angles.
Yeah, and this is also a symptom of that Juliet Rasmus, right? Not the two biggest damage building characters. They don't really have that kind of cope, especially the Juliet, compared to something like a Zentaro or maybe even an Estelle or an Aimee. And this lack of damage, Streak is feasting right now, because unless he gets one shot by a dash punch or a hook, he is fine.
Streak is a nut job, dude. He knows exactly where to position for these sonic booms to be really effective. He's just been so very good on this pick. He's got to have poured a fair number of hours into it. He just knows all the angles, and he finds the third goal there with assistance from Leo. A huge core flip to clear out anybody who could be standing in the way, and another set win for Core Overflow, looking even stronger than in the first game.
And this time has the option to pick up Quick Strike or stacks on stacks or anything that his heart desires, but probably one of those two. We'll go for the build different instead. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, the huge denial against the Juliet, but this opens up a slight window for Daftgrass. That stacks on stack speed could make the difference here, especially with keeping up with that Octavia a little bit, threatening with the dash punches and maneuvering around the map with core control.
I support this. What do you even need more movement speed for at this point? You're already going fast enough. The build different, though, is going to make it easier to keep the speed stacked up, and it's going to make abilities like the base drop so much more effective. See how Streak is going to be able to navigate it here on the big Octavia this time. Leo, though, finding an angle to move forward with the rush with the Oni's blade. Can't quite get it in towards past Luke, but now is going to find it there off one more slash. And Streak now just waiting in the wings. Picks it on up, knocks it back over towards Treddy. The pressure is on up, but Daftgrass is falling incredibly low. Just standing here for far too long. Is going to get knocked away. Is going to have to go into the evasive to stay alive. Nice dodge on that death touch. That would have been the end of him, but he's still going to be on the back foot as Treddy goes in for the whiplash, knocks it down towards Leo. Leo ready to receive. Streak now on the backside. Has to defend 1 versus 2. A nice dash forward from Daft and Mystic, and that duo cannot be stopped. They push it in for another goal.
And that's a bit of the weakness of the Octavia, right? So far, Streak has not shown much weakness, but the character does have limits. Not too much anti-stuff when you're jumped on like that with both the primary and the dash punch. And with Daftgrass's fully built up stacks, I was about to say he'll be able to create some offense, but Mystic is taken off the map. Luke has to play proactively, and so far Winterfall are able to defend.
Great defense coming on across from them here, but Leo, again, is just sitting there in front of the barrier, ready to knock it in at a moment's notice whenever the core comes on across his screen. Moving on down, a nice dash away. Treddy going to get knocked aside up towards the top side from that core flip, but Leo going to return the damage onto Daft, who's just going to keep using that Flying Phoenix to try to apply pressure towards Streak. There's the flow state, popped once again. Can he keep it up? It is timing out, but does manage to get over and knock it forward. The timer on this is just ridiculous. There's the base drop, finds the KO, core flip forward, knocks it down. Can't get it past Daft Grass, but one more blast will do it, and another goal is scored for Core Overflow.
Yeah, and that primary for the KO. Treddy with the follow-ups, but importantly, Streak's KO on Luke, who, if I remember correctly, had full core flip bar, did not want to use it, but ended up being his death, as once again, Core Overflow are jumping in, and now Leo, Leon, and Treddy look to win the Strike Wars, but if they don't, Streak is just there to pass it back.
Yeah, again, they just switch gears in an instant here. Sometimes it's all about Streak and he's keeping on the pressure. Sometimes it's just Treddy and Leon playing way more traditionally, knocking them aside and buying the angle for Leo to rush forward and push it in off of 2 staggers. Another great play by Core Overflow. They're now 1 goal away from ending it.
Just 1 goal away, and Treddy has flipped. Streak has those cooldowns right now. Clears it away from the dash punch, uses the primary to get it past Daft Grass. And so far, Streak's clears have been immaculate, but a great Giga Blast by Luke will take the barrier first.
Treddy and Leo just playing up 2 versus 1. Mystic doing a good job of keeping it in their face, though, not getting outplayed in that situation. A kill attempt from Daft Grass doesn't quite find its mark, and Treddy actually doesn't land the death touch, gets past Streak, and Daft Grass got to take us to 2-2. Winterfall have a shot here.
Yeah, especially if the core finds itself on the wrong side of that Octavia special. it kind of just slips through. Streak with the own goal, but if you're Winterfall, this is your chance. We take those.
Stepping forward, Leo with the rush, or with the slice rather, does manage to find it. Looking to find a clever angle in for this goal. A core flip comes through from Luke. Streak keeping on up the flow state. Mystic flips it back, clears it out, but Daft Grass now ready to receive on the top side. Leo very close to getting taken out, but managed to save himself. Core flips it back down. Streak stacking up the movement speed, knocked up towards the top side. Treddy ready to receive, and it slips past Luke again. 3-2 in the final set. Core Overflow with a 2-0 win in the first match of the NASL.
Decisive 2-0 for Core Overflow as they take the victory here with the Octavia goalie as well. And they pick it at the right moment, it seems like, into the right comp, on the right map, and with the right player. Streak, MVP for a reason. Even the game itself knows it.
And that might have been in your list there, but with the right awakening too as well, right? Having everybody being able to just keep that uptime so much longer makes up so much of a difference, makes that flow state so much more powerful, and really opens up Streak to just have a monster of a game.
Yeah, and wow, just I did not expect Octavia goalie for the second match, but here it is, and here it is winning.
Winning decisively too. I mean, the analyst test is going to have a whole bunch to talk about on this one, because this is a pick that really wasn't even particularly on our radar, and now is just looking like it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Streak, other teams are going to have to watch this and really think about it, especially if they start to see, you know, one of those mobility-focused awakenings on the starting awakenings. Like, hey man, Streak might go for Octavia here. What do we do about that?
Yeah, it's so scary, especially because this is the type of comp that teams will like to play on a map like Imy's app, right? That Rasmus, Juliet, those 2 power picks on this map. But Streak finds the hole, but finds a spot to pick Octavia and realizes, oh, they're not KOing me. They're not really going to put that much pressure on me unless, like, I just get damaged. It'll just really end up being whether I can avoid those one-hit KO combos, the hook, the dash punch. So really just picks it in the right spot, plays it well. We see a bit of an own goal there, but that's like the only question mark in an otherwise completely dominant game.
Yeah, no, I mean, a great showing there for Core Overflow, looking like they are back to their form from the regular season back in Season 1, and hoping to be able to carry that through the whole season into the playoffs this time around. A great start here with our newly integrated East and West League. They are looking like they could be one of the top teams. Of course, having only played against one opponent so far. But a rough showing for old Mystic and Daftgrass here from the desk for sure, but plenty of season left for them to adapt with their new player and come back stronger.
Yeah, plenty of season left. And so I'm looking around here, and our next game should be coming up soon. It might be in a little bit. I am currently looking for a bit of an update.
All right. Well, we're going to throw it to Goat and Dubu here before too long, but let's take a quick break while we figure out our next match, and then Zion and I will be back with another big best of 3 between 2 more NASL teams.
See ya.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League, where we have got match number 2 of the day coming up before too long. It is going to be, GOAT Esports taking on Sundubu Strikers. So a couple of returning teams from our first North American Strikers League season, but with a little bit of couple changes coming through for each roster.
Yeah, this Sundubu Strikers roster is back and better than ever. They have Gromella, Threezy Breezy, and Obscure Breads. And as much as we love Reznok, I would be lying if I said that wasn't an upgrade at the goalie position, especially with how stacked the goalies in the North American Strikers League are looking right now.
Yeah, Obscure Bread's coming in from Best Western, the 5th place team in the Western Conference last season. And now also looking over towards Goats. Goats have made a similar change here where it's still Fudgy Waffles. It's still a Paul Me, now going by I Love Albion from Goats Esports in the previous split, but now bringing in Killiest from Oxygen Overdrive to come in and join them. So going to be a new goalie coming through for both squads.
Yeah, bit of a humorous rename for a Paul Me, renaming to I Love Albion, along with KFC manager, who I think is I Love Albion too now. People were calling him out for being a Smurf when it turns out he just renamed his main. But yeah, it's a little bit of a question mark. These two rosters, Goats Esports did qualify through winner side. They beat Quest, but it's still a big question mark, especially given how Quest lost to LP Thieves in the loser side. It's hard to gauge the strength of these teams before they really just get these games in the regular season.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you don't get to play against the entire field in these qualifiers the same way you do in a full-length NASL season. So there's definitely a little room for error in those results. And the full-length season is going to give these teams more time to gel together, more time to adapt. And whereas a lot of the teams coming in to lift off and stuff, they get thrown together last second just to try to make it. So a really different environment now that we're in the league proper, and I'm really curious to see how some of these rosters start to gel as we get more and more time with them.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but this Goats Esports roster has also looked very good. In the show match, they did lose 2-0 to Orbits, but in Game 1, with an extremely wacky comp, they looked like they made it go to the last goal, I believe. When I think everyone would agree they had comp disadvantage. So even though they got 2-0'd, I think definitely not a bad look for them.
No, not a bad look for them at all here in their liftoff qualifier. They did still end up coming on in through the winner's side, so looking like one of our better qualifier teams. Of course, Sundubu Strikers, they don't have to go through the qualifier at all. They come in from Season 1 based on their solid performance there, and now are going to be looking to run back at least another playoffs showing versus what they showed in that very first season.
Yeah, and as these teams take a bit of a water break, it appears, they'll probably be back soon. And I'm once again thinking, like, I just can't predict this game, right? There are such good players on both sides. These are two great teams in the West, overshadowed by Demons Raw. Like, I'll be honest, but both teams definitely could be contenders maybe later in the season, challenging them for the title to the best of the West.
Yeah, for sure. And, if we're going to go based off purely in Season 1 Western standings, you would have Sundubu Strikers just a little bit higher. But they were very, very close. And it's really kind of the whole gambit being run from 4th place to 7th place there. It's the Sundubu Strikers are a 4th place core bringing in a member of the 5th place team, and the Goats roster is a 6th place team bringing in a member from the 7th place team. So based purely on standings from Season 1, you would end up favoring Sundubu Strikers, but of course we all know that's not how putting together a team of 3 players works. You never know how the synergy is going to exactly come together, and you never know how much leveling up teams can do in the break in between seasons.
Yeah, especially given, I guess, how standings are so scary to look at, right? In the West League, back in the Season 1 of North American Strikers League, there was like a 5-way tie or something for 3rd place, and it was ridiculous. I think it was a 6-way tie for 2nd place at one point. So all of these teams so close together, all of these players so good at the game. We'll see how they differentiate from each other in this consolidated Season 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting showing here, especially now that we're in best of 3 formats. We're not going to end up with these draws, so we're going to, I think, have a lot firmer opinions on who beats who based on the results of these BO3s coming into that later postseason kind of ish stage. But that's getting way too ahead of ourselves. We've got plenty of weeks to go of just pure regular season posturing for the standings that are going to come on through ahead. And as you said, it's not just your standings in the North American Strikers League, but Best of the West is certainly a title that these teams are both going to want to compete for. It's been maybe a historically maligned division here, and now is going to be competing right alongside the Eastern Conference in a way that previously wasn't possible.
Yeah, we'll also see some other West versus East matchups later in the day. Technically, Chikara Chatting can be thought of as a central-ish team, has that Opabug brawler.
New breed.
Definitely a stalwart West player in Opabug, along with the not as West Evil Drew Danger and Liari. And also, of course, Demons going up against Oshino Coreflip later, so yeah, we'll have to see. But right now, it seems a certain brawler player on the side of Sundubu Strikers is missing in action.
Happens. So we'll have to pin them down and figure out exactly where one of our particular players are. But once we get that resolved, we're going to be getting right on into match number 2 of the day and finding out who is going to be joining the newly crowned first place team in the NASL, at least for the time being, which is of course going to be that core overflow squad who were able to take that game win in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know, Gordo. What are your predictions? We heard the analysts' predictions, right? But 2 of them are Winterfall, one of them's K-Bot, one of them's Grimella. They're all biased. Like, let's be honest. As the impartial, as the GOAT commentator, who do you think will win each of these matchups here?
I gotta go for the Sundubu Strikers. I mean, for game number 1, I think that, or game number 2, the game that hasn't been played yet, the first upcoming game that we don't yet know what the result is going to be for certain. I'm going with the Sundubu Strikers. I think they had a really great performance in our very first season, and if you look up towards the records, right there ended up being quite a difference between teams that ended up making playoffs and teams that ended up not quite sneaking on in there. So especially in the Western Conference, I really do end up favoring what Sundubu were able to get done and how well they were able to perform and the synergy that they're coming in there with. So just based on core strength alone, I got to end up going with that squad.
All right, but match number 3. This is the spicy one. Sad Boys versus Chikara Chatting. Are you going to go with the flow, or do you have any comments?
It's got to be Sad Boys, man. Again, it feels really early in the history of the esport to be talking about super teams, but come on, it's the 2 Eastern finalist teams just smashed together. You gotta believe that this team can be one of the best in the league, and I'm gonna be predicting Sad Boys until they give me a reason not to.
All right. Well, there might be a bit of a reason not to, because they don't have their full starting roster today. So definitely a bit of an opening, but I would not.
I won't change. I won't change. I'll put my faith in the name value alone until the name of the team, that is, not the name of the players, given that they do have a little bit of a substitution situation. But I'm gonna still come in with that. Chikara Chatting. They are still, definitely a dangerous squad, but have really come together off of a lot of different teams, right? Evil Drew Danger, who was previously a substitute over on Core Overflow, Liari, who was previously a substitute on Prod, and then Appabug coming in as our standout rookie, right? Coming in with their first season of the North American Strikers League. It's just a list of players that aren't really quite as known, especially for those who focus mainly on North American Strikers League and not some of the smaller tournaments. And you really got to give Sad Boys the edge in those sorts of matchups, even if they don't have the full roster that they would have been looking for.
Yeah, and right now we're waiting on some VC stuff. We're waiting on Goats to actually. Oh no! Now they're in. Okay.
All right, we got it. We got the boys. We'll wrangle them. We're sending out Achi to go and find who exactly is missing, and if we can get them all corralled into whatever pen they need to be in to actually let this game get started.
Yep.
Well, What's our next matchup? We got after that. It's gonna be Ra versus Oshino Core Flip. What exactly are your thoughts on that one, Saya? I want to give you a little chance to soapbox here.
So basically, I think if Oshi is going to win, it is going to be right now. This is their meta to play with. But
Fair.
this is quite possibly their worst possible matchup because Demon's Raw can play the kill mode just as well, if not better, than Oshino Core Flip. So
True.
I think they can make some big upsets happen in the early weeks. I just think this one's going to be a little too difficult.
Well, I do agree with that stylistically. You do also you got to give the rookies a little time to grow, right? It's again weird to say rookies. It's so early on into the lifespan of the North American Strikers League, but they're players who weren't here in season 1. So I'm gonna call them rookies until somebody demands that I stop. And so Merchant and Kashikoma coming in without having played in the Strikers League previously, that's going to have to be somebody who I'm looking at Oshino Core Flip to potentially get better as the season goes on. But again, if the meta shifts away from them, that does kind of make that a little bit more difficult. Meanwhile, Demon's Ra, of course, bringing in that Bounty Hunter's core of Gumi and Kainoob. They have been looking so good. Bringing in Snake as well from Oxygen Overdrive. While we're on the subject of Oxygen Overdrive, by the way, Kiliast going to be taking it to the field here before too long, as it looks like we are on to map number 1 for Goats Esports, taking on Sundubu Strikers.
And a bit of a violent map here. Atlas's Lab, the damage will abound. The Zentaro ban, quite understandable. The character has been nerfed, but is still pumping out so much damage here. Atlas going to be taken off the table despite Obscure's hover. Will go Dubu instead, and now this is a bit of an opening. If Kilias plays a more damage-oriented goalie, this could lead to a damage advantage for Goats. But both sides picking the Luna, 3Z Breezy matching that signature Luna from Fudgy Waffles. Both players have picked it in the past. Definitely not just first picking it for fun. Atlas's Lab considered one of the better maps for it as well, and Kilias picks it to car goalie, and we'll have to see what the starting awakenings are because both sides do have a lot of damage, but right now I'm slightly favoring Goats.
You have some very different team compositions coming out of both sides here. Going to certainly throw a bit of a wrench into things. The Lunas, the only ones staying exactly the same, and we'll see what those Lunas are going to be able to get done here as I Love Albion and Grimella facing off on the top side to start things off, and now it's going to be a really early KO found by 3Z Breezy, just going on in with that boost, going to knock the other Luna right off the stage.
Yeah, the follow-up and has so many of those boosts to work with as well, being Twin Drive after all, and Fudgy Waffles is the one who gets the barrier this time, but 3Z Breezy and Grimella respond in kind with the top one. Barriers are dropping so quickly here. The center not being popped yet. Finally by Obscure, but 3Z gets yet another KO as Grimella looks to push the core up.
Sundubu Strikers, oh my goodness, that whammy very nearly just stopped Kilias from even being able to get the block on across. Again, both of these teams coming in with new goalies in this set. Really going to be having my eyes on that goalie arc to see what exactly is going to make the difference, as it's actually the Crater getting a crazy ricochet and ends up scoring the goal there.
Yeah, crazy balance, great redirects coming out from Sundubu into it, to be fair, and now it just feels like right now in these early stages the Lunas are controlling the pace of the game as everyone else has to watch the core being flung around by dashes by rockets.
Yeah, just so much range, so much ability to really control the core at any distance. As long as you're willing to kind of throw your own body into the fray, you're going to really have a lot of ability to manipulate where things are going here. 3Z stepping forward, doesn't quite find the target here, but is still keeping on up that pressure. Grimella going to be able to keep on smacking it forward, and with twin drives across the board, there is just so much mobility available, as now here it comes that Crater again going to knock away the core, but the goal has been opened on up for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z knocks it on down towards Grimella. The rollout not going to find its target, but the follow-up comes through from Obscure Breads. Grimella stepping forward with the whiplash. Can't quite get it into the goal, and it does get snuck past him. The core flip not going to land. Now I Love Albion with a chance to step forward, but knocked back away, and Grimella actually sneaks it in. The slow motion core that Kilias just can't get to in time.
The perils of the eject button Ricard, pushing up a little too much. The midfield control is amazing, but in those moments, it is a little bit dangerous in terms of the defensive aspects, as Fudgy gets a quick barrier. It's responded to by Grimella, and we're going to see more of those as the game progresses. Those dashes into flips mid-dash, just Send the core hyper speed, but Obscure Breads is the one who gets the KO with the Summer Assault.
Yeah, just everybody pouring everything on into that little Luna, and it's going to just take them right off, as there's going to be a KO found by Kilius off the top side to even things out as Fudgy Waffles rejoins the fray. But these combos from 3Z Breezy have been crazy, going whammy into boost over and over again, keeping the HP so low on Fudgy Waffles, and the HP is so low to begin with that there's not a lot of chances to really be able to get out of this without at least being staggered, if not being KO'd entirely, as there's going to be Albion taking things up towards the top side, knocked back away by the black hole. Here's the core flip from 3Z, but gets blocked away by Kilius. Nice timing there to stuff it, as Albion finds themselves another KO on the bottom side. Here comes the Flame Flurry, knocked up towards Fudgy, but the defense from Obscure Breads is there. Albion dashing forward, another block from the Somersault, but the pressure is on, and Obscure Breads, no more tools to defend, will end up getting scored on.
Great strike or great strike placement from Apalmi here, or should I say Albion. And I don't know, like, Sundubu got the 2-0 lead, but it's definitely not looking like a one-sided game. Fudgy Waffles in there with the boost as always, and Kilius, as long as he doesn't get too ahead of himself with the eject, with the Xenoclo, has been a wall.
Yeah, tons of damage coming on across there from that Molten Bolt as well. Grimella already sent into that stagger. Fudgy Waffles ready to receive up the top side, knocks it on down towards the center, hitting everybody for even more damage once again. And honestly, between that center black hole and all the craters coming on across from both sides, expect to see far fewer core flips this game than normally, as everybody has to keep using that energy just to dodge away from this damage. As KO is found on the stealth Drakkar, and that's going to end up scoring for Grimella, a set win for the Sundubu Strikers.
Kilius invisible, but we can see how he falls off the stage, and the Sundubu Strikers will be happy with that one. We'll be able to pick up some good awakenings here, build different, definitely a priority pick for that. Rasmus size is just so incredible, but missile propulsion left behind for this Drakkar. Waits a little bit, goes to Ponder instead, and Egoist will be picked up.
Egoist for Breads. I was going to say, I think Egoist is real good in a double Luna game. Again, talking about everybody's going to be forced to dodge a whole bunch here, especially if any of them find any awakenings later on to reduce that cooldown. You know, you don't mind having an Egoist at that point to maybe get you a little something back.
Yeah, Breezy though has my personal favorite Luna Awakening missile propulsion, and Kilius will have to be careful for those rockets because they will come from way farther than usual and do a little bit more. And right now, Breezy getting right in there with the boost, unable to get the barrier defended by Kilius, but Grimella wins the strike. Kilius ejects back just in time, but look at the damage is just piling up.
Knock back away, and you know, using that missile propulsion already ended up with a KO on I Love Albion. Kilius now taking things into their own hands on the bottom side. Albion can't quite get his hands on it, but does find it on the bottom. 3Z, though, continues to direct it away, and that damage from missile propulsion showing itself right there as Albion loses a huge chunk of HP right off the bat. He's now going to look to regen. Look at his health bar. He's already fully staggered, and now just has to play defense for a little bit longer, and there he gets taken right off the side from one more whammy. Kilius now has their work cut out for them, as they're going to have to keep that defense up. Fudgy Waffles up to receive on the top side, just gets pendulum swung right back into the net, and the pressure does not relent. Grimella scores again.
Obscure Breads walking up for the Tofu Fortress 2, just lock the core in and creates just incredible terrain, a bit of a cage that Kilius, it's just so hard to escape from. And look at the meter, it is so good for the side. Oh, just about to say that Fudgy Waffles goes for the KO, but great elusive by Breezy, finds the window, and right now it's just a margin of frames here.
Double twin drives, or I mean, I guess the sextuple twin drives, really, but particularly on these Lunas, it's just ridiculous. These guys are flying all over the map constantly, and it's really having such a big influence on the game. Grimella finding a big KO there off the pendulum swing is going to take one of those Lunas out of the equation for at least a little bit longer. 3Z Breezy ready to receive on the bottom side, gets it on up to Grimella. There's an opened up goal up against Kilius. He does have that core flip and just gets it knocked right back in. 3Z Breezy reads it with the whammy and gets them up 2-0 in set number 2.
Bit of a missile propulsion jump scare there. Kilius not expecting the Lunar Rocket from that range. 3Z Breezy was sitting quite far away and will smartly burn the entire meter against the nuke. We see how much damage it does right away as Fudgy Waffles doesn't elusive and gets taken down to basically nothing.
flip back over from Albion once again. Fudgy Waffles taken into that staggered state, but willing to step up nonetheless, and they're going to finish the job. Albion taking out that Rasmus to buy them a little bit more space to play with, and now with the Phoenix forward, going to be able to pick on up that second barrier, and Fudgy Waffles just unrelenting, smacks it forward again and again and again, and will be able to score the first one in a while here.
Yeah, dribbling it over with the boost and the strikes, keeping it trapped in that corner where it's so hard for Obscure Breads to clear away because of those threats on the other side. As Fudgy Waffles once again going in, has the flip, will try to find the angle, but Grimella and Obscure are both there with the strikes, and Obscure does have flip as well, so they're looking a little safe.
Really nicely played there as Kilius going to try to clear things out once again. Fudgy Waffles up on the top side. There's a big crater, but Albion manages to evade it, find the KO, find the score. 2-2 here. A great run so far from the Goats in this set number 2.
Yeah, the Goats kind of finding their stride. They're realizing, oh, we have a little bit more damage if we can tag Obscure Breads with that Molten Bolt, get some damage with the Lunar Rockets on that Dubu. Then there's not really much they can do to fight back.
Knocked away from Breads is going to find one of those barriers. Kilius knocks up towards the top side, but Breezy is now in the goal arc of the other side. These two dashing forward, continuously trying to find angles. Now again, Breezy doesn't find their mark this time, and is going to end up probably a bit out of position as a result, but now ready to receive down on the bottom side. You got to be looking in so many places at once when you're piloting this Luna, and ending up out of position can definitely hurt you, as Albion going to get taken right off the map there. Now a double elusive comes on across. Breezy has to use the core flip just to protect themselves there, but can still keep on the aggression. Kilius knocking it back aside. Fudgy Waffles ready to clear towards the top as well. Albion back onto the map, and one goal barrier left remaining apiece, but there's going to be the opened up found for the Sundubu Strikers, as Grimella is looking to finish the job. Avoids once again, now knocked on down towards the bottom. Breezy ready to receive up on the top side. Albion lets it sneak past him. Fudgy Waffles keeps the pressure on. And Saya, this has continued to go back and forth into overtime at this point.
Yeah, but Obscure Breads has just been so good, but a KO found. A Lunar Rocket from Fudgy Waffles is perfect. And now there is pressure being put on. Albion looking for the flip here. Obscure Breads trying to keep it away. Has a strike war against the Rocket. An incredible weight, but the Sundubu Strikers manage to defend until the respawn.
Kilius knocks it down towards the bottom. Grimella with a big death touch, but a nice block by Kilius, going to keep it alive as this set is coming down to the wire, fully into overtime at this point. Grimella knocking it forward. Pendulum Swing will be what closes out, and it's the Sundubu Strikers with a 2-0 set lead in game number 1.
What an ambiguous bounce too, because it could have been a demon angle as well. So good from Grimella to do that mix-up, and they will be rewarded with that happy star of the extra special on the Dubu, most likely. A great deny away from the Luna, as well as being one of Dubu's best options.
Yeah, definitely do not want any more craters coming out on the map there, so the extra special denial going to be huge when they can pick it on up for Obscure Breads.
But
specialized training taken away as well.
But this is just this patch in a nutshell. No matter how much you take away, there will always be something else, and especially in this carousel, the Deadeye is there, the Prize Fighter is there. Both Lunas going up incredibly in terms of KO power.
Yep, it's still going to be strong. It's still going to be a problem. The Deadeye in particular, really something to be on the lookout for coming out of Fudgy Waffles and their kill pressure. They're going to find one right off the bat there. Albion there with the assist is going to be able to keep on the pressure up against Obscure Breads. Knocked back up towards Fudgy Waffles, and Kilius doing some great defense work here to buy space up against Obscure Breads. Knocked back away. Albion now in that staggered state. Dodges away from Breezy, who is looking for blood. Going in again. Going to end up missing Albion for the second time, but Grimella is all in on the core here. Finds both barriers. Whiplash forward. Can't quite get it in, but does open things up plenty and makes Kilius' job a whole lot harder. Obscure Breads receiving up on the top side. Goes down for the soup to clear things out, and Kilius now knocking back away. Grimella ready to receive on the bottom. Gets the whiplash denied. Knocked up towards Fudgy Waffles. Obscure Breads ready to defend. There's the KO found by Albion. Breezy goes for the shot. Can't find it. Off the rocket. and now bounced off the bottom. Obscurebread's almost finding an angle there up against Kilius. And now Kilius now knocking it back up towards the top side. Albion finds themselves a double KO right as Gramella rejoins the fray. Knocked aside. Fudgy Waffles can't get it. Albion up towards the top. Knocked back away by the boost. Opens up the goal here for the Goats. And now Albion wants to finish it off, but is sent into the stagger. Has to keep on the back foot. Threezy Breezy going forward with another boost. Call that another boost, but still can't get the job done. And Kilius now has to receive on the bottom side. Camilla looking to buy some space, but a core flip from Kilius goes in for the shot, and one more boost from Fudgy Waffles to score.
What a great follow by Fudgy Waffles. Sees that there's really no way out for Obscurebreads in that moment. Obscurebreads not expecting it. Goes for the roll a little bit late, but can we talk about how long that Dubu held? But wait a second, Threezy Breezy gets taken low in an instant. Albion is hunting, burns the elusive as Threezy Breezy has no elusive, is instantly deleted by the specialized Flame Flurry.
Really great play there by Albion, now buying the numbers advantage back to the squad. 5 seconds to go, no more Luna, and there's another KO found. Obscurebreads keeping the defense up, though, avoids the goal from being opened up. There's another crater to try to buy space from Threezy Breezy, but it's dodged away from Fudgy, and Albion will not give up this pressure, but the respawns come through, now back at full force. The Sudubu Strikers looking to try to strike back and keep their lead in this game number 1. They do manage to keep things over on the right side, but they do get their goal opened up, and Albion looking to finish off the job. Fudgy Waffles up on the top side does tank that pendulum swing, and that's a nice death touch to deny the boost, actually, and keep things cleared away. Threezy Breezy keeping on the pressure with that crater across the map, but another spike from Fudgy Waffles going to find the second goal.
Fudgy Waffles has been so precise with those boosts, showing the experience, showing why this pick, why this team was the only team to take a game off of the Bounty Hunters in NASL Season 1 West in the regular season.
Yeah, really coming alive here. 2-0 now in this set number 3 after a rough first couple of sets, but now Gramella and Threezy Breezy, they're coming online and they are looking to turn it back around. Gramella smacking it up towards the top side, ready to receive. There's going to be that crater coming on through from Threezy Breezy just to try to keep the pressure on, but they do manage to clear out that core off the center now. Invisible Kilius does come back alive. There's going to be Fudgy. He manages to get a goal barrier, but it's at the cost of his life. Taken off the map, and now Gramella ready to keep on forward. Obscurebreads throws down the soup, passed on up. Gramella gets it towards the bottom and finds the first goal for the Sudoku Strikers in set number 3.
The shotgun just not long enough to reach it, not enough to bounce it up. A great angle found by Gramella. But a bit of a prize fighter check right here. Threezy Breezy has 2 stacks. One more stack could be deadly here. But Threezy has no elusive right now, has to stay alive, and runs to the other side to try and escape.
Yep, just trying to move themselves out of dodge, knowing that Kilius is not going to be as big of a threat as these 2 forwards will be. There's going to be the core flip coming on through from Albion, smacked back away by Obscurebreads. But Albion is not letting up, but taking more and more damage the longer they sit here. Gramella pumping it out, as is Obscurebreads. But Albion finds the KO. Gramella finds the response, but it's the goal that's been opened on up. Gramella pulls it back to themselves. There's the core flip from Kilius, knocked back away by Gramella, but he's going to have to play some assist goalie here, as there's Threezy Breezy knocking it back away. Obscurebreads back on the map, goes in for the rollout, and here is another crater to just buy the last bit of time they need. They've successfully fought their way back in this, but Dubu now down a member once again, and it's Obscurebreads who is going to have to pay the price for it. Fudgy Waffles knocks it in towards the top, down towards Albion. Flame Flurry comes across, another huge block. Obscurebreads managing to keep up the defense here. Great play by the new goalie for the Sudoku Strikers.
Yeah, and this is why they're one of the best goalies in the world, but the goal is still open. Still plenty of cooldowns for Dubu to have to defend against, as right now they try to put up the offense, but finally a great pass by Juliet to Luna. Fudgy Waffles into the bottom pocket, and the reverse sweep could start here.
A massive run there by Obscurebreads, but still wasn't quite enough to pull them back in set number 3, and now we go to set number 4. We get another round of Awakenings coming on across, and see what they end up going for. Kilius with the first selection takes the orb to answer.
Kilius is orbing right now, has both orbs, 10 stacks here, and Fudgy Waffles has a chance to get the Super Surge, and this KO pressure from this Luna Dead Eye Super Surge will be ridiculous. Stagger Swagger, an amazing pickup for that Dubu. Obscure Breads if they can stay alive, but will Stagger Swagger be enough into the face of how much damage this is?
That is definitely the question. Going to need it to be, as Obscure Breads recognizes the position they're in. Look at that damage on the Freezy Breezy to start things off. Fudgy Waffles immediately just trying to go in for the throat and gets the KO there. Fudgy Waffles, huge play, but now opening on up across from Gramella. Great job there as the Goats now have no barriers left for their goal. Fudgy Waffles keeping on the pressure. Obscure Breads loses one of those barriers, but buys enough time for Freezy Breezy to rejoin the play. Knocked on away from the rollout. Pressure still on up, and they do manage to force it through. Great job by Albion there to open things up. Another pendulum swing comes on across. Fudgy Waffles up on the top side, knocks it away. Freezy Breezy clears it down. Gramella receives up off the center, knocked in towards that middle ground, and can't quite find its way through onto the goal. Obscure Breads still going to be playing that defense, just waiting for it to come on across, and Freezy Breezy looking for big whammy angles, but so far has not found them.
Yeah, but look at the KOs coming out. The KO pressure in this game is ridiculous as Fudgy Waffles, one of the biggest factors here. Both Lunas fly across the map expecting the clear to go their way, but it goes neither. It goes into no man's land as both goalies are continuing to ping-pong it, continuing to try and find an opening for their forwards, but so far it is the flip coming out, but a bit of a dip as Kilius just runs away.
Great job there, knocked off the top side. Gramella goes in for the death touch, pulls it to themselves, stepping forward. Freezy Breezy can't quite get his hands on it, but as you said, these KOs have made all the difference. Freezy Breezy taken incredibly low, but Gramella takes it mano-y-mano up against Kilius and knocks it in with a big pendulum swing.
And wow, what a great play from Gramella. Knows that Kilius is antsy about clearing it down back into the corner, catches the up clear with a slight angle to the primary, and now look at all the meter. Obscure Breads is just playing up, knows that the bottom side is blocked off, goes for the flip, kind of dips a little bit, but has so much meter left even after it.
Gramella taking a huge amount of damage, as is Freezy, and that is going to be a double KO found for Fudgy Waffles, turning it back around. Goats really looking to come back into this game and looking fantastic ever since they got these awakenings onto Fudgy, on the Luna. Freezy taking it back away. Here comes a big crater going to deflect away thanks to the soup. Good job by Obscure Breads, but again, taken off the map is Freezy Breezy, and again, a double KO for Fudgy Waffles. Gramella cannot stand up to this. That's going to be 1-1.
What a combo, just dash, punch, boost. Wow, that's just ridiculous. Disgusting levels of knockback. And the issue is Obscure Breads is forced into those positions. You'll see that scene more than once through the rest of the game as Albion once again getting the barriers.
Obscure Breads clears it back up towards the top side. Gramella taking control on the bottom. Kilius, though, has done a great job defending up against these Rasmus pushes, and that is not changing now. Another pendulum swing, but not at the right angle to find its way onto the barrier, and Obscure Breads has already lost one off the center, finds the bottom barrier. Freezy Breezy just needs to find a way to be useful at this point. He's been taking down so consistently in this set number 4. It's been very difficult for Sudoku strikers to find any ground. Freezy now on the bottom side. Albion taken low. A big KO found by Fudgy Waffles on the full HP target. It's now all up to Freezy, who's on the wrong side of the map. Knocked away by Albion. Freezy gets the response KO. And now it's just these two Lunas and their goalies. Gramella back on up. Now going to look to take control, but Fudgy takes down another one. A 6 KO streak for this Luna coming fully online in set number 4. Gramella knocked up towards the top side. Obscure Breads clears it out from the left. Here's Freezy Breezy back onto the map. Albion clears it back away, and now Freezy Breezy takes control outside of the crater. Gramella on the bottom receives the core, knocked off the center. Kilius clears it back out, and Obscure Breads has to play defense, knocks it away from Fudgy, but another KO found under Gramella. Another one for Fudgy Waffles. That's gotta be 8 at this point, Saya, and they just can't stop this Luna.
But the Goats need to find the goal right now, because the more they stall, the more chances that Dubu has to take this barrier as they get a return kill onto Albion, and suddenly they're at a striker disadvantage, but a great boost by Fudgy will secure the goal, will secure the lead, and look to push them towards the 5th set.
This is absolutely insane from Fudgy Waffles. Another great angle found on the headbutt there. Knocks it into the goal. Now up 2-1 in set number 4. Looking for the reverse sweep from being down 0-2 in sets. And they are looking to take us to set number 5. Knocked up towards the top side. Threezy looking to KO Kilius. At least knocks him aside and finds one of the barriers. Rollout coming aside. Grimella now stepping up with Obscure Breads. And Sundubu Strikers are looking to take a more aggressive game plan, but they lose both their barriers for it. And Obscure Bread's now going to be relegated back to that goal arc if they want to not end up dropping the whole set right here. Going to try to drag it out for longer, but this top barrier has been completely inaccessible to them for the last few minutes. And again, a core flip comes on across, but it's going to end up costing Grimella his life. Threezy Breezy up in the middle, going to go in for the flip, knocks it back up to himself, goes in for the whammy, can't find it, up against Kilius, knocked aside by Fudgy Waffles. Here comes Albion on the top side, but Grimella with some great damage off the whiplash, knocks him aside with that crater. Threezy back up towards the top, but the core flip comes across once again, and Albion smacks it in. We're going to set number 5.
What a beautiful pass by Fudgy Waffles. The GOAT deserved first pick, and look at his build so far. He has Twin Drive, Super Surge. He has the Deadeye as well on top of that, and will pick up whatever he wants here.
Nothing actually too crazy here. No more damage. There's nothing left.
But the Big Fish will do a lot for that core control for that hitbox of the Luna, as Orb Replicator has to be denied by the Dubu here, because if it's left up, Kilius has double orbs, 10 stacks each.
Yeah, huge there. That little quick strike, though, I want to call this out. That could be a huge deal here for Grimella on this Rasmus, just creating a little bit of extra room to play when you're in these tight situations, trying to fight up against the goalie. Having that little bit of extra strike cooldown could end up making a difference. That's really what they need for the Sundubu Strikers here, as they're on the verge of getting reverse swept. A huge comeback for Goats in this game number 1, and not slowing down at all.
Yeah, but Grimella, as you said, has been the one actually in these disadvantages, really just making a difference. Getting both barriers sometimes with just a single primary. So if they can get more strikes out, if they can outplay here, this could be the big difference. But so far, Goats have been holding. Finally, the barrier taken down by the flip as Threezy Breezy gets a KO onto the car, and that is 10 stacks erased on both orbs.
Huge, 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 huge. Kilius taken off the map, and as you said, those orbs fully reset. Threezy Breezy on full stacks of Prize Fighter as well, so got that maximum damage to back them up. Great job there, and great goal found by the Sundubu Strikers, who are looking to slam the door on this reverse sweep. But again, both barriers found instantly when it's been such a struggle to even get one of them for the Sundubu Strikers this whole way through. Core flip comes through, stuffed again by Kilius, knocked up towards Grimella, who really has to get it on through here to buy them some space in this match.
Yeah, but right now, Grimella and Threezy have been suffocating that barrier, but still unable to get it as Fudgy passes it to Albion. But again, Obscure Breads has had fantastic log usage, stuffing players, stuffing the core, as Fudgy is looking very low, has to be so careful here.
Knocked on down towards the bottom. It's Obscure Breads knocking it back up. Fudgy Waffles very low. Threezy Breezy finishes the job, gets on a 4 KO streak of their own, and shuts down the streak that they had built up for so long for Fudgy Waffles. Huge KOs being found by the Sundubu Strikers here in this set number 5 in their efforts to close out game number 1. It looked like it was going to be theirs for the first 2 sets, and they're going to try to make sure that it stays that way. Albion already in the staggered state, knocked back aside by both members. They find the goal. It gets opened up, pass down to Threezy, off the back of the core flip. Obscure Breads ready to receive, denies the boost shot from Fudgy Waffles with their own core flip, sneaks it past Kilius, and it's a 2-0 set for the Sundubu Strikers in set number 5.
What a tough angle. What a great shot by Obscure Breads. And despite how many BestieInSlots there are on Fudgy Waffles, Threezy Breezy, if they can maintain these 3 stacks of Prize Fighter, it might just be curtains.
That is what they're going to need here. Threezy stepping forward, gets one of the barriers, knocking aside Kilius. There's the second one. Grimella steps forward, throws down that Death Touch, can nearly get it in off that alone. Now, Obscure Breads roll out once again down towards Grimella. Here comes Fudgy Waffles in with the boost, keeping on the pressure. Albion sneaks on forward with that Flying Phoenix, gets that second barrier. Open goals for both teams. Albion taking control on the top side. Soup back away to deny the pressure. 3Z has the core flip on the bottom side, goes in for it, goes for the reflect, can't get it past Fudgy Waffles, but Grimella now has it up against Kilius, and one more pendulum swing will do it. The Sundubu Strikers take game number 1.
Clinical Grimella has been that scoring presence despite the scaling of Goats. They come back in the end. They survive the onslaught and they secure it. And that really just could have gone either way, but it is just the impeccable play from 3Z Breezy and Grimella. And of course, Obscure Bread staying alive, keeping them through it. But in that last set, getting those KOs early just turned the tide completely, building up those stacks, taking the stacks off Kilius, completely changed the game.
Absolutely did. Really made it way tougher for this Drakkar to go for everything they were going for. They were getting that Xeno Cloak off cooldown so constantly. They were moving around so quickly. It was really tough for them to find anything, but they get that one KO. It resets all of that, and they managed to get themselves the dub here. Was a long, hard battle compared to what they thought it was going to be with that first 2 set being taken so dominantly, but they do find it at the end of the day.
Sorry, I was eating breakfast. My bad.
Oh, no worries. You know, it's early in somewhere. I mean,
it's early for the Omega Strikers community.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, that's what we get for scheduling these matches at mid-afternoon. Sometimes you're going to interrupt a little bit of breakfast here and there. A great run, though, from the Sundubu Strikers. A great start here. And now, you know, it's not over yet. There's still more matches to be played, and it is still a full best of 3. So the Goats have got to feel a lot better about their chances than they would if it was just a quick 3-0 sweep, right? They very nearly were able to take it back here. Now just going to try to change a couple of those factors, get themselves, you know, maybe not so pushed up against the wall so early, and they'll have a little bit more time to play with.
Yeah, and right now, Dubu looking so good right now, but we saw how dominant Goat looked with that scaling, with the awakenings they wanted, so it really comes down to a lot of the map, a lot of the awakenings, but also how these teams can push those tiny advantages, right? Because Goat had the big advantage that was pretty obvious with those awakenings, but that tiny advantage, the tiny KOs at the start of the final round, Grimella getting to play the game a little bit more with those quick strikes, able to outplay a little bit better. And all of those added up in Dubu's favor.
Yeah, and the KO math just ended up starting to favor Fudgy Waffles again as well. Remember, they had that prize fighter, and they kept getting knocked off the map. There was a stage there around, you know, set number 4 where it's like Fudgy Waffles was off the map more than they were on it. They really didn't have a lot of opportunities to play the game, but they managed to turn that calculus for the KOs back in their favor, and they were sitting at 3 stacks for a lot of set number 5. So props to them for being able to turn around those fortunes and being able to find a way back.
And the KOs will just not end as we load onto Demon Deus, and the damage just doesn't stop.
All right, Demon Deus is going to be our second and potentially final map of this match number 2. Will be up to whether or not the Goats can fight back. And looks like a little Zentaro ban getting hovered here for the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, definitely understandable. The X being taken off the table as well. 2 big brawlers not going to be here, but big power picks in the Vice still up, as we'll see if either team picks it. And the Luna as well, always.
Definitely. Starting on off here, Juliet going to be locked in for 3Z. It's going to be locked in for both sides. This is the only brawler really left, unless you want to take Asher or somebody, but going to be a Julie angle for both of these squads, a Rasmus angle for both of these squads, and then it's Drakkar compared to Luna. Looking like Rasmus goalie here for Obscure Breads. Do you think it's going to be that for both sides?
Yeah, Rasmus goalie, a very, very strong pick on this map. So not a surprise to see it for both sides. Will probably be the pauldrons for both as well. But it's really up to this Juliet mirror. We'll see how it goes and also how well this Luna can do in this environment. But as specialized training is revealed for everyone except Obscure Breads, once again, the damage just does not stop.
knocking through here right away. Grimella and Threezy Breezy taking it to him instantly up against the Goats here. Really looking to reclaim themselves from how close that game number one ended up being. Smacked back away Obscure Breads with that pendulum swing, keeping on the pressure from the sides. Threezy knocks up towards the top side. Obscure Breads way far out, but it pays off big time as Threezy Breezy finds their way into the first goal.
Threezy Breezy cleaning it up, and it was so impressive and so like tragic at the same time how Killiest and the team were winning every single strike war, but they had to win like 20 different strike wars because of where the core was going.
Definitely. Breezy now on the bottom, camping this orb, going to be able to secure it for themselves. Albion still stuck at level 1, as is Fudgy. You can just see just a lot more engagement with the game coming through from the Sundubu Strikers here early on in set number 1, and the fact that these specials aren't yet available is making a bit of a difference here. Off the ricochet, they do manage to find themselves that first orb. Now Grimella up on the top side, going to get hit by that blast, that crater. The special is finally available for Fudgy, but they've already lost both their goal barriers for it. Threezy looking forward with that Flying Phoenix. Can't get it past Killiest. Obscure Breads, alright, hits their own barrier there off the back of that Death Touch. Maybe didn't mean for that to play out that way, but they do manage to clear it back out one way or the other.
Yeah, and that stretch where the Goats did not have specials was so hard for them. That's why part of why Sundubu could build such a massive advantage, because, well, this is specialized training. Those specials are even more impactful right now as they try to go for a KO on Threezy Breezy, but he is saved by the sound waves on the sides, the speakers, if you will. But Grimella is just controlling the core so well in the midfield, continuing to send it back and forth, and finally catches Killius a little bit too much towards the top side. Great angle.
Great shot there from Grimella, right as they're getting hit as well. Getting knocked aside by the pendulum swing. Fudgy Waffles had a whammy in coming at him, but gets one more shot on the fadeaway and does manage to sneak it through for the goal. The Obscure Bread's great play coming on up towards the center here on Rasmus. Does pull it away, keeping it away from this barrier. Does manage to sneak one in there from Fudgy Waffles. And now Grimella very close to getting KO'd. Does manage to stay alive, but Albion's looking to change that, chasing him all the way to the ends of the earth here, and wants to see if they can find it, keeping him knocked in towards the goal arc at the very least. Some Obscure Breads on the bottom. There's a big hook by Killius, and that'll be all she wrote for old Grimella.
Yeah, but right now the pressure is still not letting up. Even with the striker disadvantage, the core control for the Sundubu Strikers, it feels just completely superior as Killius loses track of the core. Own barriers as a mistake, and Threezy Breezy just hits it into the bottom side. A clean 3-0 for the Sundubu Strikers.
They look mad. They look mad off the back of how close that game number 1 ended up being there, Saya, and they are really taking it to him here in set number 1. Now, I'm not going to be confident until they fully close out the 3-0, though, because we've seen how much the Goats were able to come back if they were able to find the awakenings that they needed. Heavy Impact, maybe something to be on the lookout for here. Stacks on Stacks going to be that first selection.
This draft is just this entire patch in a nutshell. Look how much stuff is up, both sides. Heavy Impact, Stacks, Prime Time, Quick Strike, Super. This is just everything is up right now, and even the last pick, Julie, will still have a choice between Bulk Up, Quick Strike, and Super Surge. Ends up with the Bulk Up, a fine choice given the amount of damage that's flying around.
Wow, yeah, that's quite the selection of awakenings coming through here. Definitely going to mean we're going to get some interesting ones later on with all of those high priority awakenings taken off the board. Knocked back away, Grimella up on the top side. Now everybody just playing in midfield here, looking for this very small amount of space in between the barriers that this map represents. Going to end up now just trying to open things on up just a little bit further, but it's Albion who is being pushed away by Threezy Breezy, still at that level disadvantage. And now Threezy Breezy stepping on forward, finds one barrier up against Killius. Here comes the second one, can't quite find the punch. But now pushing on in from the sides, the speakers do start blasting. Threezy Breezy going to be looking for another core flip angle here. Grimella taking incredibly low. There's the core flip. It finds that barrier. And now with the goal opened on up, Killius snags it for himself with the Death Touch and clears it back out. But going to have to deal with that goal for the rest of the round.
Yeah, and importantly in that last draft, Threezy managed to pick up that size, I believe, right? And that has just been so great in terms of taking the barriers to the larger hitboxes as well. Threezy Breezy has just been in there. And right now that flip just goes around the world. Grimella trying to redirect it, goes back to Threezy, back to Grimella. And we've seen how well They can place their shots, but the core just slips right past, gets past Obscure as well, and all of the barriers are down right now as Koyas has Flip. Will use it defensively. Budgie doesn't even need to touch the core as it's a perfect demon angle.
Great job on the angle there. Kilius going to be the one who ends up with the score. Turning things back around for the GOATs at least a little bit. This was their first goal of the game. I'll see if they're going to be able to keep that momentum going. He is much larger than previous now on the Rasmus and is going to have a much easier time defending here. That's true for both Rasmus's Rasmi at this point. So Obscure Brett's knocking it down towards the bottom. Breezy going to clear it out there and going to try to find that last angle, but Albion gets a huge KO on the goalie. Grimella and Breezy have to rush to get back here and defend, but that's both barriers taken off. Breezy now on the back foot. The core flip from Grimella can't quite get the shot away. Fudgy gets the KO in a 2-0 lead in set number 2 for the GOATs.
What a good KO as well. Those stacks on stacks erased, I believe. Yup, 0 pancakes to speak of here. And this is just an advantage that the GOATs can press here.
I love Albion clearing things out up towards the top side and gonna have to go elusive. A lot of damage getting dished out there and getting knocked aside by Threezy. Kilius knocks it down towards Fudgy. Continues to go on in with those whammies. Core flip found for Fudgy, going in for the angle, but can't quite find it. Grimella taken incredibly low. I love Albion waiting to receive, but really getting bullied around by Obscure Breads and Grimella at this point. Gonna get sent into that staggered state as well. And Breezy coming on up to finish the job. A nice evade. Going to keep I Love Albion alive for just a little bit longer. But now, Billy is pushing it on back. Pendulum swing comes through, pulls back in Breezy. There's the KO onto Threezy. And they could potentially get themselves a 3-0 set of their own here for the side of the GOATs if they are able to turn it back around. Albion ready to receive on the bottom side. Fudgy Waffles knocks it on down, but cleared back away again. Some really nice goalie play from Obscure Breads here. Just continues to weave the core around the barriers.
Yeah, and right now, Fudgy Waffles is playing so well, but Obscure Breads is defending completely as Grimella is taken off the board, and now Obscure has a choice between two very difficult clears. Strike War won by Fudgy. Killy sending it back up. I Love Albion looking for a bit of a dash punch here, but it'll just be cleared away as Grimella respawns yet again. Looks for the barrier as well, but the strikes are continuously going to the left side of the field. Obscure Breads barely getting that one here as rockets are flying through for Fudgy. Continuing to go through as Kilius tries to use a primary as well, has the flip, has the redirect for the Juliet, but still unable to find any offensive pressure. The barrier is staying up. The goal is staying alive right now.
All right, here it comes. Obscure Breads now again. Still, it's been all on him for so long. Hasn't been able to get it into the hands of the forwards to actually be able to find these barriers. And Fudgy stepping forward, looking to finish the job. I Love Albion steps up, goes in with the Flying Phoenix, and off the crater. Fudgy Waffles completes a 3-0 set for the GOATs.
Almost a fantastic clear by Obscure, gets the timing, but the direction is completely covered by Fudgy Waffles, who has just been ridiculously good so far. Can pick the extra special here, probably will pick the extra special here unless some catastrophic extinction event occurs, and specialized extra special Luna is definitely something to be feared.
Yeah, certainly is going to be. And that extra special makes a huge difference here with how often that crater is going to be coming on up. And the rest of these, a little bit more negligible here. Going to be the reverberation picked up, a little bit of extra stagger for the Julie. Fire up comes through for the Rasmus. Kilius going to at least be able to support the team that way.
Yeah, and hot shot and heavy impact on Grimella is not to be understated, as long as they're connecting with the core and hopefully a player as well, they'll have basically unlimited cooldowns to play with. But it's all dependent on whether they can stay alive, because this damage is just pouring in from the side of GOATS Esports.
Yeah, for sure. GOATS moving forward. Kilius trying to keep things cleared out. There's going to be one barrier found, and Breezy loses a huge chunk of their HP. There's the knockout from I Love Albion on the bottom side. Now with the numbers advantage here for the GOATs. And see if they can convert that into another barrier. Grimella up way far here, taking a huge amount of damage. Double KO is found. The Rasmus is off the map, but the goal's been opened up for both sides in that trade, and they don't find it. Off the flip, Breezy can't get to the core in time, and another goal is found for the GOATs.
And wastes meter crucially. And that extra special Luna Nuke will be targeted right at Breezy off the rip. Has no meter, is stunned up, takes almost their entire health bar instantly.
Yeah, wow. It's just a huge amount of damage output coming in here in such a tight little window. It has been very, very difficult for the Sundubu Strikers to deal with here. And it looks like the comeback starting pretty early here for the Goats. After a 3-0 set number 1 have been showing up huge in the rest of the game thus far, and are going to need this win to take us to our first set number 3 of the new format, our first game number 3 of the new format, rather. So Obscure Bread's knocking it forward. The goal's already been unopened. There's going to be Grimella passing it forward. Threezy Breezy with a huge Flame Flurry to clear things out, but Obscure Breads can't find the angle on the goal in time. They're going to rocket it back away to be able to open up one of those barriers. Grimella's trying to keep up the pressure, but he gets smacked away by Fudgy Waffles, who is very low on the stagger, but can still pump the damage back into Grimella. Threezy now on the bottom side. A flip back from Kilius. Threezy trying to finish off Fudgy Waffles. Here comes the core back over to Kilius. Obscure Breads knocks it down towards the bottom. One more pendulum swing gets blocked away as well. Obscure Breads loses their last barrier, knocks it over to Grimella, down towards the bottom side. Pendulum swing doesn't connect, but Kilius is able to defend. Threezy Breezy ending up with a KO, and Grimella knocking it off the top side, but still can't find their targeted goal, and Albion is still going to be able to knock it aside. I Love Albion stepping forward, but can't get their hands on the core. Obscure Breads knocks it down towards Threezy Breezy. Grimella still just having this core swing all around every side of them, but just can't hit it with the strike. It's just doing orbits around the entire map, Saya, and nobody's able to actually get it pushed forward or passed to any of their teammates. Grimella now off the center, trying to pass it in. Fudgy Waffles with one more dash forward. Can't get it forward either. There's the core flip, and Threezy Breezy somehow finds it off the top corner up against Kilius.
Finally, a great strike to stagger Threezy Breezy, and I Love Albion, with lots of love, was playing so well in the midfield, stalling it out for so long, but Threezy got in front of the goal with the core, almost perfectly centered, and, well, that's just the 50-50 for the goalie. Great play to be in the position at the right time. I Love Albion going for yet another KO, but unable to get it, stuffed once again by the Soundwaves.
Yeah. Really doing a good job of stuffing things away there. There's a big core flip found by Threezy. He goes down, but he finds the second goal barrier for it. Now Obscure Bread's going in with that pendulum swing, can't find the angle. And Fudgy Waffles going to just keep boosting forward to keep that damage up, but they've avoided losing even a single barrier here. Great job by the Sundubu Strikers in this second set so far. Stepping forward, now looking for Threezy. A core flip from Fudgy Waffles going to keep it cleared away, but the whiplash back in from Obscure Breads. Grimella on the bottom. He just can't get his hands on the core this game. It's been very difficult to actually get the shots off here with this Drakkar. There's one more lock and load, though, and Threezy Breezy knocks it right past.
Yeah, and Kilius Rasmus has been scaring me, jump scaring me with the hooks back. And finally the spin there. We'll have to see if they can adapt a little bit more later. But right now, Obscure Breads definitely feeling like the better goalie in this situation on this map.
Yeah, it's just come up with some absolutely incredible defenses, but I Love Albion and Fudgy Waffles, they've got the damage. Grimella just taking a huge chunk there, and Fudgy Waffles constantly finding their marks off the back of these big whammies. He's been making up the difference, and has been allowing for them to score even past Obscure Breads, but a 2-1 lead now in this second set for the Sundubu Strikers means that they might be able to take a 2-0 set lead in this game coming into the third draft. Knocked on away, Threezy Breezy finds a KO off the back of that core flip. Kilius now just trying to buy some time, but the pressure is on. There's a core flip coming in from I Love Albion, knocked aside by Obscure Breads. And Grimella still ready to receive on the bottom. Takes a huge amount of damage, though, as I Love Albion goes on a 4x KO streak. And now going to be Fudgy Waffles up on the top side, just trying to get control of it back, but it finds its way over towards the left side once again.
Yeah, and right now the offense for Goats needs to secure this barrier now. They can't afford to be playing more of this game where Fudgy Waffles is falling off the field. They're losing barriers left and right, especially with Grimella's follow-up on that fantastic pass by Obscure Breads past the Threezy yet again. And once again, the passes continue around the world. The second hit past the hook, and Grimella secures that goal to put the Sundubu Strikers ahead in sets.
2-1 sets here for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. Going into set number 4, they could take one more and be able to call themselves the victors of the entire match. Already with a 1-0 game lead. Let's see what they end up going for here. There's going to be the Egoist for Obscure Breads.
Yeah, and that 1-2 punch taken away by Killiest, but Stagger Swagger, crucial on 3Z Breeze. We'll have so much movement speed in this game. Twin Drive, so good for Luna as well. Everyone getting a lot of what they want here, but the Juliet at the end will be left with the Orb Dancer, the prize fighter being taken away by the Drakkar. So we'll have to keep an eye on Fudgy Waffles and Breezy Breezy. I think those two will determine the fate of this game. They have the power picks. They have been the players that have been making a huge difference.
The Flame Flurry was just ridiculous there from 3Z Breezy, hitting onto all three, holding them down, but it's really going to be Obscure Breads who ends up losing all of their goal barriers at the end of the day. I Love Albion a little bit ahead of 3Z Breezy here, continues to hit the core first, keeping up that pressure. Iliast ends up losing one of theirs, though, and Scrimmella finds the shot onto the second. Stepping forward now, 3Z Breezy down towards Obscure Breads, continuing to push it in towards their Juliet, who is brawling up against the other, and I Love Albion going to end up much worse on Stagger as a result. 3Z Breezy goes in for a nice shot, nice block away from Killiast, goes in for the Death Touch to bring it back in towards themselves. Gramella, it sneaks past him once again, is not going to be able to get it with that Crater. 3Z Breezy finds the KO, though, off the top side. Here's going to be the core flip back away from Killiast to buy some space, but 3Z ready to receive one-on-one up against the goalie, goes in for the punch, knocks it down towards Gramella. One more shot, it's Obscure Breads from downtown with another goal for the Sundubu Strikers.
At the very start of overtime, too, that very start of faster core speed, Obscure Breads with the secondary jump scare from midfield. And this is the power of that stacks on stacks, right? If Obscure can stay alive, can play in that midfield, can defend so much better.
Definitely, but the pressure is on from Fudgy Waffles once again, finding one of those barriers right off the bat. Killiast knocks it back away with a pendulum swing. Fudgy just keeps on dashing forward, keeps on boosting at every single opportunity, and so far has not been able to find too much ground off of it. Obscure Breads dodges away from the Crater once again, but there's going to be that opened up goal for Easy, looking for the KO onto Fudgy. I Love Albion, though, with a big core flip, knocks it back aside and keeps Obscure Breads on his toes. Here's going to be the Flame Flurry up onto the top side. Fudgy not ready to receive, can't knock it in. Another boost forward over towards 3Z, and there's going to be that last barrier. No, a good defense from Killiast blocks it away off the back of that pendulum swing, but there's another KO for 3Z Breezy, and now can they smack it in the rest of the way? Defends up against the pendulum swing. Obscure Breads up towards the center. Gramella now receiving on the top side, down towards 3Z Breezy, right past Killiast, and it's a 2-0 lead. It's match point, it's game point, it's set point for the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
Sundubu Strikers looking to secure it here, as they have the awakenings to do it. They have the gameplay to do it. Their passing plays have just overwhelmed the defenses of the Goats so far. The Luna Nuke comes down, but it's only the edge, and even with the specialized extra special, it's just seeming like the side of Goats Esports is not putting out enough damage right now.
Yeah, the Goats, they've shown flashes of greatness in this series. They were really close to turning around game number 1. They've won a set here in game number 2, but they are going to have to show that again right here, right now, if they want to survive in this series up against the Sundubu Strikers, who now have a numbers advantage and are pressuring on towards the last remaining goal barrier. Knocked back away, Fudgy Waffles clears it out. Here's going to be double damage coming through from I Love Albion, taking both of them low, but both still stand, and they continue to keep on the pressure. Gramella now up off the top, going in with the lock and load. Can't find their way onto the barrier, but 3Z knocks it forward to get one more. Big core flip from Obscure Breads, passed up towards Gramella. Killiast gets the defense, but another pendulum swing keeps it cleared out. Fudgy Waffles now up way too deep, can't get back on the defense in time, and one more shot from 3Z Breezy will close it out for the Sundubu Strikers, a 2-0 win.
2-0, as you said, and the Sundubu Strikers have just been so consistent throughout this game. Their passing plays, their core control, despite the damage coming in from Goats, unlike the first game, it did not ever at any point feel overwhelming. In fact, yeah, the KOs weren't really that much different. Sure, 4 more, but in the spots where they were, it just felt like the Sundubu Strikers were going blow for blow damage-wise.
Yeah, absolutely, and getting so much done here with their picks. The Sundubu Strikers, the Juliet matchup, very, very close, it felt like the whole way through, but Gramella really able to redirect at every point, and it's crazy because the damage across the board really does favor the Goats, but it's not about how much damage you put out, it's about what you're able to get done with the core, and the Sundubu Strikers really showing it there.
Yeah, and Obscure Breads was ridiculous. Was the only one to break from, I guess, the trend of picking Specialized. Picked Glass Cannon, went stacks when there was size up, and ended up with 243 redirects, played basically the entire game in the midfield, had so much speed to work with.
Yeah, absolutely here. And it really made all the difference. I mean, a fantastic play there across the board for the Sundubu Strikers as they managed to take themselves the victory. Breezy Breezy, always ready with Grimella to be able to capitalize on the angles that Obscure Breads creates for them. And, you know, some of these matches just ended up going in so very deep, going well past overtime, that it really was that goalie difference and the ability to create additional opportunities that made all the difference.
Yep, and, well, it looks like that is it for me and you here, Gordo, if I remember correctly.
Believe so.
Two fantastic series.
Yeah, huge amount of fun. Still have not gotten that legendary Game 3, but I'm sure we'll end up with one of them today. I think K-Bot and Lovin are going to take it from here, Saya. So that's going to do it for our block here today, but I assume we'll be back on future weeks, as always. And I know at least I will be. So
Yeah.
thank you, everybody, for tuning in to us. We're going to throw it to another break here. Well, K-Bot and Lovin getting into position, but we're going to be back with more series. The next one up going to be the boys taking on Chat. So it is going to be
That's a spicy one.
Sad Boys. Yeah, Sad Boys taking on Chikara Chatting. So that's a fun one. I don't want to miss that.
Then there's a small chance that Chikara Chatting wins. I believe in them. I'll say it.
Let's take it. Let's get the 3 games there. Bring it in for us, K-Bot.
But yeah, that's it for us. We'll send it to a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League opening day. My name is K-Bot here, joined by Lovin Drunk. Lovin, you've been watching some of the games so far. How you been thinking about our first two matches of the second season of the league?
First two matches were pretty solid. I will say I'm sad that I haven't seen a game go to that elusive game 3 yet, a series go to the game 3. But what we watched so far has looked good, and we've seen some really good quality play. I'm excited about Octavia goalie. It's going to be a menace this season, I believe.
No, because the more that Octavia goalie gets played in these games, the more Octavia goalie is going to show up in my plat games. Okay, and that I can't rely on that as the brawler player forward. So maybe we don't, guys. From one plat to another, like let's not. Anyway, two teams who aren't plat though are going to be Sad Boys and Chikara Chatting, who we've got in our next match here. A little bit of interesting history here. As recently as last night, Chikara Chatting did indeed take the upset in the best of one third place match in last night's Big Fish Friday over the Sad Boys, who are playing with the same roster they're playing with today, as Corey subs into the midfield and Vaughn goes back to the goal box because Yordi Luz is sitting out for this week. So, should be interesting here. But the other interesting thing about that game was that the Sad Boys, I remember the Sad Boys composition because I happened to look at Bell's stream. It was a Juliet X forward pairing with Vaughn playing Era goalie on Demon Days. So I love it. We've had a little bit of this discussion, but let's rehash it for the audience. How much stock do we really have to put in that best of one?
Probably not much. I mean, best of ones as a whole, we shouldn't put too much stock in because awakenings and maps can make things weird. I'd like to say that they were trying out a new team composition. Era goalie on Demon Dias with two brawlers does sound like there is potential there, and they do seem like they were cooking up something. We probably shouldn't take too much stock in that. I do expect to see some close, tight gameplay today, though.
And look, I will say, if it's any team to take them to closer games, even last week as well in Big Fish Friday, in that grand final series, it was Chikara Chatting that took Sad Boys to two pretty close games. They took some sets here or there, so let's not doubt it. But of course, Sad Boys are now familiar with their game. There's going to be no surprise in terms of Drew Danger picking away some of these Orb Awakenings that he's been known to take in a lot of this. You see the Orb Replicator, Orb Dancer come online. But the other thing, too, is that if that comes away in a set victory for the side of Chikara Chatting, you have to imagine that Drew Danger will be the one getting the MVP slot because of just how active he is as a goalie, how many redirects he's able to get, and just overall his ability to continue increasing that experience, locking in those MVP picks, and then also locking in some of those Orb Awakenings if he's given them the opportunity to on these carousels.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of the orbs. I'm also really excited to see Appa and Bell go at it. I have heard that Appa is confident in the Julie matchup, and I'm excited to see them duke it out one of these games for who's the better Julie, maybe on a night market or an IME Zap. That'll be so exciting. There'll be so much chatting going on around that, and I'm looking forward to that personally.
There certainly will be plenty of chatting, especially if they happen to come away with a game victory here. We'll see if, of course, they can do that. But only time will tell in terms of whether or not that will be the case. But the other thing here, of course, that is somewhat unproven, and I say somewhat unproven relatively loosely, is Liari coming in the midfield role for this team of Chikara chatting, of course, replacing Alexander the 15th, who qualified with the roster and liftoff. Theoretically, it's an upgrade, but then again, we'll see if it can actually get balanced out with the right team play balance. As now we load into our first game, it will be on Atlas's lab here.
Yeah, and I mean, Atlas's lab is a really good map for both these teams to show their core control. As it's going to be very big, very open. We do see the Era ban coming out, so maybe they're fearing that Era goalie, maybe Chrono Boost is available. We'll have to see what's up.
No, I'll tell you what it is. Corey used to one-trick the Era midfield, in effect, so it's certainly a most comfortable character here. No surprise to see that taken away. Then Drew Danger's Atlas will also get banned away here.
Yeah, Atlas on Atlas's lab can be very oppressive, which does make sense for the ban here. We see Juliet, Rune, Dubu, Estelle, Kai, Julie. So there you go. There's the Julie matchup that we were all hoping to see. And if this game goes bad for one of the teams and the Julies were, like, overpowering, I wonder if we're going to see that ban next game.
Starter Awakening's 6 fire-ups all across the board here. That means it's going to be Energy City. Beat that drum even harder, Energizer Bunny. We'll see when the Catalyst, when the Egoist comes online, and those quick strikes as well, with their recently buffed strategies here. The other thing as well, Liari pulling out the rune, also not particularly surprising. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition here, but there's Bells. Finds the first lap against Opbug in this ditto.
Yeah, and the Awakenings here will make a big difference in this game, obviously, as Bells tries to get that stuff in there with the primary. Good Dubu wall coming down, and we're going for the clears through the center. And the Energy Awakenings are really important to determine who's going to win this game with Fire Up on the table for everyone.
We'll see what ends up happening here. Nice clear. Keeps the goal barrier alive, but Drew Danger already has an energy burst to his name, so this goal barrier going to be feeling even more comfortable. We'll see Vaughn start to approach on the bottom side, taking away that gravity well as well. Here's a gravity burst, energy burst exchange. Drew Dangers will come out first and will be able to find the clear. Nice anomaly comes through from Liari, and now finds the core flip down to the bottom barrier. Here comes the extra speed. Opabug finds the flip forward. Rebounds right off of that anomaly once again. That's the rune difference.
That was a massive pillar by Liari. Liari's pillars were insane. One stopped a Vaughn core flip, one stops a Vaughn redirect there for the score. So this rune pick is looking really good right now as they get a barrier. And a double banish.
Double banish comes through. It'll find the second barrier here as well. Corey looking to try to dump this up to Bells, and now Drew Danger will collect on the top side. But the last thing you want to do is give this rune any more primary abilities. So if Liari comes away with a prime time or a rapid fire or something, you'll see even more pillars. Potentially Drew Danger will be even looking towards that Orb Ponderer, which is generally considered to be a weaker one. But in this composition, paired with the rune, it might just be what they need. But now Opabug finds the dash punch combination. Liari forward Opabug. There's the core flip. Corey can't find the denial. It'll be another one on the board here for Chikara chatting. They go up 2-0.
Yeah, I think the understanding that Orb Ponder is weak is when you're not working in a coordinated setting. Because if you can have players burning their cooldowns right before you refresh them, it becomes pretty strong with that refresher. As we find Appa just slides right off the map, but a good banish gets barrier.
Banish finds the barrier, 1-for-1 trade there, and Bell's taken out of the play for a moment. Will regen. No worries there at all, and Opbug will come back online. Here's a core flip from Drew Danger. Sends it right on around to Vaughn, but now, oh my goodness, I think Bells must have timed that dash punch, hitting Liari, knocking her far away. But it won't come out to much of anything for now. Bells in pursuit. The anomaly comes up. Here's a little bit of extra insurance against that goal barrier, and it will do the trick for now. But here it is, the top corner, right around this anomaly. Liari will eventually come away victorious, and now looking to continually interrupt things. But the goal barrier falls once again. Banish onto both Core and Bells. Opbug finds the dash punch to send Bells away. And Liari's low on stagger, but Opbug will collect this nonetheless. Close to getting an energy burst. Thought he might have had it, but no. Doesn't there, just goes for the elusive. Now the anomaly is there, but Vaughn finds the barrage, holds it on the goal line. Forward once again to Opabug, can't find the dash forward. Now Corey Rose warps it away. Another opportunity, no. Opabug on the dribble, doesn't have the strike back up in time. Gravity Well taken away from the pitch once again. One looks like Sad Boys can't quite find the same forward presence as Liari will find a goal down to the bottom side once more. It's a 3-0 opening set for Chikara Chatting.
Yeah, no, Vaughn is absolutely holding it down, though. If they can get some offensive pressure here and give Vaughn some time to let these cooldowns come up, it's going to be really scary for Chikara Chatting. But until we see that, we do have Awakenings coming up here, and Rune is going to be taking the Rapid Fire. Yeah, there it is. Into the Spec Training, into Perfect Form. This isn't a great draft for the Julies. Bulk Up and Orb Dancer taken away from Drew Danger, who's probably going to go for the Missile Prop into the Deadeye, I assume. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Solid draft.
Well done on those predictions. And we have now exited the realm of Drew Danger. We've seen both the Orb Dancer and the Orb Replicator. Means that he's not going to get both, and in fact is going to get neither, thanks to that denial away by Bells. So Drew Danger will have to find another form of speed to really get involved on the front lines. Double barriers fall here. Now the Sad Boys still looking for their first goal of the game. Bells comes up just shy on the KO. Liari able to dodge that one. Now Upbug loses control on the dribble. Bells once again top corner. Sent away by Drew Danger, who's back there in time on those momentum boots. Here's the barrage. Liari able to send it back behind that goal barrier, but is going to get punished for it right away. Corey up to Bells, looking for it forward, and Bells will collect and cash in. First goal on the board here for the Sad Boys.
There they go. They finally found that offensive pressure that they were looking for. They got 2 barriers right away, which opened the gates. And then once they get the KO there, they're able to push forward and secure the goal.
Secures it there. Here comes a banish yet again from Liari. Fiery Flurry gets taken off of the pitch as Opabug once again finds himself in the so-called penalty box. KO'd away. Here's the double KO as Corey lands the piercing shot. Tofu Fortress will interrupt things just for a moment, but the bamboo will spread and possession will be maintained by the Sad Boys, who still look for this goal barrier, able to find a second as well as it sneaks right behind Drew Danger. Bells can't collect. Now dashing down on the Flying Phoenix. Liari tries to find the clear, but isn't quite back in time. Here's the pillar, almost dangerous, but still is able to find the clear. Upbug now on the speed forward, looking for the goal barrier, will find it. Here's the energy burst, core flip right around the backside. Open goals, both sides. Core flip from Liari right into the gravity well. It gets sent away. Barrage comes out of Vaughn just to send it in front of Opabug, but now Corey looks for the shot himself. No, denied for now. Liari wins the strike for it midfield. Here's the anomaly right back down to herself, but can't find it. Opabug still in pursuit in the corner. Now has an opportunity. No. Vaughn will be able to send it away. Core flip now to the top side. Demon angle cleared by Vaughn once, but not twice as Opabug is there. 4-1 for Chikara Chatting.
That was an absolutely beautiful core flip there by Drew Danger. Just hit that perfect demon angle, and then Vaughn just had to react quickly and unfortunately sent it right into the hand of Appa, who put it into the goal.
And how hard is that to clear? When you're talking about the goalie, feels like it's that much more difficult to predict, even if it's, just simple geometry, I suppose. But nonetheless, KO's early here in this game, and 1 goal barrier, but now Corey's back online. Energy burst burned by 1. Gives a little bit of that fire up speed over to the side of the Sad Boys, who now are looking to convert. And now Bells is going to find the KO on Upbug. Corey clears the anomaly and now is looking for this goal barrier, but Drew Danger staying on top of it, has the somersault. We're able to clear it away. There's a beautiful anomaly once more by Liari. Banish onto Vaughn, but there's no one there to capitalize. As the core goes back up to the top side. There it is. Barrier falls. Bells forward. No. Denied by Drew Danger. Back down to the bottom side. Liari puts up this anomaly once more. Here's the fiery flurry, though, and it'll sneak it past Drew Danger. Sad Boys on set point.
I've really been impressed by Liari's play thus far in this set. Really being able to core control so well here with the pillars, and the banishes have been really impactful. Good on Bells, though, to secure that goal.
Good to find that one there. Now, energy burst burn here. Both goal barriers down. Looking for the equalizer here is Chikara Chatting. They don't want to let this to a 1-1 set. They don't want to let more Awakening Draft come through. Now Vaughn has core flip with the barrage. Leaves a little bit of space on the backside. Now double banish. Anomalies look for one. Corey stays alive for now. Giga Blast out to disrupt Doppelbug's momentum. Here's the anomaly though. Right back the other way. Drew Danger core flips it forward. Enhanced speed now, but Liari low on stagger. Knocked away. Doppelbug looking to collect. No! Can't find the rebound off of the post. And Vaughn will hold for now. There's the goal barrier. Falls once again. Bells looking down. Has the core flip. Now will find the goal barrier there. Tries to slip it in as the goal gates open, but denied by those very gates. Here's the Tofu Fortress. Prevents Bells from keeping that momentum, keeping that ball rolling. But now double banish lands again. Doppelbug in the corner. Right back down to Liari. Beautiful collapse in the 2v1. Chikara chatting. Looking to steal this set away.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, if the rune keeps playing like this, they probably will. That double banish there to let Doppelbug hit the dash punch to secure the goal was absolutely wild. Missed everything there by both the Juliets, as I'm just really impressed by the midfield play right now.
Midfield play is on point, and you'd expect nothing less from players of the caliber of both Corey and Liari, but now Goldbear is ball. Corey looks for the core flip down, but Bells can't find the connection. There's the dash and the energy burst. That'll find a KO onto Liari, but Bells gets taken off of the pitch now. Vaughn's all the way forward, looking up to Corey, but can't find it there. Tofu Fortress barely nicks the core and sends it up. Piercing shot, just a little bit too low for the core. And now, Liari back in off the respawn. Tries to find the damage onto Corey. Will be successful in doing so, at least for a moment. But here comes Bells once again. Corey's trying to get in position down here on the bottom side. Can't find it for now. Here's the Fiery Flurry out once again. It'll get cleared around. Corey tries to collapse on it. Gravity Well keeps up the pressure for the Sad Boys. Piercing shot once again, but can't quite find the angle there on the Estelle, which is much easier said than done, I'll say. Is able to find that clear, but now Doppelbug forward. Here's the energy burst after the goal barrier. Slips it right between the wickets. It's 2 sets on the board for Chikara chatting.
Yeah. That 2 sets is also really important because it's going to help set the momentum and the pace of this game for Chikara. Sad Boys got to feel like they're a little on the back foot right now as they're literally down 2-0 here. Looks like we're probably going to see Catalyst on the Dubu to take that away from the Julie. Also, remember, we're really looking at those energy awakenings right now with Fire Up because more core bursts here is going to be absolutely insane.
Even something as simple as Drew Danger picking up that Catalyst will mean that many more energy bursts. Will it mean that much more time that the speed has been extended? But on the flip side of that, you have to consider both built different for Bells' Juliet and a prime time for Vaughn, having a second cast of that barrage, trying to hold the line even more. And there is much more that he's going to need to hold the line against here. Based on what we've been seeing so far, as Liari will find a KO, catching Bells in the banish. Here's one goal barrier falling as they're looking to find the collapsed Drew Danger. Here he comes, gets involved, finds the second goal barrier here with a rollout log. Well past the yeesh line. Corey Rose warps up to the top side. There's the Fiery Flurry to send Doppelbug away and alleviate the pressure for a moment. Here comes the Giga Blast, looking back the other way. It's the rollout log. It dies down to the bottom side. And now Drew Danger finds the core flip, pass over to Liari, who sends it quickly down to the bottom side before Vaughn can react. Just 2 goals away for Chikara chatting to take the first game.
Yeah, that was really insane. And looking back at the Awakening draft, I just realized Rune also snuck away with a Timeless Creator there in the last pick of the draft because there are no other creator characters here other than the Dubu, who is, of course, happy to pass it over to the Rune.
We'll do that there. Here's the core flip. Can't find the goal barrier here, and Liari will dash away to safety, relatively at least. But still, Doppelbug collects. Here's core flips exchanged. Vaughn will find the clear over to Bells. Now in 1v1 territory, but Drew Danger will hold the line for now. Bells will steal away the orb as Corey now maintains this pressure up to the top corner, but now it slips by everybody. Hits the goal barrier back on the other side, despite the power play opportunity. Doppelbug finds a KO here, and unless Bells doesn't poach this through, they're not gonna have the opportunity. Liari finds the banish right off the respawn. And now Tofu Fortress, Doppelbug over to Liari, interrupted. Now by the barrage. Bells trying to do everything in his power to play midfield here. Finally, Corey's back online, but Liari dashes back, has control, keeps possession here for Chikara chatting. they're looking right back the other way. Gravity well, but Corey who finds the shot through the heart. Well done there, keeping Sad Boys alive.
Yeah, that was really good by Corey there to obviously secure that goal and make it 1-1 and give Sad Boys a chance in this. Because if it was 2-0 there, this game was looking like it was almost over, with a great Rune Pillar just securing a barrier there as the Galaxy spawns.
How annoying are these Rune Pillars now? So many. We were talking about them at the beginning, but by the way, I mean, Hari only has Rapid Fire here, Timeless Creator, certainly building for those things, but you'd figure this wouldn't be as annoying as they possibly get. They are a thorn in the side right now of the Sad Boys, especially combined with the banishes, as well as Liari's been able to execute on a lot of those KOs, and now goal gates open once again for Chikara Chatting. Corey and Bells try to cut off the passing lanes, but still finds the angle here, up above forward. Vaughn gonna send it back up to the top side. Bell's low on stagger. Double banish comes through. Once more. Now Opabug in position. Finds the stun knockback. And Vaughn's cast doesn't come out in time. It is game point for Chikara Chatting Love. And that is a phrase I did not think I would be saying 20 minutes ago.
You know, I keep saying it, but I've been really impressed by this Rune pick. Vaughn has been holding it down best that they can, but the Rune just keeps so much pressure and core control. They're just constantly able to feed the core to Opabug, and if you can get the core to Opabug and let Opabug do Opabug things, it's gonna work out most of the time.
Goal barriers. Traded both sides. Here's a core flip from Opabug that's denied as Fire Flurry comes out. Giga Blast will connect on a one. Liari down and away. Now there's the dash punch for the goal barrier. Strikes it right through as it opens. Sad Boys looking to deny the game point.
Great 1v1 there by Bells. Really good with the dribbling, of course, into the core flip. I think we might see this go to the next set, which is really good for everything involved, but let's see how we get there first, as Bells is going to be making a play here, but the core flip to get it out of there into the Rune. And unable to find any purchase there, as we do see a barrier fall.
Barrier falls. There's a second barrier falls. Corey Rose warps forward, hits off the goal gate. Now trying to react. There's the anomaly. Saves it once, but can't save it again. Bells will find a way to put it back, as finally the Sad Boys find the pressure they needed to put this back. They'll stay alive, but they were on the ropes there for a moment.
Yeah, they were indeed. Interesting to see how these Awakenings are really going to shake this up, and if they're going to have a significant impact on who wins this game. It's always scary to be the 2-0 team and then 2-1 and then 2-2 and get reverse swept and feel bad about your Awakening drafts later in the set. Rune with the Chrono Boost, Hot Shot for the Estelle, Quick Strikes for the Dubu, Glass Cannon on Kai. We see 1-2 Punch for Julie and Reverb for... Which one was that got the 1-2? That was Bells? Reverb for Oscar.
Yeah.
That 1-2 punch might be really important.
Build different 1-2, I was just about to say. Has that. Also denies it away from... I mean, I don't... Is 1-2 punch even worth considering here on the Rune? It might be, right? If you're looking for a lot of combos up from the Banish. I don't know. I'm cooking something. I don't know what I'm cooking. Here's a core flip, though, from Drew Danger. Clears it away. Finds a gold barrier in the process. On that power play, the Banish comes up just short. Bell's low on stagger, can't play as aggressively as he might like to here with that goal, or with that core getting dangerously close, but now collects an orb, has the speed boost from the Orb Dancer. Drew Danger stalls for a moment, Bells can't collect, just a little bit late. Here's the rollout log, core flip, back away, looking for it right behind Vaughn, but Corey's back in time. There's the core flip, comes out, and now the KO as well. Corey taken off the pitch this time. Gravity Well, taken away. Here's another core flip from Drew Danger. Quick strikes, Catalyst, Fire Up, all to the hand. So much for being an Orb Goblin. He's an Energy Goblin now. Looking to send it away once more. But Corey will find the shot again. 1-0 up in the set for the Sad Boys.
It's also worth noting, if we do go to one more draft, Egoist, I think, is still available. So we could see the full Energy Dubu, which would be quite humorous. And given the way this is going, I mean, Sad Boys are showing that they haven't given up yet and they still have some fight in them. It's very likely we do see this game go there, as we see that Corey is just taken off the map by Appa.
I expect nothing less from the Sad Boys. Just wait until they download their opponents in any given game. You know, the Liari rune is probably not something they've played against in quite some time. We'll be looking for the goal here, but can't find it as the goal gate's open. Core flip burned by Oxbug, looking for a little bit of extra damage. Bells would get out alive. Vaughn forward, playing around this anomaly here. Just playing ping pong with True Danger, keeping the score away from everybody. But the anomaly comes through once again. So much for all your stalling tactics. Liari puts another quick one back with that.
No, and that, again, the anomaly usage is so good here out of Liari's rune. I've really been impressed by this. I don't have any other words for it because it has been so good. And you're right, it looks like Sad Boys really just haven't prepared and played against rune much in recent history. So they're making good use out of it here. Liari is, as Appa's taken off the pitch once again.
All right, I'm corrected by Joker in chat who reminds me that they did play against the Liari rune less than 24 hours ago. All right, my bad, chat. It's about the narratives, okay? But now, Core Flips finds the KO. Here's the power play opportunity here. The Sad Boys need to find a collapse. Rose Warp, piercing shot, looking for it again, but True Danger still holds. Here's the Fiery Flurry as well, but it doesn't have the angle. Core Flip punch finally will connect, but here's the Rose Warp, finds the angle with the piercing shot. Sad Boys are looking to take us to a set 5.
Corey able to line up the big chunky tofu hamster and the yellow core to secure the goal there, as Estelle does just line them up. We are going to see core flips should be coming out soon from both sides. We're going to see the core flip explosion that happens with fire up as everyone just starts using core flips because they just keep getting them. Bumper goes down, second barrier not going to fall just yet as Corey unable to hit that one. Appa using another core flip there. That wasn't Appa, that was Liari, apologies.
Bells on the dribble here, down to the bottom side. Token Fortress failed Drew Danger there a moment ago again, and now Oppabug KO'd once more. Power play opportunity. Drew Danger will core flip and take it back up to the top side where there's nobody standing except Corey. And now the core will drift all the way back down to the other side of the pitch. Drew Danger walks ahead of the piercing shot. Doesn't let it get into the goal box at all. Bells now looking for the collection, looking for the KO against Liari, who can't find the banish. Rose Warp. There's the energy burst. Corey can't quite find it there. Now Bells in pursuit. They're looking for the KO against Liari, who now dashes right back away. True Danger is the last one up on the 1v1 over with Bells, who flips it up into the air and sends it down. We are heading to a set 5 in this first game.
Yeah, Bells just got that Orb Dancer stacked up to 10. I was watching Bells run around as fast as possible like a cheat out there. So securing a KO here on the Bells is going to be important as Drew does want that Egoist. Let's see if it is denied here, which does make sense. I was hoping it wouldn't.
Universe.
I wanted to see it. Big Fish getting denied from the Juliet. Extra Special getting denied from the Rune. Cast to last is what falls. Maybe the Juliet just wanted extra special. All the same. A really good Stagger Swagger coming out here for Corey. And then peak performance for Oppabug. Ooh, this is a good draft, but I think it favors Sad Boys, right?
It's hard to tell. You'd have to imagine likely does with Stagger Swagger, keeps Corey online. Happy Star even for Bells to get a little bit of extra damage. But the thing I'm looking at here is the Chrono Boost plus Cast to Last combination from Liari. But it doesn't matter, as now Liari has to try to hold the 3v1. Will warp away trying to save the goal barrier and just to try to get back in time, but no. So much pressure coming out from the Sad Boys. Vaughn gets involved in the front lines. They're able to find the double KO and convert.
It's worth noting that Oppabug almost has the entire Stagger collection, is just actually missing the Big Fish, which is probably the most important part of it. But those aren't probably powerful enough to make the difference here. Cast to Last is okay on Rune, but I feel like they're struggling to get the kills already with the banishes, and oh my god, that escalated so quickly as Vaughn gets in there with the Egoist for the goal.
Vaughn can play Drew Danger's little game too. Once the goalie gets enough speed, can challenge to the other goal box. And will do the case just there. Wow.
Really awkward Dubu movement there as Corey and Liari are unable to interact with the core.
What is going on in this set? Sad Boys looking to swing it right back. They're on game point now. But the goal gates are open the other way. Liari looking for the core flip down to the bottom side. Will find a redirect right in front of the goal and creates enough chaos there for Oppabug to send it right back. Chikara trying to stay alive here once again. This is coming down to the wire, Lovin.
It absolutely is, and we have 2 core flips coming up on the side of Chikara. Bells has a core flip right now, which is going to get Vaughn and Corey to that core flip ASAP, as we already have a barrier going down. Drew is off the map right now. Ooh, a core flip used by Appa to try to stall for some time. The rune pillar is trying to hold on as best as can. Appa and Liari have to make this work. Another rune pillar holding it down, but there is just so much offensive pressure coming down as they finally get a break in the action.
Look at how much speed the members of the Sad Boys have now, with Bells not being able to be KO'd, at least thus far. Uppabug looking for it here. Still meets the corner as Bells stays alive, preserves those 10 stacks of the Orc Dancer, and once Vaughn has an energy burst online, he'll start running in with the Egoist speed. But now, goal gates are open for Chikara Channing. Liari to herself off the anomaly, but Bells finds yet another KO against Uppabug. Here's the anomaly for Liari, just trying to keep some semblance of forward momentum, but the whole gang is here. Here come the boys. They're back in town, and they're looking for this goal barrier. Uppabug comes back online, though, and the play will interrupt for a moment. His funnel will retreat back to the goal box. Here comes the orb speed once again, though, from Bells. Takes it himself, finds the goal barrier, and now Vaughn gets involved on the front line, sends it right back himself, and the Sad Boys will come away with a reverse sweep victory over Chikara Channing. But Lovin, that was only game 1.
That was a wild game 1, too. Holy, the speed making the absolute difference there. Who knew the innocuous Orb Dancer pickup in the first draft was going to be the game breaker at the end of this? I didn't see that one coming.
You're like, oh yeah, you can have your little Orb Dancer thing. It's a fun little denial. You don't want Drew Danger to have it. But then Bells takes it and uses it to its full extent, especially in that set 5 when Vaughn's able to join him on the Egoist speed as well, running right in, controlling the entire map basically, and critically not ever dying past the last few sets. Once he picked up that Orb Dancer, I don't think he went down a single time. Uppabug was never able to find the KO, was always tanking up so much damage, but couldn't find the conversions himself.
Yeah, and I think like Liari played really well at the beginning, but Corey was able to step it up a lot, and Vaughn played out of his mind in this game, locking it down and helping out with the offense so much, especially in that final set, getting the Egoist, which just is how the game works. But it is unfortunate that when you get in these like reverse sweep situations, like obviously Drew wanted that Egoist, but there was not a world in which Drew gets it, because if Sad Boys take that point there, it is there, and obviously someone on the side of Sad Boys is going to be first pick and will be taking that Egoist away.
Yeah. So well done there. And always something we have to consider is, okay, which actually carousels do you get to take? Because some of these later carousels, you know exactly what you're looking for. You know exactly what you want to deny, as so many awakenings are in the game, of course. Other thing here I wanted to note about Liari playing this rune, early on, especially set 2, set 3, a lot of those banishes were landing. A lot of them were not necessarily converting into KOs, but at the very least, cutting stagger bars in half and dropping them from 3/4 full to 10 points on the line, right? Versus, later on, there's more speed in the game. You see a lot more energy even come online for the dodge. They can start predicting some of these things and avoiding them altogether. And all of a sudden, the Ari couldn't find a lot more of many of those banishes, hardly at all. Was so worried about where the cores go as it got sped up over the course of the game. Couldn't find a lot of those banishes, couldn't find the collapses in some of those 1v2 situations and the team up with Hoppabug that we were seeing on a lot of times. And I think that also plays a part of it as the late game continued to progress, as more speed came in the game, and as more KOs were able to be converted on here for Bells especially, just wasn't quite enough. But now we'll see what changes here in this draft as we load into game 2. We are heading right back to Atlas's lab.
It's like we never left, which means in theory I expect to see the same or similar bans. I'd be really surprised to see a Juliet ban come out for either team, because I think both teams are happy with how their Juliets performed here. So we're likely again going to see it was Era Atlas, and that's probably what we'll see again, unless there is some awakening here that's really insane. I do feel like, as
No.
you said, there is the ruin ban. They respect it, and they should. If Liari had kept playing as well as she was the entire game, I think Chikara Chatting would have won that game. And as you mentioned, she struggled to hit banishes as things got moving faster, and the pillars were having less effect on the game.
Yeah, and now, of course, taken away. I mean, what? Have to imagine maybe it's a Timeless Creator, cast the last start. Who knows exactly what it is, but we'll certainly find out in a second. Instead, Liari goes over to the Luna, and now it seems as though Vaughn goes over to the Vice. I will say it, not familiar with this pick for Vaughn specifically, unless someone in chat is a knower, and I am not. But hey, we'll see if it comes out here. Plenty of damage between the Juliet, the Estelle, and of course now the Vice. It is indeed a Castellat start, I was correct. Also with bulk up here.
And the Castellat start is probably why you're seeing the Vice, as we have a swift KO on the not Liari, hold on, I can't find it, on the Corey, as they are just holding down the barrier just barely. Vaughn also gets the reverse barrier. How good is Vice, by the way? Eject button allowing her to be both offensive and defensive at the same time. Corey looking to find it here through the Tofu Fortress that is actually bamboo, and Bells finds it with the dash punch.
Beautifully played by Bells. Once again, right place, right time. Punishes that one against True Danger. And look, a lot of KOs we saw in that one. Vaughn still able to hold it down on the goalie. By the way, I never doubted Vaughn specifically on the pick. I just said I was not familiar. So, hey, comes in there, but now we're looking for it again. Unfortunate little ricochet here as the goal gates will open. Oppenbug looking forward, and he'll find it just the same as Bells did. Return favor to the bottom corner. We'll find that one equalizing this game. We might be in for another long one here, Lana.
We absolutely might be, and we knew that coming into this set. I do anticipate that this could go to a game 3 as Appa's off the map. One thing I am noting about the Julie difference is one of them took Vambrace and one of them took Pummelers. So I wonder how that'll come into play here as Liari is able to sneak it past Vaughn and take a barrier.
He's as though Oppenbug, concerned with staying alive, wants to maybe play more of a core control game, whereas Bells, of course, looking for the traditional Juliet look of a lot of these KOs, dash punch combos when you get too close to the edge. Attempts to get a little bit of harassing done against True Danger, and the collapse is not made by Liari and Oppenbug. Here's the Fiery Flurry, though. Finds the goal barrier. Bells in the corner. Strike Wars won by Liari. Bells can't collect, and now it's back up to the top side. Here comes Vaughn. Doesn't quite feel comfortable going for it just yet. Wants to hold on to this goal barrier. Rightfully so is the Vice, but Corey comes in with the Rose War piercing shot to secure the goal down there on the bottom side of the map. Open territory.
Yeah, that was a really good passing play there by Bells and Corey. So much respect and focus was being given to Bells, and they were able to get the pass through, and Corey was just able to barely sneak it in the bottom corner of the net there.
Supernova out. Oppenbug and Liari both rather low. Oppenbug will steal back the orb on the other side of the pitch, but no, it's goal gates open here for the Sad Boys. True Danger down to Liari. Vaughn tries to keep it alive with the power cord, but won't quite find the redirect he wants. Vaughn forward, takes it himself! Right past True Danger, who can't find the strike. Sad Boys 3-1 in the first set.
Yeah, I do feel like the Vice pick here is strong, because the thing they were having a hard time with was their offense, and this does, give them a third forward, as the meme states here. Looks like that Twin Drive might fall to Vice, and if they get Primetime and Twin Drive, which it looks like they will, this game is going to look a little rough. This is massively favoring Sad Boys here already.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw a use case for that Thunderstruck come in out of Vaughn's Vice, of course, challenges the 1v1 with True Danger and comes away victorious. You know, if he loses the 1v1 or True Danger is able to find the clear against that power cord, so what? But then, otherwise, it's a goal that goes in, you know, and worst case scenario, you drop right back to pick up the core. Liari does have quick strikes. See if that comes in, as we haven't seen any energy awakenings yet, really. We'll see what else comes in, though, as Liari is taken away. Vaughn will lose a goal barrier and make a witty remark at himself for it. looking back the other way, but there's a KO against Drew Danger now, who can't hold this gold barrier. Liari is back, but probably won't have the same defensive prowess as the Rune in the last game. Oppenbug, though, wins a couple strike wars up to the top side. Here's the Crystal Thorns as the core shifts down to the south. Now Bells looks to collect. No. Corey will get it up there once more. Here's a core flip from Vaughn, keeps it forward. Tofu Fortress, Bells threads the needle to send it back.
That is the thinnest hole I think I've ever seen a core flip get shoved into. Got to be careful what I say there, as that was almost a brand risk moment. Just finding like exactly a core-sized space there, as Vaughn is already looking to take both barriers with a quick offense, only gets one and then trades one of their own away.
Fiery Flurry out here, Oppenbug core flips, looking for it back, but no, we'll lose the Empowered Strike, and there's a clear to come through for the Sad Boys. There's the Crater come out, which we haven't seen be too incredibly impactful so far. See if that starts to come in, but now True Danger, oh no, can't find the clear away. But now Oppenbug finds the collection in the corner, and I'll tell you what, these corners have been brutal for both goalies, as Oppenbug finds the Dash Punch combo there to send it right back.
Yeah, and for Vaughn, it's obviously really important that it stays away from that corner, as Vice has no stuff, anti-stuff potential, as we just accidentally give up a barrier there. And Drew Danger's coming forward, has to go back though because he realizes that his goal is a little in danger as Liari has taken over in the back.
Here comes the Dubu forward, baby. He's got energy burst and he's coming for those goal barriers. Will find the core flip there, uses it defensively. Bells now gets knocked away by the boost. Can't find the dash punch against Drew Danger. Corey tries to keep it forward here as Vaughn was dashing in on the Thunderstruck, but no. Not able to find much of anything here. Oppenbug continuing to try to harass Bells, but now Drew Danger staggered. Bells can't find the finishing blow, and now it gets sent away by Liari, who keeps it in the bottom corner away from the goal barrier. Drew Danger still getting harassed, this time by Corey. Finally picks up his favorite snack of an orb. Send us away. Here's Tofu Fortress once again. Just gets it around there. And now Corey right back over to this corner, finds the strike right in front of it, and there's Vaughn on the Thunderstruck Supernova combination. The Sad Boys are about to take their second set.
Dude, what a finish to that point. Holy, so much pressure being put out. A really good shot there by Corey to send it up and away from the dude who was just a little too slow, and then Vaughn just locking it down with the Vice special.
Talk about an explosive finish there. That's the name of the ability, folks, Supernova. But now, goal gates are open for Chikara chatting. A little bit of ping pong here between Drew Danger and Corey, but it gets right back up top. But here's Liari on the boost up to the top side. Curves it right around, beautifully done. There's some math equations and trajectory there too. I gotta dust off my physics punks. We're on Atlas's lab, there's a Supernova ability in the game, there's rockets involved. All I know is that this might as well be rocket science here with how these teams are treating these games, because it is darn close. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, we could have said earlier that they used quantum physics to get the core through the Dubu wall, as Bell's coming out here making a lot of pressure. Appa secures the kill and gets a barrier, passes it to Corey, who is not on their team, but it works out as Liari and Evil Drew Danger come up in the power play, hoping to get a goal here. Really good use of the secondary there by Vaughn to lock that down. Appa with the core flip and just finds the bottom corner for the goal. That was
still an impressive save,
right?
From Vaughn, first time. Might not have found the clear, but hey, look! Chikara chatting takes the second set. They're heading to priority on this carousel. Oppenbug gets the pick of the litter and is hovering the catalyst for right now. Stacks on stacks available as well, but indeed will lock in this catalyst. Fire Up is online in this draft as well, though I can't imagine we'll be seeing too much of it here.
No, probably not. Catalyst is the right play. There is the Fire Up, probably because there's not too much here that is great, and they do have the quick strikes on Liari, right? I am surprised that Drew shied away from the orb. It looks like he wanted it and then decided not. Is Orb Drew Danger, having a character arc right now?
I don't know, but this is the second or third time that Drew Danger just hasn't picked an Orb Awakening when it's been online. Must be lower on stocks for the Orb Replicator here or something, but you have to figure even with the energy sharing, the experience sharing, it could be useful. Nonetheless, doesn't matter because after the rebound off of the gravity well, it goes right back down to this corner. Jakara chatting, putting his wheels in this train right in reverse. They're on a 3-goal streak of their own.
They absolutely are. They have been offensively clicking, and double KOs here coming out. Both midfielders are down right now as we do see the Vice trying to make a play along with Bells. Vaughn has to go back. Looks like not much is going to happen with this power play, but a sneaky lob almost finds the barrier, and then the Galaxy does secure it there for Skarken.
Bells in the corner again. Collapse comes through from both Vaughn and Corey. Rose warp up to Bells. Can't find the connection as Appa gets involved. Here's the Tofu Fortress, though. Supernova out the other way. Appa not able to find the loop Vade there. Here comes Bells in pursuit. Core flip, Drew Danger down to the bottom corner, gets it past Corey, but Vaughn will core flip it himself. Looks to take it around the world, and now Thunderstruck back up to the top side, finds some kind of a clear angle. Knows Corey is back on this rotation, but it doesn't matter because Aqua comes through with the punch to find it. Thunderstruck up to Bells, didn't calculate in the trajectory there, and now the whammy will connect with Vaughn, who's taken off of the pitch. Corey tries to interrupt things here. Bells as well. They're on full defensive mode right now in the 3v2 without their goalie back. Corey will find the interruption once again. Here's a fiery flurry. Core flip out of Applebuck. Sends it away up to the top side. Bells now with Vaughn back online. Forward in that Thunderstruck. Here it comes again. That twin drive. Passes up to Corey, but no. Liari's there on the boost and sends it right up to Applebuck, who punches it back. 4 straight for chatting.
That was such good defense there by Bells while Vaughn was down, I just gotta say. But, I mean, really good there on Drew and Liari to not get surprised by Corey in the midfield when they were passing it back and forth. They knew what was happening, and they were able to work around it just fine and make sure Corey didn't get a sneaky goal there, as Jakara chatting already having a good offensive pressure. Applebuck securing one of the barriers and not able to get 2. Probably no abilities there.
Slips by. Here's the fiery flurry. Bell stunned with that Thunderstruck coming through. Vaughn elects to not go in. Still, barrier will hold. Here's Tofu Fortress. Gets up behind it thanks to that core flip. Denied once again. Now, dashes away. Liari in danger perhaps. Here's the whammy. Tries to get involved. But it's back down to Applebuck here. Supernova out. Liari almost gets taken off the pitch, but no, will survive for now. Summer Assault comes out, but the strike still is there for Corey. It rings true. Fiery flurry. Looking to send it down to the bottom side. Here's Vaughn on the Thunderstruck, but no. Only finds the KO to Liari, and now the power cord comes through to secure it. Snaps the drought for the Sad Boys.
And there they go. They're finally on the board. They're going to make this one a set, of course. One thing to keep in mind is when Corey is getting into those ping-pong situations, never mind, it is Liari who has the quick strikes. I'm insane. It's okay. We're cooking today.
Telling you, we're cooking something. I don't know what we're cooking other than pretty good Omega Strikers gameplay. But hey, that's what you came to order here on BestieInSlot. Hope you all have been enjoying the show so far. I'm also doing this to give my voice a rest for a moment because
no, you're fine.
I feel like I'm gonna need it as this goes on. But now, goal barriers fall. Supernova's out. Vaughn looking for it down to the bottom side, but the Crystallized Thorns comes out. Get it behind Drew Danger, and Bells is there to send it straight back. 2-2 here for who takes the third set.
Yeah, no, and obviously both teams want this for obvious reasons, but the Awakening draft is what I'm more interested in because the winner of this puts themselves in a really good spot just to secure this whole game, as Appa not able to get it there. Good defense by Vaughn and Corey. Liari does get it there with the core flip, as Drew's moving forward to looking to use that core flip probably offensively. Might have to use it defensively here, but they're able to keep up the offensive pressure for Jakara chatting between Appa and Liari. There goes one barrier to fall, as we see that Appa just gets eviscerated, and Evil Drew Danger is still holding it down as nothing's come out yet. There is the core flip getting it through past Bells with really good patience. Liari doing a little bit of dribbling, a little bit of stalling. Appa back.
Appa back online. Here comes Vaughn. Thunderstruck Supernova looks to secure the goal barrier. Now Fiery Flurry comes out, just comes up a bit shy, but there's a Thunderstruck again from Vaughn. Core flips in to send it back. The Sad Boys will take set 3 and priority on this carousel, trying to keep momentum ahead as we head into what could be potentially the final set of this series.
Absolutely. And it is Interesting. There are a lot of good picks here, by the way, for this Vice, who does end up going with the Happy Star. Dubu, of course, going for the classic Orb Dancer, as we expect Drew to do. Egoist out for Bells. Probably Rapid Fire, Prize Fighter for the Julie. Yeah, and then Specialized Training and Rapid Fire still? Heavy Impact still. Okay, both good. That was a hard draft there at the end for the last couple people. Not a lot of good picks there, especially for Corey, who was left with the slimmest of pickings. Maybe this Orb Rep is the play. I do wonder how good this would have been with that Replicator earlier, the Dancer that is, as already Liari is off the map.
With Vaughn picking up that extra special, that Happy Star, as he's called it once or twice, he'll have more opportunities to go for these Thunderstruck twin drive plays right in front of the goal box, these aggressive Supernova plays, which will be something to watch out for here. And of course, you mentioned Drew Danger picks up the Orb Dancer here, just must not value the Replicator alone, but then might force that Supernova or the extra special away, but Goal Gate's open. Appa almost collects the core in the Fiery Flurry, but no, here comes the Crater. Vaughn has to dodge away. Core will fall. Die for a moment down on the bottom side. Strike War won by Vaughn. Here comes the Sad Boys. They find the goal barrier. Drew Danger rolls forward. Here's Liari on the boost. He'll send it right around, and nobody's back in time. 1-0 on the board here for Chikara Chatting.
That was an absolutely beautiful angle there by Liari to just thread the needle right past the Vice secondary, right past the Vice herself, and get themselves a goal on the board as the barrier falls to Corey's primary on the Estelle. Bell's getting it with the dash punch. Liari looking to make their own play with Appa. Double barriers down. 2 core flips on the side of Chikara Chatting. Good ult by Liari there on the Luna. Appa gets it.
Online. Here's Appabug, denied by Bells. Corey, Rose warps away, tries to prevent Liari from even so much as touching the core. There's the core flip from Drew Danger, sends it right back, and now Appa's there! Finds the punish! 2-0 up here for Chikara Chatting. They are looking for priority on the final carousel and sending us to yet another set 5 between these two.
Which is what we expected going into this. We knew this was going to be a close matchup. We didn't know how close it was going to be, but offensive attack here for Chikara looking good so far. As, who was that? Just got blown up. Corey in the house.
Sent away. Right on back, and now Goal Gate's open once again. Drew Danger so far forward here on the Orb Dancer. Tries to get involved, but now here comes Bells and Vaughn. Can't find the connection there, but Bells still has the speed. There's the core flip, sends it right back to the goal barrier. Vaughn in the Supernova, dodged away. Here's the punch from Appabug, but this time it's cleared away by Vaughn. Drew Danger, forward. Liari back in the goal and now boosts in. You see the rotations coming in from Chikara Chatting as if it's incredibly well rehearsed and practiced. But it's not enough to find the goal for now. Corey will collect. Vaughn tries to get it to Bells, and Bells will find it once more. But can't get it past Drew Danger for now. Vaughn now back up to the top side of the map this time. Power Chord comes out. Piercing shot will find the connection. Corey will send it back. And the Sad Boys do not want to let this get to a carousel that they know they won't have first pick in.
That was a really good offensive attack by Sad Boys there. Drew Danger had nowhere to safely send the core, and they were able to find the goal because of it, as Appa gets us a barrier quickly. And Liari secures the second one. Goal potential coming out here for Chikara Chatting.
Goal Gate's open. Appabug almost has the energy burst forward, but it's denied by Vaughn. And now double barriers fall on the other side of the pitch. But here's the core flip from Appabug before Vaughn can react. And Chikara Chatting has sent us to another set 5.
They absolutely have, and it's... Of course, this Awakening draft is the most important. We have the Ponderer there for the Dubu, who's already at 10 orb stacks, by the way. There's a lot of good stuff here for the Vice, too. Deadeye, Missile Prop, even Hotshot is pretty good. I don't think we'll see that one as the Deadeye is taken. 1-2 punch on Julie. Ooh. Missile Prop denied from the Luna.
Also
Perfect
not
form.
bad for Corey, right?
No, it's not bad. It's pretty good. I think I would have probably preferred Hotshot, but when you're denying, yeah, it gets a lot better.
By the
That's a
way,
good draft.
Liari now has perfect form for a little bit of extra cooldown reduction. And then, oh wait, no, Drew Danger doesn't have orb rep. We just talked about this, man. Okay, never mind.
If he had taken orb
something.
rep, this game would have been probably over, by the way.
Well, not necessarily, because probably it would have been denied right in the last carousel. But now Drew Danger comes forward here on the Orb Dancer. Almost secures the goal, but there's the Crystallized Thorns out of Corey. Find one the other way. Now gets it up right behind the second one. And right there on the edge with 0 HP virtually. Rosewarp piercing shot once again. Sony salutes, sir. You deserve that one. 2 goals away for the Sad Boys to put this one to bed.
And then we don't get to go to the all-exciting Game 3, so obviously we're rooting for Chikara chatting here as the core slips right past Evil Drew Danger's Tofu Fortress. I think it's doable. They can do this. They can get both barriers and get a goal.
Especially if they keep winning in some of those strike wars. Bug, Energy Burst, sends the core up, and now Liari on the boost. Barriers will fall, Gravity Well taken away. Drew Danger tries to save it up to the top side here, and actually will be successful in doing so, but it'll get behind and now he loses both. It'll fall. Liari over to Appa.
Oh.
Corey tries to get back in time, but can't. And there are either team scores 2 goals to win this game.
That is the problem for Drew there, trying to save that top barrier. You end up losing 2 so frequently on Assless Lab, which is why it is not a favorite. But Appa almost dead, but Bell running around with speed from the Egoist secures both bumpers, and there's the core flip, and good save.
Denies it from Drew Danger. Well done. Now it's back the other way as Liari tries to keep it on that side of the pitch with the crater, but no. Thunderstruck stalls out the core for a moment. Vaughn does have the energy burst, and now here comes Liari. Looks for the pass up to Bug, but he wasn't expecting it in that time. It's right over to Bells, who has possession. Vaughn, Thunderstruck forward. Bells finds the KO, and Sad Boys are on match point.
God, that is crazy. Holy, this is an explosive game. Things are happening so fast, and the core flips are putting so much work in. The KOs, too, have been really important, as here comes potentially another one, but we just see a lock coming out. Appa looking to secure it and can't get it. The defense is too strong there from Sad Boys.
Orb stacks reset, but he's right back up to 2 as he steals the mid orb, but the goal gates are open here. Liari looking to shove it up to Bug, but no. Sent away. Now this time by Corey. Plays a little bit of ping pong with Drew Danger on the Gravity Well. And he'll collect it here in the corner. Corey will have to dodge for a moment. Still finds these passes up to Bells. There's the Summer Assault though. Will prevent it for a moment. Thunderstruck. Vaughn doesn't come out in time. And now the KO comes through. Bells in position, but doesn't have the dash to secure the goal. Corey right back up to Bells and finds it with the punch and the dribble. Sad Boys. Don't ever doubt them for a moment, chatters. They'll take it, but what a match it was.
That was a close game. Corey, by the way, kind of goes unnoticed in these games, but Corey really stepped it up in this final game from the last. I would have loved to see another map other than Atlas twice in a row. I'd love to see any map not twice in a row. Just because that could be the difference maker in these games and it could swing. But what a great set from both teams there, and Sad Boys walk away with it. Probably a little bit happier than normal.
Chikara chatting, I think probably walks away with that one pretty happy as well. Look, they might have been playing with a sub, and say what you will, but I think most people still rate Vaughn pretty highly in the goal, and of course Corey is known for being a midfield menace. So to walk away with that one, force 2 set 5 games back to back on the same map, even with your opponent throwing a different ban at you. Of course, given the Starter Awakenings, it made sense, but even still, I mean, a lot to say here for Chikara Channing, who have showed up within the past few weeks and are looking to take some names in this league. All I'm saying is, power rankings be darned, they might not be the 10th best team in the league.
I think if anyone has Chikara Chatting in their power rankings 10th, I think they're doing a little something, you know? They have to be higher up than that. They may not be, well, they're not the best because they just lost a set to someone, but they are definitely a very strong team as they showed us today.
And hats off to them for the performance they had, but again, still Sad Boys pull it out in the moments when it matters most. I think that's the other thing, maybe. The nerves of steel for this team that has been in the position so many times Even Corey, of course, right, who's been playing at a high level, whether it had been on the Sound Boys or not, for an extended period of time in multiple tournament, top finals appearances. And when the pressure is on in these kinds of matches, when everything counts, when everybody's watching, it does make that big of a difference to have that strong of a mental game. So hats off there, of course, the Sad Boys for being able to pull that one together. They'll take the match 2-0. But next up, we've got another one that should be incredibly interesting. It'll be Oshi no Core Flip taking on Demons Raw. Give me your best Raws in the chat, and we'll be right back on the other side of this break. Welcome back to opening day of the North American Strikers League. K-Bot and Lovin joining you once again. Lovin, how about that last match we just saw? If that's what's to come in this league, I am more than excited for the next 7 weeks of play.
I am absolutely excited for the next 7 weeks of play. I mean, first of all, I get to sit here and hang out with awesome people like UK-Bot. But second of all, we get to watch some awesome Omega Strikers gameplay, and we get to see really tense, really close back and forth battles against the titans of Omega Strikers, which I have found absolutely exciting. That last game, sure, it was a 2-0. Sure, it could look one-sided if you looked at it from the outside looking in, but watching the games, it was really back and forth and really close.
I don't think you could call 2 set 5s a wash by any means, by any definition. Certainly well fought on both sides, and now we've got yet another up-and-coming team attempting to go and challenge a Titan. It's Oshi no Core Flip, this team that has been on the rise for their ability to play a lot of these damage-heavy compositions, looking for those KOs, versus Demons Raw, a team that, of course, is known to be at the top of certainly the Western server, challenging the Sad Boys in a handful of tournaments here. And it'll be exciting to see how this one exactly unfolds and whether or not Oshino Core Flip can prove that they also are up to the task.
Yeah, no, and I really like a lot of the members on Oshino Core Flip. I make no secret about it. I'm a huge Mirimeg fanboy. I love listening to Mirimeg talk about Core Strikers, their take on Core Strikers, Omega Strikers. Their takes on everything are so wonderful and well thought out, and they have a really deep understanding of this game. I also really do appreciate Merchant's gameplay, the aggressive goalie style, which I guess is kind of new to what we're seeing recently, but Luna, Vice, just a lot of damage and a lot of KO potential coming out there. I'm excited to see what they can do in this. I'm not going to go as far to say that they're winning the whole tournament, but I'm excited to see their potential and them flourish in general.
And it's been fun even to watch them, continue to rise up the ranks, continue to take some of the victories against some of these higher level teams in tournament after tournament, proving themselves time and time again. They've certainly caught the eye of a lot of folks in the scene. And now again, it's all going to be a matter of whether or not they can be put to the test in this kind of a league setting. And, again, their first week opponent of Demons Raw is not a team that they can scoff at, right? When you're considering that they've got Gumi and Kainu, this duo that's been paired together for what feels like an eternity, won the NASL Western Conference last season, and now in comes Snake, replacing Gravity on this roster with a little bit of a role swap as well, who's known to play also this kind of brawler style, but most notably, the Juliet or this Zentaro that can have a little bit more core control, a little bit more space denial as well, and it'll very likely pair pretty nicely with Kainu here. We haven't seen a lot of their games, of course, but I imagine it'll be quite a treat to watch this pair or this trio play.
It absolutely will be. I mean, I think they're projected to be one of the strongest teams currently in NASL, and I look forward to seeing what they have to show us as well, as the potential from that Kai Gumi lineup is always strong, whoever their third is, and Snake is a incredibly strong player. So they have a lot of potential. There are a lot of teams with a lot of potential, and Oshino Core Flip is also one of them. I'm hoping to see some close games today. I want to see a set 3 today. That'd be awesome for us and for those watching. So let's make it happen.
Well, we'll see if these teams give it to us, or if that won't be the case. I mean, game 3 or not, set 5, please. I'm down for more of that. Even doesn't even need to be the game 3, but nonetheless, we'll see what these teams do have in store for us in just a little bit. We are now in queue, waiting for the teams to join us. And so this should be a fun one here. Looks like we're about to get underway for game 1 here. Oshino Core Flip versus Demons Raw. Again, the challengers versus the Titans. Yet another one, David versus Goliath, as we load into our game 1. It will be, drumroll please, you can tell I'm really trying to stall, a third game in a row on Atlas's Lab Lovin'. Woo!
Woo! It's only like there is one map in the game. I'm so excited for more Atlas Lab. Oh man, the diversity, the options, there's so many cool things you can do on this map. The galaxy in the middle is really what does it for me, as we see they're taking away Asher from Mirimeg here on the side of Demons. Rah!
Asher and the Kai gets banned away from Gumi, but I think Gumi's totally fine. Picking up this Vice here. Of course, it's expected that Merchant will be playing the Vice as well, so we'll see that ditto in the goal box as it does indeed get locked in. And now we'll see what Kidoob here opts to pick. Sometimes we'll favor this Aimee, and indeed we'll lock that one in. So the only difference being a Juliet for a Zentaro here.
Yeah, and I wonder which of those is obviously going to have more impact as we get into the game. Awakenings, do they... Specialized and Chrono Boost. I am surprised to see that Gumi didn't take Chrono Boost, as it is really powerful for Vice. I wonder if that'll make a difference as well, as everything else seems to be normal, as a lot of pressure just put on Miri, who is just almost deleted. Good evasive. Merchant also doing a little unwell here, as Gumi almost gets KO'd.
We just started! Do we have to start completely beating each other up? Okay, never mind. I asked a stupid question because that's exactly what these teams are going to look to do. They're playing heavy damage compositions that are just going to want to go all in and all for broke. As Mirimeg gets taken off the pitch, but Gumi will let a goal barrier fall here. Now gets right past Kashikoma, who on this Aimee is also a noteworthy player here. Has a lot of abilities to look for more damage, but also space control, area control. That'll be exactly what they'll be looking for here now. Saved away by Gumi. Wins the 1v2 in the strike war. Now, looking right back the other way. Here comes that firewall sentry. Same one out of Kinu. Up to this top one, but no. Denied for now. Kashikoma down to Mirimeg. Can't collect on the dribble. It's all right. Let's get some of these goal one nerves out of the way here. The first North American Strikers League appearance, of course, for Oshino Coreflip, and I'm pretty sure for all of these players who are playing together in the OSPL, now looking forward for their first goal. Can't find it there. Yet again, off the post, up to the top side. And Lovin, we're still in overtime.
We are still in overtime. A lot of death and decay already, as we actually forgot that there is an air hockey game going on, and this is actually just a PvP battle, team deathmatch, as they finally open the second barrier on the side of Demon's Raw here. So both gates are open, but this has been a long overtime as another power play coming out for Oshino.
Mirimeg finds that KO, now looking forward, but Gumi's got the core flip to send it away. Merchant also has one here, and now Thunderstruck forward. Kashikoma low on HP, and Merchant can't find the collection. Here's the Firewall Sentry, uses it defensively, but Mirimeg still staggered. Now looking for it once more, gets knocked away by the glitch pop, and now knocked away once again from the top corner, but it slips through as Kashikoma's glitch pop will connect. First goal on the board here for Oshino Coreflip.
Wow. Yeah, no, Atlas Lab is not supposed to play quite this slowly. It's not quite an Oni Village. But a lot of pressure, a lot of back and forth play coming out from both sides. I mean, obviously that was a really good glitch pop from Kashikoma to secure the goal there, as barriers do fall on the side of Oshino.
Snake finds a KO, and now Gumi comes in forward on the Thunderstruck, sends it right on back with that eject button, as Vice goalies are known to do. And he'll put that one there. And hey, look, that's the name of the game. Finding one of these KOs, then collapsing on the goal with your striker advantage. Looking to do more of that as both of these teams playing virtually mirrored compositions.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure there was placed down by Kainoob with the firewall sentry, as the gates are now open for Demon's Raw. And Oshino is looking to make it happen.
Looking in, Merchant forward. Trying to find an angle, but only meets Kinoob. Now finds this, and Kashikoma comes in yet again with another glitch pop goal diagonally down. That little bit extra layer of insurance, winning strike wars again for Mirimeg here. Can't quite let that one fall through. Hey, able to pick it up with a glitch pop, but now gets KO'd for the trouble right off of the gate opening. Is Snake will find yet another one here on the specialized training Oni's blade.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being coming out here. Again, the Kashikoma is looking really good here. A lot of pressure from these glitch pops. Able to make sure that Mirameg does win the strike war, essentially, by placing it behind him, which is really good. Is how you like to use those glitch pops in goal line situations, as Snake is doing a little dribble and finds himself dribbling off the side of the map.
Snake taken down. Here's Mirameg in the fiery flurry. Can't find the goal barrier there. Now glitch pop sent away. Firewall sentry will connect with the goal barrier. Core flip used here. Kinu can't find the angle to send it back as Kashikoma now gets KO'd. Beginning caught between the goal line and the Oni's blade. Core flip from Mirameg stalls for a bit more time. Kinu once again looks forward for Snake, but now Gumio let it fall. Thunderstruck forward here. Can't quite find it. Now shuts off for this side of the map. Gumi forward, almost punished, but no, not this time. Kashikoma trying to get this one over to Mirameg, but so many projectiles influencing the core right now. Looking for this again, but there's Kashikoma. Taken off the pitch once more. Kinu can't quite find it, but there's the core flip from center field from Gumi. Right down to the bottom corner. Demons Raw equalize this first set.
Yeah, no, they're able to utilize their pressure really well, Demons Raw are, and open up Gumi in the middle with the core flip to secure a goal there. They're getting these KOs, and they're really capitalizing well off of it. If the KOs aren't happening, though, it does look like Oshi is able to hold it down, and when they're all up 3v3, it feels like Oshi's playing better right now as it stands, and there is a KO putting them at the advantage right now. Merchant looking for it, has to go back, unable to get in there and get the core flip, which is something that you want to do with the eject button vice. Be really aggressive with these core flips.
Yeah, now looking for some kind of a play here. Does have this core flip, and now Mirameg will collect on a KO. Dash punch sends one away, but now a nice strike from Kinoob. Finds the top barrier, right back the other way. Punch comes through. Here's the supernova. Off the rebound. No. Mirameg not there, and Gumi will interrupt. Here's a glitch pop comes down from Kinoob. Interrupts things once more. Firewall Sentry is out. Merchant will collect it expertly, but there's the glitch pop. Finds the goal. It's Imi versus Imi for who scores most of these things. Forget about your primary forwards. It's all about the midfielder play right now.
That is what Imi is, right? Imi is the I'm going to win the game for you midfielder, and Imi just can take over games or be completely useless. There's almost no in-between with Imi players in solo queue. Trust me, I know. Prime time going the way of Gumi. Egoist for Merchant. Obviously, the first timeless creator goes to the winner of the first draft here, which was Kainoob. And we're going to go Big Fish Rapid Fire on Miri and Kashikoma. And then the Zentaro, not looking too happy, ends up taking the hot shot. Looks to me like, if I had to guess, the unsurprising winners of that were Demons Raw, as they come out with a lot of pressure here, using two of their specials right away to put Snake in a really solid position to open up those gates.
And I mean, the timeless creator here for the Firewall Sentry going to play a likely vital role now. Beautifully done from Gumi to get that core right on up to Snake to send it straight back. Don't even need the hot shot. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
or whatever other awakening would have gone there.
Yeah, the timeless creator really puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team, and it really makes the Imi turret so much more threatening as Miri gets both the goal gates and just scores it. 1v2. Miri says, I can do it. Move out of the way. That was impressive stuff there by Mirameg.
That's the power of the Fiery Flurry on this Juliet. Do not think it's just a glorified couple of punches, because it will lock things down, stun goalies. Gumi had to dodge away from it. Couldn't quite find the angle to get it clear out there ahead of time, and that's what these Juliets do. Collect the core right in front of the goal and shove it right back. Oni's blade used from Snake. Looking for a little bit of extra stagger, but can't quite find it there. And now the slice and dice on down. Looking for the goal barrier. He'll keep it himself. Gumi almost gets KO'd. Mirameg really looking for this one. But Gumi will survive for now. Core flip from Kainoob after the cyber swipe. Comes up with the goal barrier. And Snake up to the top side. once again, Merrimack being a problem for Gumi on the backside, so much so that Kinoob is back to try to help Gumi. Firewall Sentries will make an X on the map. They mark the spot, but they won't find the goal barrier. Here comes the Cyber Swipe. Oni's Blade out of Snake once more, and there's the KO with the Energy Burst. Merrimack finally taken off the pitch. The Demons Raw got plenty of breathing room. Looking back over to Kinoob, but no. Power Chord comes out. There's the Supernova. Finds the goal barrier back on the other side as Gumi was trying to go forward to collapse for the goal. Here's the Supernova, sends it backwards. It is back in time nonetheless. Cyber Swipe, here's a Fiery Flurry. Hits the core once, it's up in the corner. Snake was trying to look for the goal, and now it's over to Merrimack. Dribbling play here, Power Chord can't collect. Merchant's there on the bottom side though, but it doesn't matter. Merrimack takes it himself once more with the Fiery Flurry, and it's 2-1 for Oshino Core Flip in this set.
I was really impressed by Demon Raw's defensive prowess there, as they held down that one lock for such a long time, only for it to fall from a cross-map special by Merchant, as we do see that one of the Imies is taken off the map right away. That is Kashikoma. Passing plays here being good. I really like the presence that Demon Raw has. They look very coordinated in this, and it really looks like Oshino is on the back foot here as they go in.
Here's the Supernova looking to clear some space, but it doesn't matter. Kinoob's Cyber Swipe comes in just after, and it'll be enough to win. Do we call that an ability war? Because it's not really a strike war. It's an ability war.
It's a strike war with abilities. It's the same thing, right? I mean, it gets called a strike war all the same as Merchant almost dies there. That would have been tragic. Yeah, no, it's an ability strike war. Because, like, I win strike wars all the time with Blitz Pop. That's just how you play the character, so that's what it is. But, again, a lot of pressure here coming out from Oshino. Raw, sorry.
Demons now in the corner. Here's the Firewall Sentry. It slips right by. Don't know what happened there, but Core's able to slip by, and now Merchant forward on the Thunderstruck. Now gets KO'd for it, though. And Snake will collect the Core into the goal. Demons Raw up 2-0. They have been pushed to the brink of both of these sets, but they come out victorious in the end. So we head on over to our second Awakening draft.
Yeah, Oshino Core Flip just hasn't been able to quite seal one of these out. We are getting really close sets, and if they do seal some of these out, we can easily see this go to that elusive set 5 that we're really excited to see. Zentaro taking Heavy Impact. Vice, which is Merchant, is going to be taking the Twin Drive, which is the all-important Vice tech. We do have Twin Drive Chrono Boost, which is like every Vice's dream. Aimi gets the Prize Fighter, and that is Kashu. No, that's not Kashikoma. That is Kinoob. A lot of good stuff coming out here. Juliet even gets the 1-2 punch late. Unfortunately, Kashikoma does have to take Fire Up, which is not something you exactly love to see. And Gumi does get that Missile Prop, which extends the range of the Vice quite a bit.
Snake now, 4 KO streak on the Zentaro. Kashikoma is back here. We'll use the Firewall Sentry to keep it alive. And hey, look, gets up to Mirmeg, finds Goldberry in the process. But now rushing forward is Snake. He can't find it there. He'll drift back up to the top side. Kashi will hold for now as Merchant comes back online. Thunderstruck comes out here, prevents Kinoob from coming in. Supernova barely nicks the core, but it's enough to get it away from Snake. And now Dash Punch comes through from Merrimack to secure for the Gold Gate. But a Glitch Pop will send Kashikoma away. Doesn't matter, because there's the Thunderstruck, and Vice has made her center of your opponent's goal box debut. It's not a debut. It happens time and time again. Merchant, another one here for Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, no, the Twin Drive on Vice allows Vice to just be so much more aggressive than normal, although Vice is already a very aggressive character, as we've talked about multiple times in this cast. Speaking of aggressive, Merchant, Mirrormag is just beating up Gumi there in the back, kind of okiing a little bit. But that extra Twin Drive usage just allows you to be so much more aggressive on the Vice.
Gumi, low on stagger, afraid of being KO'd by Merrimack. And now Thunderstruck comes in. Will be enough to stun Gumi away, but it's still saved. Gets sent away by Kinoob now. And Snake's able to collect, interrupting the midfield pressure. Here's the Oni's Blade, tries to give it away. Burns the Glitch Pop here, but Merchant comes forward again. No, still sent away as Gumi comes back in off of the respawn. There's the Gravity Well, it explodes, and the Thunderstruck doesn't come out in enough time to keep Merrimack away from the core. 2-0 up in this set for Oshino core flip. Other thing I wanted to comment on here, Lovin, the 1-2 punch plus specialized training combination means this fiery flurry is hitting so much harder.
You're absolutely right. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that could almost KO from the middle of the map. Oshino just now needs to capitalize off of their 0-2 start, and they need to seal the deal here and win themselves a set, get some more awakenings, then get stronger and scale up into this game.
There's the Firewall Sentry. There's the Fiery Flurry. Comes out again. This special combination for Kashiko and Mirimeg, but it won't find the gold barrier for now, as Gumi will be able to hold Thunderstruck up to the top side. There's the Power Chord. No. Doesn't find it back. Here's the dash coming in from Mirimeg on the Flying Phoenix. Will find the gold barrier this time, though. With a Firewall Sentry will connect with the KO. And Merchant can't do anything but watch the core go by. Demons Raw keep the set alive here, preventing this yet. And are we going to be in for another fifth goal? Don't tell me this. Come on.
Another reverse sweep, you mean? Or do you mean going to set 5?
I mean, just fifth goal in this set. It's 2 sets in a row. We've gone to 5 goals.
You're absolutely right. And Oshino needs to make something happen here. They have so much pressure. It's amazing that they aren't quite finding it. Even when they knock out Gumi, it just seems like the defensive lockdown from Kainoob and Snake is too good. I mean, they're taking barriers on defense right now when they're down a person. The power plays haven't really worked out for Oshino core flip, and they haven't been able to get too much from them. As I said, they seem to be better in those 3v3 situations, and I haven't been able to exactly make heads or tail as to why, as the gates are finally open for the side of Oshino. And they get it. Merchant just walks up, that twin drive showing off, Egoist popping off, letting him get in perfect position to get the core flip, and hey, only 4 points this time as we go into Awakenings.
Only 4. And we'll see what comes up here, because I imagine it's going to be important here. Super Surge built different. Catalyst, stacks on stacks, all online. Even the Monumentalist to fall down to the Imies. But it's the Cast to Last picked up first here by Merchant. Built different, Denial, and the Catalyst falls over here to Mirimeg.
I'm almost surprised that the Catalyst didn't go to Merchant there with the Egoist. I thought that would have been really good, but obviously Cast to Last is good for Vice, and you don't really want to give that over. The built different here looked to be a Denial pick, but Mirimeg still gets the Catalyst, so it's pretty good there. Kashikomo with the Tempest Wings, pretty weak as gates fall already, and we almost have a goal. What is happening?
Mirimeg will kill for some time here with the Fiery Flurry, but 2 quick goal barriers now. Looking for the response here. Merchant comes back. Snake dashes in, and oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no, wait. Indeed.
Okay, that was just my screen where everybody DC'd. Wow. All right.
Oh no, that's fun. We're still going. Oh. You like in a weird DC'd lobby now, or?
No, I'm watching the game.
Oh, okay.
It was just weird where like everyone stalled out for a moment.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, no, I really like how this Awakening draft went, unfortunately, for the side of Demons Raw. I don't know if it's going to work out for Oshino, just giving stuff up as gates open. Snake gets it past Kashikomo with the beautiful dash there. The Super Surge really panning out for the Zentaro.
Game point now for Demons Raw. Keeping Oshino core flip to 1 set here and sending us over to a second game, but gold barriers fall. Mirimeg does have this energy burst online with the Catalyst, and now Supernova hits hard, and Mirimeg is sent away. Oni's Blade is back for Snake to keep the gold barrier alive, and now they take one of their own, but here comes Merchant on the Egoist speed. Will find 1 gold gate, sneaks down to the bottom side, works the entire gold gate, but can't find the angle into the goal. Snake will pick it up for the top gold gate here. Now, looking forward to Snake. Can't find it there. Supernova tries to buy Merchant even a little bit of space, but now it's right back on the Thunderstruck, and Gumi can't find the strike. Oshino core flip, stay alive for now.
Merchant making it work. That Egoist pickup really helped enable that potential offensive attack. They didn't quite pan out there, but the Egoist actually looks really good here on the Vice, on the side of Merchant. I am interested to see how this is all going to pan out, and maybe Oshino brings it back and wins this set, and we go into the rest of this, and there is the damage coming out onto Snake. Snake looking a little cracked here as barriers do fall on the side of Oshino. And we get it through the Timeless Sentry and the Blitz Pop securing it makes it really hard to clear it out of there. As we talked about, that IME turret with Timeless just puts so much pressure, and that is such a key thing for IME to get.
All coming through there for Kinoob, who did indeed used to pick that very IME quite often back in the midfield days, which we haven't seen a lot of as of recent, but now back in the comfort role here, able to play such a role, not only in that last point, but also across the board. Came up, I mean, it feels like Demons Raw, everyone's coming up with a little bit of KOs, a couple of assists, a couple of things here or there, and they're working together beautifully as a team, again, playing all of this damage into the pitch and being able to find these opportunities to find a lot of these angles, much like you'd see Oshino core flip do, but of course a little more limiting perhaps when you're playing that Juliet, who has to feel like she's almost situated in that goal box almost at all times.
Yeah, no, the Juliet was having a hard time finding any purchase that game with only 61 redirects. I'm going to guess that they felt like they got out core controlled on the side of Ocean Core Flip. And they're going to have to look to make an adjustment here going into the next game. Maybe we just don't see an Atlas Lab game. Maybe it's Night Market and they're able to run this team composition back and the Juliet's able to work out. But the Zentaro had so much more presence and control over the pace of the game than the Juliet did, which I think was ultimately the difference maker there. So, hey, maybe we don't get Atlas Lab 4 games in a row. How's that sound?
We are at the whims of what the Odyssey Interactive gods have in store for us here. Other thing I wanted to comment on, though, is that I don't believe we've seen a lot of Mirimeg actually picking up the Zentaro. In fact, in one game that I was watching back in Liftoff, it was Kashikoma on the Zentaro paired with Mirimeg's Asher, likely because the Juliet was banned away. And so, might be something that they consider, but have to imagine the Demons Raw are going to stick with the same Asher ban, likely knowing that they just don't want to mess with that at all and would rather go up against this Juliet, who maybe has to, lean more into finding more of those KOs, all things together. But who knows? We'll see what happens now as we load into our second game. Demons Raw up 1-0 in the series. But it is still Damage City here, 11. Demon Days is the map.
I wanted to call the Demon Days map randomization, but I didn't want to cut you off, so I am excited that I do get my wish here. I want to see a Brawl Fest, and we're going to get it. I think they can also run the Julie on this map, although this isn't like Julie's best map. It's a pretty good map for Julie, but they say, oh no Julie for you today, as Juliet is banned. So we'll likely see an Asher mirror here. That'd be interesting to see.
I feel like it's probably going to be the case because I don't know what other strikers Mirimeg could possibly play. Although now we see the Rasmus get locked in. Potentially looking at the Rasmus goalie like we saw earlier today. Kinoob now opting to switch over to the Drakkar. So a couple of interesting changes in the lineup here. It is the Vice gets locked in. Have to imagine that is still Merchant's pick there back in the goal box. And so that means Rasmus comes in for Kashikoma.
Oh, and the built different Awakening start. We're in for a game. Lot of sustain here. 2, 3 siphoning wands, 1 vicious Vambrace, and of course double eject button here on both devices, which could make the difference as we already see damage coming out, and that damage is not going to stop as gates are open on the side of Raw.
So fast there. And now looking for it again, but Mirimeg completely staggered, can't play aggressively here, almost gets sent away, and now will by the Arc Beam from Snake. There's the Path Splitter that comes out, but every goalie gets their one. Every goalie gets their one. They get one.
When you play forward and you just whiff strikes, it's okay, and you don't get flamed because you're allowed to whiff 100 strikes a game. But when you play goalie and you whiff exactly one, everybody just starts question marking, like, what happened there? But yeah, every goalie gets one. It's fine. Gumi had a little bit of a PC issue there, and it'll be fixed shortly, so all good here. Nothing to worry about, as this game is a pretty stock full of damage, which is what we expected to see. A lot coming out there on the side of both Mirimeg and Merchant, as Miri is looking a little pained to say the least, and Off the map goes 2 players there. I don't know. This is a hard game to see how it's going to pan out because the damage potential is insane for both sides right now.
Of course, less so when one striker on both sides is taken away, but they're back online here, and the goal gates are open for Demon's Raw. Looking back in for the goal, but now staggered once more. This time, Kashikoma gets taken away. Gumi forward on the Supernova, forced to send the core into the corner. And now Merchant forward here on the Thunderstruck. Can't quite seem to find anything, and will blink back. Snake does have the core flip, it'll send it right back with the dash flip cancel. Well done there by Snake.
Yeah. I mean, Snake saw a line and just said, this is the play we need to make, and it really pans out. I do think that sometimes the dash core flip from Asher is a little flashy and unnecessary, but that was definitely not one of those times. It was needed there, absolutely, as Oshino core flip is unable to find the locks there, but they do get one. Kashikoma pushed into position, not quite able to make anything happen of it, and now looking back at that orb, tasty, munch, but off the map they go, nevertheless, as it looks like it's going to be a quick barrier and goal here on the side of Raw.
Double KO comes through, and now looking for it. Merrymake is back, still has the power of this Asher, but Gumi's forward on the Supernova to send it away. And talk about things changing in the blink of an eye. Comes through here, now Demon's Raw up 2-1.
Yeah, no, this game is going to be all about the KOs and the power plays, which maybe makes it not the thing that Oshino core flip was looking to see. Is already so much damage out on Kashikoma and Merchant both. Kashikoma likely to find themselves in the timeout zone temporarily pretty soon, but actually, it's not. It's Merrymake who finds themselves off the map as gates are open.
Merrymake first. Here's the Supernova, but you can't get it around a built different Asher, who's still able to play down to that bottom corner. Snake will put yet another one back in Demon's Raw. Keep this set. Heading on to the priority picks in the carousel. It is Snake who gets his pick of the litter here. See what he opts for. Looking towards this heavy impact. Also the denial away from Merchant.
Yeah, and the extra special is also really good. Egoist on the Drakkar, probably best in slot. Not much great here. Timeless for Asher can be good here. The Super Surge is a good pickup, and then obviously the 1-2 punch. Because we don't have time for orbs. We're off the map too frequently for either of those to be of any value here. A lot more damage was picked up. It looks like this draft might actually have gone the way of Oshino core flip. I don't know if that's exactly going to matter. Good save there by Merchant, but I really like this Timeless Creator on Merrymake's Dorito, as it's just going to give so much more power and presence to it.
We'll see if Merrymake will be able to convert off of any of those plays from the Path Splitter, but for now, Hinub Snake doing a fantastic job of keeping this core right in this little area. Find the goal barrier and find the goal alongside a KO. They are not letting this core go anywhere, virtually suffocating out their opponents in their own goal box.
So this happens a lot when it's a big fish and built different starts. It becomes so hard to clear out of these tight corners. So like Demon Dias and Night Market make it really hard to play the game when everyone's big. Because everyone just gets in these clumped up situations as Merrymake finds the edge of the map after so many abilities get thrown at him. And it makes it really hard to clear, as the forwards can both just take up so much space offensively.
How brutal was that? But Merrymake is back in the fray. Here comes the Path Splitter from Snake, sends one away, and now Kashikoma's staggered as well. Power play opportunity, but the Arc Beam will connect. Energy Beam won't, but it'll send Merrymake away, and Gumi will be able to pick up the goal for himself. Does a little dance with the guitar, and smashes that down on the floor. Demon's Raw certainly putting on a performance here in this game 2 on Demon Days.
They absolutely are. I mean, we knew coming into this it was going to be a damage-centric game. I mean, the players did too. They all took some form of sustain, and we knew it was going to come down to who could stay on the map longer, which is how most Demon Days games go, as it is. And there we go, another striker in return, evening out the power play for now on the side of Raw, as Snake does come back. They still do get a barrier for Oshino, which is good, and we should see Kashikoma returning here as barriers fall on the side of Oshino.
Here's another KO as this time Kashikoma gets taken away. Energy burst forward. Snake, beautiful redirect up to the top corner to send it away. 3-0 set for Demons Raw. They're now on potentially the final set of the series.
And they have to be rawing themselves right now, because this is such a primal, visceral game that they are playing, and they're putting down so much pressure right now. Snake opting to go for tempo swing, really valuing that sustain over the prime time, which I thought was a little interesting. Big fish here. We get to see the biggest of snakes that you will ever see. Bulk up on Kashikoma there, just trying to find any stagger to stay alive a little bit longer they can. Merchant, of course, with the Castellas, and then Miriameg. Probably actually the first time you might be sad to be picking up the pancakes here, given how often you're going off the map. We'll have to see how all of that plays out right here. I will say, again, it does really look like Demons Raw won the Awakening draft here, which is not what we want to see for Oshino fans out there. People betting their bestie bucks, making sure that they keep themselves stocked up, as we already see Kashikoma flying off the side of the map. Barriers still up for both sides. Nothing to come from this power play just yet. Snake finds a way off the map too. One trip ticket to the timeout corner. Mirmeg trying to make it happen with the help of Merchant here. Gets it around. Gumi, that is the first barrier to fall, by the way. We've seen more deaths in this set than we have barriers fall, as there goes the second one. Gates open. Did Gumi hit
Gates open, and now Gumi tries to send it back around the path splitter, but Snake was not on the same page. Gets sent away, and Miriameg credited with the goal there. Well done. Finally finds something that works here, Lovin, at the very least. But you mentioned this as well. Kinu picking up that big fish, now sending it back. There's the core flip, comes out of Miriameg though, and all of a sudden, Oshino core flip putting these goals back.
No, they are, and actually really impressively here. Miriameg has stayed alive to the point where they're just like a hit or two away from completely maxing out those pancakes. But of course, Gumi comes up and gets a lock right away. There are the full 100 pancakes. Miriameg is fully stacked up, has finally eaten and enjoyed plenty of pancakes, so we get an Asher duel up on the top side. Unable to find a KO to either side. Miri probably trying to play a little cautiously now, trying to keep those pancakes alive. Again, nothing able to happen here. No purchase being found. The Rasmus is struggling though, as gates open. Gumi makes it happen all on their own. They had no way back, no eject button. They were all in.
How brutal is that? Just on the edge, right in front of the goal. Gumi is able to find the core flip there. No core flip. Still need to find another point here, but now one goal bearer fall. Merchant looks for the clear with the energy burst, and we'll find it there. Right on over to this other goal barrier here, where the Supernova comes out and tries to buy a little bit of space, but now goal gates are open for Demons Raw. They're looking to keep this one at 3 sets and 3 sets alone. Miriameg now taken away, low on stagger, and gets target acquired, locked and loaded, back away by Kinoob, and Gumi is able to find the redirect on the Thunderstruck forward once more. It is now match point for Demons Raw.
Oh, pancakes are reset. That is going to make this next point very hard for Oshino core flip. I'll be impressed if they come away with this one, as Merchant gives up the barrier unluckily. Stuck in a little bit of a special situation, though. It does look like they're able to get this barrier. They might have it open right now. Not quite good defense here by Demons Raw, as they are trying their best to get it through. Again, we see a little bit of okeying going on over there. Goes around gently, and nothing quite happening just this second. A lot of abilities being thrown at each other. They do forget this is an air hockey game. Gates open.
Here we go. Miriameg starting to get in position there, but has to go in the dodge. Now Kashikoma comes forward with the core flip. Oshino core flip finds another set in this game. Now they've got to convert it on this carousel. Let's see if they get what they need here in this draft.
Oh, wow,
Stagger
that's hard.
Swagger's online.
Stagger, Swagger, and Catalyst, though, which one do you take? I'd probably go Stagger here, but like that's actually a really hard choice, I think. Gumi should be looking at the Twin Drive here because you don't want to give that to the other Vice. He's probably going to take Deadeye. Ooh, okay, Prize Fighter. It's about the same thing. That makes sense. Take it away. I do think that Snake getting the Catalyst here is really good, and then we got Kainu with the Quick Strikes. They have more evades, more core flips, which is really important in these damage duels here. Unfortunately, Kashikoma has to take Hotshot there, which is not really going to help out that damage too much. Wow, this is hard to say. I think that Stagger Swagger is going to play a huge part in Mirameg not disappearing, but Mirameg still finds the edge as I'm starting to say that. Absolutely tragic here, but the power play has yet to yield anything as they have been able to hold it down on the side of Oceano core flip here. Mirameg back up, looking to make something happen here. Can't quite find the defense there with the Vice secondary as Mirameg opens up the locks.
Barrier falls. Goal gates open. Now, looking for it again. Off of the sound wave. Hits the path splitter and won't find the net. Off once more. Kashikoma, though, down there and now gets KO'd by Snake. Is now looking towards this goal barrier. Mirameg, arc beam forward. Not there, but Merchant's there with a core flip. No, denied by Gumi. Strike War won by Kinoob. Now here comes the Supernova. Merchant sends it right into it. And it goes back to the net. Gumi finds yet another goal here for Demon's Raw. The forward Vice comes through, and Demon's Raw 2 points away from taking this match.
Yeah, I think Merchant there tried to strike war the Vice secondary from Gumi, and a special, sorry, and didn't realize that it actually wasn't in the special at all, and thus didn't need to worry about that. Good core flip from Gumi to keep the barriers up and keep everything safe as Kashikoma is able to take one. A lot of damage. They're looking for that Snake KO, getting the core flip out of here, making that Catalyst that they picked up not useful. Unable to get the barrier for the moment, but there they go.
Here comes Mirameg. Now Merchant in position, and Mirameg will be there to send it right on back. And look, it's kind of a matter of who's able to find those KOs. And that time, of course, it was Oceano core flip. Convert there on the power play, and now continuing to try to claw back.
Absolutely, and the offensive pressure from Oceano this time has been fantastic as the gates are open once again. They've, whatever they have, the Awakenings have been clicking, they've been clicking as a team and as players, and they've been making it happen.
Snake taken away down there to the bottom side. Now we use that core flip just to send it around the world, but it goes right back over to Kashikoma. Now Snake intercepts it in the middle, and the goal gates will fall back on the other side. Kashikoma in the flip, denied by Snake, but it's over to Merchant, who sends it up to Mirameg, gets the cross up there onto Gumi down to the bottom side. Oceano core flip now is on set point.
And that is the power of full pancakes. That is what we call pancake power here. Mirameg is so fast, and this is why they banned that Asher the first time through, by the way, because Mirameg is quite good on it, missing the core flip there. Merchant able to get it around, does lose the barrier, does lose two of them. Gates open on the side of Oceano.
Gates are open here. Demon's Raw looking for the equalizer to send them up to match point. It's still going to be a matter of being able to put it away. Merchant forward on the Supernova. Now won't have that as defensive resource, but of course does have the core flip on his disposal. Here's Snake up to the corner. Kinoob is there. There's the core flip used over to Mirameg, who's able to find the cross up once more on Nagumi. Forward is the pendulum swing. Death Touch tries to pull it back, but no. Denied. Mirameg is there. Bullies away Gumi with the pack splitter and then sends it up to the top side to collect that critical stun with that path splitter that you called out a moment ago. Has that a couple of those creation awakenings, and now all of a sudden we're in set 5 territory again.
I don't know if Chrono Boost is needed here, but yeah, no, Mirameg is looking so good on this Asher. I didn't even see the Specialized. That is so good. Specialized and Happy Star. So much damage is going to be coming out from the Vice here. Glass Cannon, interesting. I don't know how often you're going to have that online. Rapid Fire is good. Of course, the Fire Up coming out to keep the team sped up and healthy on the energy front. More evades, pairs really well with Catalyst. That's actually a really good pickup. They probably should have looked to deny. A little bit more health here for Miramag with the reverb here, which is of course good. And then finally, Kainoob able to find himself a sneaky missile prop to make this Drakkar so much more effective as Snake finds the edge of the map once again at full energy. They're able to deny the energy here, which has been a really big part of this as Miramag's behind and gets the barriers open.
Now, second barrier almost sneaks it in as the goal gates will open. Miramag's there though. Stacks have been reset, so can't pull out the same fancy footwork, but Kashikoma's here to collect from the bottom side now. Snake's still trying to get it around. Here's the power cord forward once again. It's back to the blue goal box. Pat Splitter will do just that. Split the field in two for a moment, but Gumi is able to find a goal barrier now. Back the other way. Merchant has the supernova, and it connects. Snake is taken off of the pitch. Right back up to Kashikoma now. Plays it patient, waits for Kainoob to make a move, and now Miramag dashes in a little bit too fast. Merchant is there, and now it gets sent back right behind Gumi's supernova. Oshino core flip pull ahead in this game.
Yeah, no, this is a really close, tense game, and I think they've found the pieces that make this work for them. Muri has the speed to have the impact to stay alive, just dodge abilities so that they could be using that core flip to get the barriers down on the side of Oshino core flip as they open them up.
Uh-oh. Open them up again. Miramag to Kashikoma, back to Miramag. Can't connect with the arc beam, but it's Merchant able to give it the pressure. Now, Miramag up to the Thunderstruck there, but of course, Kashikoma gets KO'd in the process. Power play back the other way. Demon's Raw immediately collapsed. They find the barrier, and now are looking for the goal. It's Gumi to take it himself off the Thunderstruck from cross map completely. Super Surge online alongside that twin drive. 1-1, equalized. First to 2 goals, takes the game.
That is true, and Pancakes here fully online for Miramag as we find that swiftly Kainoob finds the edge of the map, not even 10 seconds into the set. They do have core flips up for both Ashers, used to open up the lock there and used to take a barrier there.
Barriers both sides now. Goes right in front as the gates open here. There's the core flip. Gumi sends it up to the top side around the path splitter. Miramag low on stagger. Kainoob looks for the dribble, but it's right back over to Gumi, who plays the third forward once more. I think Gumi probably has scored more goals than Snake and Kainoob combined in this one. And now it is match point for Demon's Raw.
Kainoob with the insane use of the quick strike there, really dribbling it and setting up Gumi so well to score that too. Like, sure, Gumi's the one who scored it, but Kainoob set it up really well. Snake with yet another thing. Core flip as the barrier's fallen. Core flip central.
Still denied, and now tries to do it one more time, but no, Snake is there. And Demon's Raw will not let Oshino core flip take them to a game 3 either. And will take the 3-2 set victory over their opponents in game 2.
Yeah, wow. I mean, at least that one went the full distance. We got a great game. I'm going to say Oshino core flip looked really good there. Honestly, I think they should walk away happy with their performance. And you were correct. Gumi ends the game with 7 goals to Snake and Kainoob's combined 5. Is worth noting that they had 19 KOs on the side of Demon's Raw and only 8 for Oshino core flip. Right.
Meanwhile, 44,000 damage coming in from Merchant. However, Oshino core flip couldn't quite capitalize on those KOs. It felt like both Snake, obviously, with the Asher, comes away with 10, but also Kainoob gets involved a little bit more in comparison to their forwards on the other side of the pitch. And at the end of the day, Demon's Raw proving once again that they're able to come out. But again, as we were talking about, I mean, hey, a lot of the pieces seemed like they were working for Oshino core flip in a lot of ways. Just when it comes down to a lot of these clutch moments, again, Demon's Raw able to edge them out time after time.
Yeah, and as the teams begin to meld, right, I think we're going to see so much better play out of Oshino core flip in week 5. Like, when we get to week 5, it looks like they're going to do a lot better because it didn't look like they were quite clicking yet together as a team. They have been playing together for a while, but I think a little bit more practice, especially in these high-level, high-stake games, and I think they're going to be able to really come together and impress us at the end of the season.
There is a lot more to come in this league. That's one of the best things about it, right? Is that after today, you've still got 6 weeks of play and 8 matches left to go before playoffs. So plenty of time. And look, if you're even Oshino Coreflip or indeed Chikara chatting as well in the last series, you've got 2 of the arguably toughest opponents out of the way early. You don't have to worry about them again. It's all focused from here on out against teams that are all these middle of the pack teams trying to vie for some of those last few playoff spots on the line. So it'll be exciting to see where the rest of these teams go. Oshino Coreflip certainly looked incredibly strong. Again, pushing Demons Raw there to the brink, but not quite able to overcome them as the Demons will secure their victory. And yeah, fantastic play all around here, love.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see where all the teams we watched today go, and some teams we have high expectations for before we even started playing and talking about it, and they showed up today. And some teams we are up and comers, and we're looking to see what type of performance they put on, how they do, and I'm ready to be impressed by some of these teams. I want to hear that Oshino Coreflip or Chikara chatting wins this whole thing, and we walk away at the end of this going, wow. That was a heck of a league that we just played through.
Well, only time will tell because there is a lot of time left for all of those things to happen, including 2 more matches left tonight. 1 more North American Strikers League matches. Orbits will take on Finesse as the Barcode goes up against his former team. And then second, we'll also premiere a match from the Tier 2 League that happened today. We'll, of course, be coming at both of you live, and on the call for both of those will be Magic 8 Ball and Fudgy Waffles of Goats Esports. Don't go anywhere, folks. There's 1 more North American Strikers League match on the other side of this break.
Hello, everyone. Ben Bison and I are here. We're Mega Strikers players, but we're here to touch some grass. We'll be walking up to it shortly. It's like
it's been a while for us, okay? It's our first time. It might be a little difficult. I hope you understand.
Wait a second. What's that sign I see over there?
On to the final match of the evening. This one will be an exciting one because it's both newly announced starter goalies going in a clash against one another. Barcode versus his former team. Gramella, starting with you here. Who you got?
I've got Finesse. My boys in the forward roles, Puffy and Joker, I think they're just going to run over the game.
Mystic.
I got to go with Finesse as well. Regardless of the goalie matchup, the forward gap is there. I'll say it.
Forward gap. Wow. Fighting words. Daftgrass. What are you thinking?
I wouldn't use fighting words like that, but I do think Finesse has a pretty good shot at winning this match. I'm going all in them.
I think Finesse too, even if just for the recency bias of coming off of their victory for both Joker and Puffy last night in Big Fish Friday. That was good to see.
Hello, all you wonderful people, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. It is our first week of Season 2, and we are on our final match of the weekend. And I am Magic 8-Ball. I'm joined here by Fudgy Waffles, and what can you tell me about this pretty interesting matchup that we've got coming up?
This is a super interesting matchup. This is Orbits versus Finesse, and there has been some roster changes since last season with both these rosters. We have Barcode on Orbits now, the ex-Finesse goalie, and Lilybun filling that spot on Finesse instead. So I don't know. There's drama behind there. I don't have the inside scoop on that yet, but it's like there's just a huge storyline here. Barcode. If Barcode wins this, it's like a huge I carried you guys moment. And but I would going into this, I do put Finesse as pretty heavy favorites. Puffy and Joker just kind of their resumes are very, very, very good, and it's hard to really go against them here.
Right, exactly. We're going to have to see how those two super stellar scorers go up against the literal definition of the Iron Wall in Barcode. And obviously, they're going to be banning probably his Atlas for the majority of the set, I would imagine, unless there's some crazy other picks that need to get put away from the other members of Orbits. But I don't really see that being super the case, right? Like, you probably want to neuter that potential wall as much as you can. And we'll have to see. On the other side, Lumos is still a very good scorer, very good brawler, so anything could happen.
Yeah, the only other ban that I could possibly see come out is Hook Resets. Plays a lot of Era. Kind of seen as a one trick, but definitely has other characters in the back pocket. So either can deal with the devil with that Atlas goalie, or perhaps look at this Era instead. But you could also see them completely different. depends on what they want to play, what they've been practicing. On the other side, could see Drakkar ban targeting Puffy. Although Puffy also just plays a lot of characters. Joker.
Right, same thing with Joker. Like, it's just, it's so rough to ban out forwards nowadays, right? Because they just swap to another equally good option most of the time, right? And whereas a lot of your goalies are one tricks because they could just choose a goalie that is not going to get banned throughout the majority of their games in solo, and all of a sudden they have to switch. It's an interesting little back and forth, but I don't know. We'll see. Overall, though, Finesse is probably seen as one of the top 4, right? When we looked at these power rankings, you could see there was a very clear distinction between the top 4 teams and then the rest of the pack. We are seeing in majority of these picks, Orbits is in that lower echelon, whereas Finesse is still pretty considered up in the contention for top 3, top 4.
Well, if we look at the records, Goats Esports it's like indisputably probably top 4, and then they've lost to Orbits and Sundubu, so that's top 3 at least right there. So I don't know where you're getting your numbers, Magic 8 Ball, but my numbers are telling me that this could go anyway, really.
Seems like we are going into the match right now. So we've got Oni Village, this Finesse Orbits matchup. We are seeing some very fun hovers and a very interesting ban, it looks like, coming out from Orbits.
Yeah, the Asher ban coming out in the era, targeting hook resets, makes a lot of sense. On Oni Village, maybe a bit more surprising. Maybe there's an awakening for that, but the Estelle is usually in the back pocket for hook resets, is going to be that secondary pick. And on Oni Village, that is Estelle's home ground. That's where you almost just to pick Estelle no matter what. So interesting to see that ban. I wonder if there's a cast the last start or something like that. This Finny is not going to be picked because it is banned, and instead we see the Dubu come out. He's very strong on this map.
Right, because especially on those side lanes, being able to fly up, being able to send out those Tofu Fortresses, going to be very nice for Barcode to put on some offensive pressure, which is what we've been seeing a lot from a lot of goalies, as we saw with the Vice goalies in that last set, right? Gumi scoring a majority of goals, but they can do it in other ways, and it's going to be interesting how they do it here. We've got Maddie, though, going to be in instead of Lilybun.
I forgot about this. I think this was known information, actually, that Maddie was going to be subbing in today. Lilybun couldn't make this week, I believe, is the story there. I could be wrong, but that's from what I remember. And Maddie actually getting the signature Kai pick, which is often banned back on when he was on PPL. So that's good, looking good, honestly, draft-wise for Finesse here.
Yeah, I really like this. Obviously, the Juliet might struggle to get things rolling here, but when she's got the core in her hands and is near a goal barrier or the goal line, it's pretty set in stone. But the other interesting thing is the Lumos Rasmus, right? That's a very nice pick here because of the speed ups, because of the hook that can reach from so far away. It's got a good opportunity to get these things like these goal barriers at a moment's notice.
Yeah, that added mobility is huge, and not only just that mobility from playing Rasmus, but you also stacks on stacks start. So almost everyone except for Barcode, who took Missile Prop, running the stacks on stacks, will be moving really fast. The flip comes out, almost gets that goal. Joker tries to find the angle out. Puffy's turn with flip here. And, just stopped by Barcode. Able to roll out, just cover up a lot of space there, and kind of is able to catch it no matter where it goes. Is the idea there, and is able to catch that immediate shot there. And now this really could go either way. Now flip's going even. Joker able to get that bottom right under Barcode. Get that shot.
And already a lot of these stacks are completely filled up. This is like a perfect storm for OD Village for people to start running away with the core. And I mean that quite literally, because of how these stacks just keep adding up, how it's so hard to get killed because of how big this map is. It's going to be interesting to see if Joker can actually get those KOs and reset those stacks. I think that's going to be a very big deal.
Yeah, that's definitely the big difference between these comps, is that Rasmus has a lot harder time just getting random picks or anything like that. They have to be standing really like right next to the edge, where you have a lot more leeway with that Julie. And if you can get one of those picks, that's really good with all these stacks online.
Gonna be crazy chaos right now as the goal gates are down once again for Orbits.
or for Finesse, excuse me. Resets is just trying to clear this one up at the top. Gonna be good. Maddie able to get the barrage across, but no, Hook resets. It's there for the clear. And that's another even score. Just back and forth so far. Nothing too crazy, nothing too special.
Yeah, I said it was going to be hard for Lumos to find these KOs, but finds one onto Puffy, and that's a stack reset there. So have a little bit more momentum for Orbits coming into this next round, but that's the first gold barrier down, and probably another one coming soon here. That's all the cooldowns down from Barcode. If we can get a dash punch or a flip through here of Joker before anything comes up, could be looking good, but they're managing, Lumos did Hook resets, managing to keep the pressure up so Barcode can take a second to breathe.
And that's something interesting as well, right? The Barcode generally has really solid positioning, but is able to get bounced around this time. Juliet just coming right at him, couldn't nowhere to run, and is going to get KO'd, but the core flip is going to stall it from Hook resets, and Lumos is using these abilities almost perfectly in sync, and they're not going to be able to barely defend that. Oh, Orbits was so close to holding on during that 2v3, but the power play comes in clean, and that's going to be set point for Finesse.
Yeah, getting that KO there makes it so much easier to win that. Barcode doesn't have stacks, so no stacks reset, but it's very hard to defend without a goalie, but even with the goalie, immediately taking both goal barriers and then finishing it off, taking that point back, bringing us back to 2-2.
Yeah, that was so quick, right? And this is what I mean with running away with the core. Just a couple of hits from the Estelle and the Rasmus, which can very easily stuff you with those stuns and the abilities, and with those long-range hits. Means that it's very hard. Maddie's doing a good job so far at keeping this one down. Has the energy burst at the ready, and so does Puffy, so this could be a good opportunity for Finesse to make sure they can secure this last goal barrier, but Joker's actually looking a little worse for weather. Stagger, but Puffy's on the core flip, tries to get it through. Another one comes through. Joker dashing, not going to find it, is going to get knocked away by the log, but this time it's going to come right back, and the orb is there. Going to be able to heal up for now, and it's looking like a good position for Finesse if they can just get this one past the monster that is Hook resets, and they have not been able to get it through. They can't find a clear angle, and Lumos is right in the mix, is going to be able to get the goal barrier. The piercing shot's going to land, but Puffy's in the rotation, not going to be able to find that goal this time around. Barcode, they get past right through the members, and the punch stuns everyone to get a clean goal. Finesse takes the first set in a thriller.
That double stun was just absolutely ridiculous. Technically, one of them could have thrown an elusive out, but you just really don't expect both people to get hit with no size trainings. And already it's going to be an aerials or rapid fire. Almost, the big BD deny for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. BD deny, if you give that Rasmus size, it is just a menace. But now, no matter what, yeah, blocking the aerials is really hard to deal with that long range of stealth cooldowns, and also just really good on you, especially with strike shot just coming out of favor. A different missile training or a different range training to help you as Kai is really useful, especially when you just want to run up through the speed lanes and take barriers, as Maddie's been doing already. The aerials helps a lot with that. Joker kind of forced to take this orb dancer.
Right.
Probably not gonna get too much off of that, but I don't really expect Joker to be dying too often, so that could scale pretty hard if it goes by, but double barrier.
Oh, okay. Couple of goal barriers as Barcode suddenly found slipping. It's trying to fly, but is gonna end up falling flat. Dash punch from Joker off to 45, and I mean, hey, that's very quick. I really think that Joker could be the decider for this game, specifically because of that dancer, combined with the stacks, combined with the slipstream. All of a sudden, this Juliet that had a really tough time positioning on this map can do it very easily as soon as those orbs come up.
Yeah, stacks is just great on every character, and kind of just turns every character. Like a lot of characters have weaknesses of maybe you can't move around as much as you can as other characters. You don't have a speed boost like Rasmus does to haste you up and get you in. Hook resets, nice shot there. You have the ult to shove it in. But with Joker on a character like Juliet, I would say stacks is better than built different. I don't think that's very controversial on this map for certain, because you're able to alleviate that that downside of maybe not being as mobile as other characters. Both goal barriers taking immediately really good combos here, and the flip to finish it off. These rounds are going by so fast, and that's not what you expect from Only Village, but maybe it is what you expect from a stacks on stacks start.
Right, I think that that's the main difference. Is because they're able to overcome the length that this map has and the traditional like downside of playing it, the traditional reason that it's so hard to get these quick goals on. I also think it's just because the goalies are not prepared for these players to be moving this fast and being in such good positions. Like, look at that. Joker was just in their faces from midfield in such a short amount of time. Was not expecting it on the side of Barcode. And he's going to be able to turn it around. But overall, like, this is a very different kind of style game.
Yeah, Lumos looking real low here with the flip, but Puffy also in return. If they can get this KO here, that's a flip off table and stacks reset. But instead, the return KO, maybe they can still get Lumos, but Puffy is off the table and stacks reset instead. Flips offline, but does not matter. The double stun comes from a beam this time, and that's 2-2 once again.
And Hook resets. I know you mentioned that the arrow was the real pick for them, but this Estelle is looking very solid. Look at that Crystal Thorns that just completely gets a quick barrier, and they've been doing this like consistently.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm thinking about that ban back, and it's just the reason why, like I expect, honestly, even on this map, I expect Hook resets to just pick the Estelle over Era anyway. Oh, nice play from Lumos. The hook back into that sneaky shot to the bottom. Fools Maddie a little bit and gets that goal. Now that's tied 1-1, but
there was just that little bit of like a hesitancy that really threw off Maddie. Like, it's just such a little nuance that Lumos did put in there, and that was perfect.
Yeah, for sure. And going into this next draft, the Egoist comes out. That makes a lot of sense. I prefer quick strikes. A lot of people highly value Egoist. It's going to make sense, though. A lot of these points are coming down to getting flip and then using it. So once you get that flip and getting that speed boost, it's kind of ridiculous. It's really... like, everyone's already so fast. Imagine how fast Hook resets is going to be once the Egoist procs. Everyone else kind of getting just, like, pretty mediocre trainings other than the quick strike, I would say, is going to be the biggest thing to watch out for, is how these two Estelles are able to carry their teams through this next bit. Because...
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I also really like the Egoist, particularly because, like, if Hook resets can play more along the sides on the slipstream and doesn't have to worry about Joker because he has more evades at the ready and can get those refruns, it's going to be a lot better, right? Just going to be able to play off of that a lot more consistently. But goal barriers go down for Orbits this time. Going to try and turn this one around, keep it on the other side of the field for the time being, but Puffy is going to be able to run away with it. Joker dashes that one in. Just nice little high jump kick. And overall, like, no team is really, I think, has the momentum currently. I think it's very back and forth, and both of these teams could score at any point just given the way the core lands.
Yeah, like you were saying before, both goalies are having, it's really hard to deal with all of the, like, you have to deal with two forwards almost every time because they have the speed to move up and 2v1 you. Usually on this map you get the pass up and maybe your forward, like your brawler, usually gets a 1v1 with their goalie, but with Estelle and speed, you're getting a 2v1 almost every time, or at best a 2v2. So, like, both barriers immediately falling down. Great save there from that flip. Joker now has his own, looking to come up and make something happen, but Lumos is containing and has a flip of his own now, blocked by a multitude of abilities, mainly the barrage getting that through. Now Hook resets, having a chance to try to dribble up, give Lumos a chance. Instead, Lumos falls, the stacks are reset, but the flip is used in return from Joker. No longer has that as a scoring opportunity. Hook resets now in a possible 1v1 situation with Maddie. Might need to burn this flip, but Hook resets also getting a flip. They're just, like, everyone's building flips so fast right now, and now, Maddie burns the flip early. Hook resets uses that chance and patience to find that top corner. Just a little panic moment there. Gets it to 1-1, but this is why this Egoist was picked, is because everyone's getting flipped. In these higher level matches, people are striking the core so much more, especially on Oni Village, so it makes so much sense to have that Egoist to help you out.
I was just about to comment on how Maddie was doing wonderfully in this goal during that volley, and in general, right? You know, PP Legends did not make it into NASL this time around, but Maddie can still contend with the best, and for a good reason. But wait a second, that's Barcode going down. Speaking of goalies, gonna try and punch this one in. This piercing shot lands on the goal barrier, and a Giga Blast is gonna send it right towards Hook Reset. It's gonna Rose Warp and not gonna be able to find the core with it. Joker just kicks it. And this is Finesse starting to at least make some progress.
Yeah, Joker just walks up and kills Barcode for free, which was just insane way to start that sequence. But so far, it's the second time Barcode's died, which is not what you expected. Not what I really expected most rounds to go. But if they can keep getting that win, fulfilling that win condition, but instead the opposite's happening. Joker instead now getting punished for existing, really.
Yeah.
And just now has to sit in the corner. Hope he doesn't die. Lumos playing Rasmus, one of the best finishers in the map, or in the game. Estelle also really good at finishing. But able to just, through all that pressure, instead kind of find themselves out of position, and Puffy's able to get a good 1v1. Hooker sets her up to let me defend, probably not on purpose, but oh, the KO! Maybe let me offend with that KO instead. Barcode now is flipped along with Lumos, and they have a power play, but does not matter. 2 flips, reverse power play. Joker dash punches that through Barcode. Cannot flip while stunned.
And there's a reason he was throwing out that emote. He knows that he can turn these games around. And like I said, the difference maker in these sets is this Juliet, and is going to be heavily rewarded with the Catalyst not going for the big fish.
Yeah, you need to take Catalyst. Not only is it super good on this map, and just every map really, Catalyst is just kind of insane.
Yeah.
Kind of maybe a little broken even. But you also can't let hook resets get that. Because if you let hook resets get that, then that's Catalyst Egoist on the same player, and that's just probably GG. So
Yeah,
a bit of a take, a bit of a deny. Might have taken it anyway, to be honest. I would not be surprised. But Big Fish ended up on Puffy anyway, and the double size of Big Fish built different and quick strikes is going to make Puffy, even on this map, just a menace in the midfield. It's going to be so hard to get through this man. This is a huge Estelle.
Yeah, look at this. He's already winning basically all of these strike wars against Lumos, and they can barely do anything about it unless they send out some abilities. Gonna have the push right there. The core flip is gonna send Barcode into the goal. Oh goodness, this is gonna be a run away from Finesse already. And the other thing too is Joker was getting hit a lot during specifically that last volley to try and turn things around, and they were trying to dump out damage on the side of Orbits. And now all of a sudden the Catalyst is going to make sure that they can't do that as effectively because of the Catalyst, because of how it gets hit away. But obviously if he's sitting by the side of the goal, the arena, he's going to get knocked out for it.
Yeah, missile prop. That's the first time that really has come into huge play for a KO purpose at least. But that is so annoying to play against. You don't expect it. It's so hard to get used to just this Debu ult. Having being able to go that far and just knock you back that much into the wall, you're just not expecting it. Puffy looking low here. Lumos has that specialized training, so would have actually been able to kill Puffy there if that landed, but it's not an easy ability to hit, and Puffy's able to just sidestep it, able to get that HP back, and now looking a bit more even. Hook resets, has the Egoist and the play. Loomhost able to win the strike war to get that final barrier. Maddie does have flip to possibly save this one. Lumos has it as well offensively and gets the KO as well. Lumos just sitting in front, waiting for the core to come to him, almost just falls in on its own anyway. Joker probably left to use it defensively, but instead Lumos finds it right in front of the goal and flips it in.
You know what I think is actually really important though? Is that Joker died, right? So all of the stacks, the Orb Dancer, and the Prize Fighter all took a hit. So his effectiveness is going to be a little bit lowered. They really need to start trying to KO him, or else he's going to have so many stats and so many chances to turn these things around. They need to try and keep him down somehow, but again, he's already got core flip.
Yeah, already has core flip. Is looking for Barcode right now. He knows a dash punch or ult dash punch plus flip usually just kind of KOs anyone, but not as bad as it did in beta. So able to survive Barcode is, and the flip, defensive flip, uses the primary to get through Joker there, but still 2 flips coming in here. Gonna be really hard to defend. A KO, just pure flip onto Barcode to take him out, the former teammate, but another just free KO goes through, and Joker's extremely low here and kind of has to stay back, but gets the orb, gets the dancer, moves up a little bit, just the whole 9 yards coming out from Dubu to take Joker back to low. One hook here just kills Joker from almost anywhere on the map if Lumos can find it. But instead, Joker runs back to play defensively. Maddie moves up instead and is able to get the goal barrier. And now Joker playing kind of second goalie here. Has enough evade now to survive. but can they mount an offense with Joker playing this far back with this low stagger?
They've dumped so many resources into trying to KO Joker and keep him staggered that I'm wondering if they're going to be able to get this goal barrier. It looks like they're not going to land. Piercing shot and Rose Orb come through. Joker's on the bottom side, open for a little bit, but not for long, getting absolutely dumped on with abilities. Gonna get that Dancer, gonna find 2 orbs, so he's gonna be running fast. Does not find Lumos on the side. Is gonna find a very suspiciously placed Dubu with no cooldowns and a rogue evade. But, honestly, I thought that Barcode was gonna be the difference during this game. But it seems like every single time they walk up to him, Joker just has his number.
Yeah, Joker, if anyone's going to know how Barcode's going to play, it's going to be Joker and Puffy. It's a little funny seeing that matchup and seeing Joker coming out on top. And comes out on top of a KO, no resets, and really no clear angle there. Puffy just covers everything, and that's the map 1 going to Finesse.
That is map 1, and very well deserved. Getting a couple of very solid awakenings, knowing how to play the draft, and knowing how to play the comp difference that they were given. Landing those KOs, understanding their early win condition, and finding success through Joker, and obviously with the help of Puffy, who is a monster on that Estelle. I'm curious what these stats are looking like. Just 6 KOs on both sides, but Joker was just nuts.
Yeah, the redirect differences are super interesting to look at. The midfielders, Hook Resets and Puffy. Puffy with the quick strikes in double size, getting over 70 more redirects than Hook Resets. On the other hand, you see Lumos was playing a lot more midfieldy and like working together with Hook Resets, which is another reason why the redirects are a little bit lower as opposed to Joker, who tends to just play up a bit more, although was forced to play back quite a bit.
Yeah.
Although never getting KO'd, and that Catalyst was a big reason for that. Just having your evade up always is just might be a little good. It might be a little good to just never be able to be killed ever, because when you get hit, you get to evade more, which is usually the opposite. Usually when you get hit, you don't get to evade more because you have to use your evade to block damage, but this awakening seems to be pretty good. It's pretty good to get pretty elusive for getting hit by the other team.
And especially just like getting hit by like a couple of stray Estelle abilities that aren't gonna do like a ton of damage to you, like the special and the Rose Warp. Like, you're just gonna get free evade off of that, and then when something that actually wants to kill you tries to come and actually do that, you're good. You're just gonna evade. You're gonna walk out of there. You're gonna find the slipstream and just go away. Just a crazy scenario. But if you're on the side of Orbits, how do you adapt to that, right? What do you think they could have done differently, or do you think it was just a matter of the way the Awakenings fell?
It's really hard, right? Honestly, even just looking back at draft, it's from the beginning, it's just real tough because you're playing against Maddie on the signature Kai. You're playing against Joker and Puffy, who are going to be working together really well with Era Estelle. They know they have their roles and they can fill them pretty well, where Hook Resets kind of has this small question mark of, like, their Era's probably getting banned, so what are you going to pick? Are you going to try and ban the Estelle? You can't really ban the Estelle, you kind of have to pick it, so you can't ban anything off of Finesse. You can't ban the Estelle. You could ban the Julie, but you probably don't even think it's worth banning because you want to play Rasmus and think that's probably the better pick anyway. So you might just want to have the Rasmus Julie matchup instead of doing something like a Rasmus Mirror. That would be kind of forced, or like Rasmus Asher, something like that.
And they were really worried about the Asher, it seems like, just because of the way that she could control the streams, and they wanted to try and force Joker onto the Julie and play a more core control comp around him, but it didn't end up working out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see just a straight up Kai ban come in. It depends on what the map is, but it's a standard ban against Maddie. Maddie does have other characters, but it's usually just what's expected. So we'll see heading into their next map if it's Aten City, which is a great Kai map. So, and another great Estelle map.
Right, I was about to mention that. This is going to be pretty much a similar situation, right? We're going to see a very similar draft, I'm expecting.
Yeah, I think so as well. Barcode, though, it's weird right now because a lot of people put Dubu and Atlas as not great picks, and there's the Kai ban coming out. Makes a lot of sense. The Era ban coming out as well. We're going to see an Estelle mirror almost like 10 out of 10 times here. Asher being hovered by Lumos. That could be... Ooh, Hook Reset's hovering. The Drakkar, I would find that kind of questionable, but Estelle mirror makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, just bread and butter, right? Having so much open field and so many options to deny is going to be so nice. But a full mirror coming out, the Kai going to get banned away, and Maddie is going to have to show what the Dubu can do. This is going to be a little crazy.
All prime times, so
wait,
this is
really?
Gonna be ridiculous. Yeah.
No. This is going to be so difficult to pull through, but like... Yeah, we're just going to see piercing shots going off like at all times. There's going to be 4 of them on the field like the majority of the time.
The light show has begun. There's going to be there's so many lasers just being thrown out through the center. Both these goalies should probably have a really hard time defending these goal barriers and the goals. I expect this match to be similar to the last one where it's going by really quickly, but instead of it being because everyone's moving so quickly, it being because just so many abilities being thrown out and not enough to be able to deal with, but also just the amount of damage that can come out from having that extra cooldown that also does more damage already shown as Lumos gets taken out and Joker is staggered. Barcode has to use flip defensively there to stall for Lumos, and now Lumos is back online, and Hook Resets now looking at a pretty good opportunity here on goal.
Looking at a pretty good opportunity. Joker's going to start getting chunked away. Lewis is on this side, a little dangerous, but he's going to find the path splitter to keep that core right there for Hook Resets, who lands that Rose Warp and just shoves it through the Dubu. Overall, though, like, this is going to, like you said, it's going to be different, but also very much similar. Both of these characters on the forwards are very good at stuffing, very good at just bursting their way through a Dubu. And so we're going to see these goal barriers fall and these goals come through very quickly. Because look at this situation. The Estelle coming through. The Asher's just sitting on top of this goalie.
No!
Oh, it's so rough if you're the Dubu in this situation.
Yeah, so much pressure. There's an Asher's just sitting on you. It's like, where can you really go? Sometimes you got to go to your own goal, if I saw that correctly. Not really like there was a clear angle, though. Maybe to try to bounce off of the goal, your own goal, is really pretty smart there, actually, because that's might be the only way is to try to stall something out. But not much you can do there. But also something I want to point out is that the same thing is happening as last game of Hook Resets taking Slick Kicks and Puffy FPS taking Magnetized Souls. It makes sense to their playstyles with the KO there from just all the abilities. And now the goalie is gone, so... Probably gonna get this barrier, but maybe not because this Joker able to hold this down. Asher just gets a free KO too with the flip, and now it's a reverse sort of power play now. Maddie able to walk up. This is such a hard spot. Almost is able to clear that. That was, if they cleared that, that would have been insane, but instead Finesse able to come up on top. But as I was saying before, Puffy taking these Magnetized Souls really shows, like, and Hook Resets taking these Slick Kicks kind of plays to how they want to play the game. Puffy FPS wants to get it to Joker, wants to get the core to Joker, and Lumos and Hook Resets want to work together to get a 2v1 on their goalie. That's kind of how they generally play the game. Slick Kicks allows you to play up further a bit more and a bit more confidently, while Puffy's able to just stay hard in the midfield. Both have their merits. A lot of people, I personally I used to be a Magnetized Soul enjoyer. Now I really like Slick Kicks for being able to make plays once you're up front. But Hook Resets dying to flip. Puffy gets the combo onto him, and he's not able to throw out the flip in time to save himself. So now Puffy, FPS, and Joker, they have this power play, and boy do they have cooldowns. Double prime time, you're just always going to have stuff up. Usually when you get a KO, you've used your cooldowns, and that's going to make it a little bit easier to defend, but with prime time, just has 2 beams. So what can you really do?
It's just beam once, then beam again, right?
Yeah, for sure. The double beam, I loved it in beta, still love it now. Stacks on stacks, incredibly powerful on this map. Although, so Puffy's going to have a huge target on his back for the rest of this game. With double prime time, they can just like insta kill them if they land everything. But quick strikes on Asher is also gonna be pretty insane. Fire up makes a lot of sense to just empower your teams. Just in general, speed's gonna be really strong, energy's really strong, and Monumentalist ending up on that Asher as well is gonna. No one really got. Everyone got something good here. I don't think anyone's too unhappy. I think everyone's just happy, to be honest. But I do think Puffy getting that stacks could be the difference this game.
Definitely could be the difference, right? Alongside those Mag Souls, going to be having absolute dominance in the midfield, and just like that, can instantly turn a situation near a goal box into an immediate goal with the prime time, with the speed. It's going to be very different. I also think something interesting, right, is that Hook Resets usually plays Era, so it makes sense why he likes Slick Kicks more, because he's going to have that speed boost that he's used to working with to try and use the strikes to maintain those goals, to maintain that goal pressure. Which I think it's just like an interesting little it makes sense with the playstyle. But speaking of playstyles, this is already an open goal.
Yeah, the barriers are going to be going down quick. And Joker gets the KO as well, so now it's a power play situation. Puffy is low. Hooker says might be able to find something here, and he does. But now it's 2v2. Joker, however, if he can find any cooldown combo here, can probably put him in a good situation. But even with that pass through the midfield, it keeps getting to Joker, which is just, it's really good if they're able to consistently do this. And Joker just finds a KO. Just on this map, usually just this makeshift dash punch that Asher has just is enough if they're staying too close to the wall.
It's insane, because whenever you see any other Asher player, yeah, they can get KOs sometimes, but not as consistently as I've seen Joker be able to just shut people down and put out the damage, right? It really is just a skill issue thing, because it's the pilot that really makes the character, and Joker makes this Asher look like it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Joker probably, I don't know, maybe I'm blanking, but I feel like Joker is really the only Asher that comes to mind when I think best Asher in the world. It goes one swag haver to the Joker for best Ashers in my heart, but love both of them. But Joker just makes this character look so different from anyone else piloting it. Lumos has flipped, so it's going to be targeted a lot here. The targeting is able to get them a goal barrier, though, but is traded very quickly. Puffy FPS now sitting in front of the goal, just waiting for this core to get through to him to get a shot with this flip. But instead, Lumos is able to break through. Instead, misses the flip there. And instead, we see a defensive flip from Puffy FPS to try to get to Joker. Hook Resets, though, has to use it, or Joker's just going to kill him because of that prime time. It's just so scary, just having these two barrier beams that can just get through. Puffy finds the angle, though. A little bit of Puffy angle, if you will. Past barcode and just secured a second set, though.
Now, this is a very different set than a very different match than we saw during the first one. This is a complete overtake by Finesse, who looks like they found their stride in the back half of that last match and just carried it through. Now that Joker is on one of his signature picks, and they played them in the mirror, which just to me just doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. But looking into this draft, this Awakening draft is just kind of best in slot overload. It's so weird that this Aerials and Deadeye are just going to end up kind of in a weird spot, because you have this Orb Dancer and Orb Ponder. You're on Authenticity, you have to take it. Puffy FPS now, again, #1 target. You have the stacks and the Orb Dancer. Well, instead it was Joker last time. It's Puffy this time. But they just absolutely laser beam Lumos. Already one man up, and this the great Tofu Fortress coming out from Maddie to keep that in play. And the abilities are up already. How do you deal with these barrier beams and these Estelle primaries? There's just so much coming at you.
I guess they're going to have to try and work around this Hook Resets Orb Ponder. Maybe just try and stall it out so that they can start churning out even more cooldowns, even more piercing shots, and try and turn this game around. But otherwise, Lumos is going to have to do immense work with these path splitters, with these core flips, if they could just get them off. But if they run straight into a wall and they try it, then it's not going to be worth it. Joker just energy bursts and kicks that player up out of the arena. That's going to be another one as Hooker Sets is standing in the middle of this field. Tries to get the barrier beam, tries to turn around with the 1v3. Hold on. Okay, he's not going to find it.
Yeah, the flip and dip is really smart there. It is really funny. I gotta get a screenshot of that moment of just Hooker Set standing alone in the middle of Aten City, just completely surrounded by red guys that just want to take him out. But tries his best. Honestly, he plays that really well, but not much you can do in a 1v3. And already next match.
Look at the level difference. Like, Orbits is so far behind, and Joker, even though he's got the low stagger, can still just keep turning out these abilities. Tries to energy burst and kill Hook Resets, gets KO'd for it in return. Nice little turnaround for Orbits at the very least, but these 2v3s also have not been leading to much for the members of Orbits. They finally get a goal barrier, but Joker's already back online. And this is Maddie with a glass cannon, an open goal, and a core flip to keep this pressure on.
And there's a core flip also knocking Lumos back, and the KO goes off, and that's also one of the 3 that they had. One of the 3 core flips down. Now Hook Resets looking to be KO'd here, and that's going to be another. It's going to be Hook Resets dies here. That's 2 flips just going away for nothing, but instead it goes away for nothing, and there's a KO. Now Puffy has the speed. They have 2 core flips. It would be insane if it doesn't end here, and it does. That's a 2-0, looking really clean on that Aten game too, to Finesse.
That's a very, very strong showing from one of the easily potential playoff contenders, showing that even with a goalie that isn't a starter, they can completely dominate whoever comes in their path. That is Finesse. And again, Orbits looked like they were doing really well during that first game, but could not find their footing in that mirror on Aten City. And that's going to do it. Just clean game.
Yeah, clean game. I believe we're going to have a desk segment or something coming up after this. But, yeah, just looking at these replays, it's just... There's so much. I want to see. I want to count how many times there's a player dead on Orbits when they get these goals, because it's just, I feel like it's going to happen so often, because that's just what's happening. They just immediately, they know their target, and they just got all their cooldowns down. That's 2 in a row with only 2. Barcode and Lumos being the only ones up. This time, all right.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Joker has almost dies, but just in perfect position anyway. Just like by accident almost, it seems. Just getting these KOs. And that's why their level advantage is just so high. Just able to just over and over get KOs. Once again, Puffy FPS, 101 redirects to Hook at 68. Really just dominating the midfield. But really this time, it's more due to just being alive more often.
Yeah.
Than, like strictly one-on-one dominance. Like same with Joker getting 20 more redirects than Lumos. Just almost like 50 more redirects as a team is pretty crazy on a map like that. Especially with prime time, where everyone's going to be kind of inflated too, and they're not even using it. It feels like they're not even using it on the core as often as they're just using it on players. But
and the damage from Joker too, 24,000, completely eclipsing Lumos, right? As well as the KOs, and this is what I mean. Like he just pilots it better. And
I know Joker got that tempo swing, which is just really good on Asher. You already have a lot of stagger, so you just. That percentage stagger damage just kind of goes really crazy. And especially with prime time, if you have prime time and tempo swing, you're basically just one-shotting people if you land 2 primaries. Yeah. So it's really hard to play against. I've learned about that from Swag Haver, about how really good that tempo swing is on Asher. It's really good on a lot of characters. It's been underrated for a really long time.
Right.
And
now it's
really,
it's at least seen a little bit more often. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
in these games.
We are going to be sending it to some people who are going to be able to break this down a little bit more intricately than we can. There's going to be a desk segment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to kick it back for a break. This is NASL Season 2, Week 1. Thank you for joining us.
And welcome back, everybody, to the conclusion of the opening day for the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot, joined by Saya, who's been on production and casting today, and Vaughn and Puffy, who are both coming off of victories over the course of the day. Vaughn is joining from the void. There's a live Vaughn reaction down there on the bottom side that's just going to be his little Discord profile picture wiggling up and down. Vaughn, you had a bit of a nail biter. You had to sweat a little in the goal box.
That is fact. Yo, all I'm saying is, I was not, call me Shaq, bro. I was not familiar with Chatting's game. I was not familiar. I mean, they beat us in BFF with the sub roster, and then they took us to set 5 both games. They just didn't understand that as soon as they won the first 2 sets in game 1, it secured our victory because that's our comfort zone. So yeah, I would not put them 10th anymore. I'll just leave it at that for now, and maybe we'll revisit that later. So back to you, boss.
A mid-season power rankings show might be pretty fun, especially like at the end of the 4th super week or whatever. Puffy, go to you now, coming off of that pretty convincing victory over Orbits. How's it feel beating your former teammate?
You know, it feels really good. Like, I love Barcode, and we're all, like, really good friends and competitors, so it's always a pleasure to play against him. And this is the first time, like, I'm going against him rather than him being on my team, so I'm glad we took home the win. But I love that guy.
Nice, good stuff. How do you feel about how Orbits played in that one? Because obviously, you and Joker known for this little forward duo combination that you have, and we've seen some development out of Lumos and Hook resets. Couldn't quite match up in this context, but how do you feel about how they played?
I think they played pretty well throughout that series. I think with a little bit more time, I think they'll get their synergies more together. I think that team could be a really big dark horse throughout this NASL season because they have 3 individually really good players, and I think with a little bit more time, they could string home a ton of wins.
Vaughn, talk me through this one.
Yeah,
I was about to say, it feels like a lot of teams we've heard from, they just need a little more scaling. Winterfall probably among them. Orbit's probably among them. Jakara Chatting might be among them too, but they proved themselves pretty well today. Oceano Coreflip maybe be among them. How do you think things are going to shake out as the league continues to progress?
All right. Well, that was something I actually was gonna. It's funny, we're on the same wavelength. I was going to chime in and ask Puffy the same thing, so I'd love to hear him chime in after me. I'll be a little bit reticent about what I think of some of the teams, but I think everyone knows I've been a big Oshino core flip stan, and I think I also chatted about it enough in Twitch today that it backs that up. But I think I'm curious, and again I'll throw it to Puffy after this. As the season goes on, I think I am, for my team, actually the most concerned for my matchup for the NASL qualifier teams is lowest of keys Orbits, which sounds maybe unexpected, but I think that Hook Resets is really kind of coming into his own, and he's kind of Corey too, the Era Estelle 2-trick vibe, which is like, hey, in that one NASL season 1, there's no shame in that. And obviously, now that I've given my side of that, I think Oshi and Chikara Chatting are on the come up. But I'm curious, Puffy, if you look at the 6 teams that went through quals as a competitor, not just maybe as a spectator or chatter, but as a competitor, which of the 6 teams sticks out, or I guess 5 now, that you haven't played that you might not let's say nervous for, but maybe you have a bit of trepidation or think that they could give you a run for your money?
Well, I think the easy answer would be Corverflow, but I'll give a better answer than that. We kind of already know what we're gonna get out of them having Streak on that team and Elo. I would say out of the other 4 teams between Oshi, Chikara, Orbits, and Winterfall, I guess, and Goats, I would say I'm really interested to see. I think Oshi, no core flip. I think the teamwork is really good, and today, we saw them against Demons Raw, and they were holding their own. And I think Demons Raw will be one of the top teams to look out for this season. So I'd say Oshi, no core flip. I think the meta right now really suits them, especially with like having like damage comps. And I think they're really good at that, and they're gonna steal some games against the top teams. So I think Oshi.
I think also before I move on, maybe we need to touch on one other point because we've both had to defeat this monster to win our Big Fish Fridays recently. Us, Big Fish Friday champions. We can discuss these matters.
Weird flex, but okay.
Hey, it's not a weird flex, little man. Win a tournament, and you'll know it's just a normal flex. So,
little man, I did plat. I don't put hours into this game, Vaughn.
I'm talking about
I
your
have other
height.
things going on.
I'm talking about your
I'm
height.
6'1". You'll figure that out next week.
Short alert, 6'3", little man. Shut the hell up. Anyway, Puffy, before the non-player interrupted us there, obscure breads needs to be the topic of conversation for this week as arguably the guy with the most stocks increase over the last week or so. We need to talk about this absolute demon because on the lowest of keys, I've rated Dubu Astro low, which everyone saw in my power rankings after quals. But I think this Breads guy has an argument for top 5 goalie in the region right now. Do you agree? Disagree? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I completely agree. Like, so I played in a tournament with Breads and Big Fish Friday, and I think we got second, losing to your team, Vaughn. And,
yeah, I think so too.
I mean, he's an absolute monster. Like,
sorry, keep going. Keep going. Yeah, I agree.
Holding it down on our team, like when we got second and playing against him yesterday, I can't believe the things that he was doing. Like he was making saves like just out of the blue, and I was so surprised with like how well he performed. And yeah, I mean, I think Dubu strikers are. I mean, I think a lot of people were rating them like fairly low, but I think with Breads' performance like increasing like this, I think they could definitely contend for a playoffs position or even higher.
That's facts. Hey, it's always going.
Reason why they were invited, right? They got second in the Western Conference for one reason or another. Call them Disneyland all you want, but they had to fight tooth and nail to get up to that position.
They got fourth, K-Bot. They got fourth. They got eliminated playing Dubu midfield for fourth place. So there was definitely some doubts.
There's shenanigans involved there. Dubu midfield, come on. Really?
Hey, all I'm saying is they chose to lock it in. That was their call, so I'll blame them for it. But I'm pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed watching their series versus Goats. I thought they all played really well. So that's another thing I wanted to shout out as a competitor, right? Because I'm trying to look at the stocks of, hey, I have to beat these guys down the road. Who am I looking out for? Who's on the up and up? Was there anyone else that stuck out? I mean, this is for anyone, but was there any other player today that stuck out maybe with an unexpected performance, preferably on the excelling side, like positive? I'd rather highlight some stellar plays.
Positive would be nice.
Yeah.
I think I'll say Oppa came into your match today with a little bit of ego ahead of the match, but he kind of held in that match. Was a little surprising for me. Obviously, like things started to fall apart there once Awakening's draft started going your way, but he was holding there versus Bells, able to put some back and teaming up with Liari there, with the Luna pick second or the Rune pick in the first game, was an absolute menace as well. So I'll keep singing Chikara Chatting's praises because I don't feel like we do that enough here. Despite as much as we make fun of the whole, chatting nonsense.
Yeah, I think they came out of nowhere. It's wild how Drew Danger got kicked from PhD, grabbed two dudes with let's be honest, zero competitive results. Just absolute in a colloquial sense, piss randoms, and they've formed this absolute contender that has gotten second place in their first tournament. They swept the NASL qual that they played in. They qualified through NASL quals, and then they just got third in their last weekly, and then they just took us to set 5 both games. So that's nothing to scoff at. I think the only more unexpected thing for my life is the fact that Octavia Goalie got locked in today. Absolute social credit moment from me. Like, I mean, Streak is just he's cooking up something. All I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know if I'll see that again, but I didn't expect to see Octavia in the goal box. So I think that was my biggest surprise of the day. I think most of the results of the games were expected. Like, I don't think anyone would look at the win-loss columns for any teams and say that Oh yeah, that was an upset, but I think the scores don't communicate how different some of the competitiveness was. For example, Demons and the Savoys games compared to let's take the Finesse match on that Auden City game. I think 2-0s across the board maybe doesn't communicate how well the lower, quote unquote, lower tier teams, I'm using my air quotes there, they're looking a lot stronger than I think the community reaction initially had, which I'm a big fan of because close games are fun games.
Agreed.
True.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
Saya.
the wild spectator POV jump scare.
Whoa,
But
Saya!
whoa,
Saya!
Um,
Whoa!
I think like this season, it's kind of hard to just like get out there just rank the teams, right? It just feels like the field is a lot closer. It feels like sure you can mark like the top 4, the bottom 6, but within those quote unquote tiers, it's definitely much more, I guess, up in the air depending on the maps, depending on the picks. Each team kind of differentiating what they're good at as well.
And the interesting thing as well that I wanna bring up is we have 2 weeks now until the next set of matches. Kind of awkward. We do like one opening day thing, and now half of the league's going to be at LAN. So postpone next week. 2 weeks gives yet another kind of layer, another little bit of additional scaling here. And while Saya maybe gets this up on the screen, I want to run through next week's matches for which one you all think is going to be most exciting to watch. And I will. Okay.
Hold. Well, I'll start the dialogue while you bring it up, because one of the matchups I'm very much looking forward to is Finesse versus Core Overflow, which is next week. I came prepared. It's all good. I know the week
There
2
you go.
matchups like a demon. So
Holy.
I'm interested because Puffy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Lilybun will have returned by August 26th. Yes.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay,
We're back for the
so
second game.
I'm very interested in watching that matchup because, in my opinion, I have gone on record to say that I think Lilybun is the best. I'll call it new age goalie. I don't have a better phrasing for that, but I think that communicates.
Launch goalie.
Launch goalie, yeah, I guess, but I would consider Kiliast. I mean I consider Kiliast in that same group though, because he was diamond and beta and didn't really compete. But I'm not sure. But I think that's more accurate. So let's say launch goalie. I always felt like she was the pinnacle premier new player for the role. I know there's some discussion around Luke or Drew Danger. Some people have different opinions. Merchant is honestly in that discussion as well. But I thought she has been excelling a lot and has beaten the curse of most OS players of only being able to play 2 characters well, which is critically important in the Awakening system. So I really want to see how Finesse stacks up against Orbits. And the big question mark for me is obviously Puffy and Joker are regarded as one of the best forward pairings. Arguably, probably you could argue they are the best, depending on who you ask. So the story is, can they overcome the big boogeyman of Streak? And the most important thing I want to focus on isn't even necessarily Lily or Streak though, but it is Elo Heaven's role swap, which no one saw today. But I'm telling chat, when you watch that series, if Elo Heaven's playing midfield, I would encourage you to focus on Puffy versus Elo. I think that the guy in the voice chat has the advantage, but it'll come down to a lot of the midfield play since both of the forwards are at the top of their class. So maybe Puffy, what are you feeling going into that matchup? Because I think it is the showrunner match of the second week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing them, so I think I completely agree with that being probably the most exciting match, because I think us and them are some of the top teams, or people are saying are some of the top teams going into this league. I'm really excited to play against Elo in midfield. Like, I haven't played against it yet, even in solo queue, but Elo is a player I respect a lot, and I think he has definitely potential to pick it up really fast. So I'm looking forward to playing him. And yeah, I mean, Joker, you know how Joker and Leo are very good, and both Lily and Shriek are extremely good goalies. I think I'm really excited for everyone to see Lily perform in the goal box because there's so many things that she does in the goal box that I'm super impressed with, and she has an absolute champion Ocean. So I think this match will be extremely exciting. But yeah, I'm about to have so much fun playing against Elo. I love that guy.
Hey, makes sense. Me
Love
too.
that guy. Puffy, if you had to pick another match, not that one, on the board, what would it be? Your options are Winterfall versus Sundubu, Sad Boys versus Oshi, Demons Raw versus Goats, and Orbits versus Chikara Chatting.
I'm actually really excited to see the Orbits versus
Me
Chatting.
too. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was so good. Sorry, keep going. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, yeah, after playing Orbits today and watching Chatting versus Sad Boys and like putting up a really good fight, I think that match will be extremely close next week, and I think that's a good like match to see where all the teams are stacking up against each other. So yeah, I'd say that match.
I agree.
Vaughn, you wanna-
No, yeah, no. I
yeah.
was really hoping in my heart of hearts you said that because I feel like these are the teams. Well, Orbits was projected to be at the start of the season a fringe playoff contender. But if I'm being honest, this Chikara Chatting team has a lot to prove, and I think they can beat. I think they can beat almost any other team. I really do believe that. Like, I don't care the fact that we used a sub, sure, but Corey is an NASL champion. I don't care if he is a little out of practice. It is no small feat to. I don't know. I just think I really do not want people to just be like, oh, there was a sub. It's like, no, that guy is one of the best midfielders historically in the entire game. So I think this Chikara Chatting team is a bit of a. Oh, I almost said a bit of a demon, but then I can't say that because there's Demons Raw. I think they're a bit of an upset in the making for a lot of players, so I'm looking forward to that. And then the other thing is, I really want to. I'm so much more interested in the mid teams battling it out because I want to see who's separate. Where is the wheat and where is the chaff? All right, I'm trying to see who rises above. So the Soon Dubu Winterfall game is a big. I have my eyeballs on that one because I think it's important for Winterfall to get an early season win. I think it's important for their morale as a new team that has no super solid results as players. They have a completely new player to the scene. They have two people who weren't in NASL or were on a bottom team in NASL last season. So I think it's super important for their momentum. It's hard not to get discouraged when you lose a lot of games as a newer squad, and I think it'll help a lot. And I think Sundubu is a good matchup for them. I'm very curious. I could not predict that game if you asked me. I literally couldn't tell. I would flip a coin. I'm not sure which one is stronger, and I would like to see which one turns out to be. Maybe I'm just wrong, and one of them crushes the other. But I think that will be. I think that's gonna be the closest match of week 2. That's my take. I'm clip it and ship it. Sundubu versus Winterfall is gonna go the difference, but I'm gonna give it to Sundubu. I'm gonna give it to Sundubu. Obscure Breads is the. I'm saying
I
it
was
is
just
the
about
Glizzard.
to say.
He's the Glizzard.
There it is.
Yep.
Vaughn, that you better be careful because we might need to start adding more phrases to the 1984 list. Okay.
No, bro. I don't. No, this is. I don't care if all the production or Dylan Surplus hates the word. You guys don't understand fun, whimsical splendor of making up funny words. You guys are jaded.
Right. Okay.
But I think that's definitely what I got. Saya, you should
What
give
I-
your take, and K-Bot, you can go last.
I was okay. Well, I was about to say that you've been streaming for a long time, chatting. But the other thing that I wanted to comment on with this Winterfall Sundubu match, and in general, is heading out of season 1. It sounded like a lot of people were afraid of the goalie talent pool shrinking, and it feels like this league, and certainly in day 1, we've already established, hey, look, there are plenty of goalies that are still sticking around and are performing incredibly well. A handful of up and comers. Obviously, Maddie got it done today for Finesse here, coming in as the sub, but so many other things, and so I think that'll be the other thing to look out for is watching Luke scale over the course of the league. How is he gonna, as he gets more competitive experience, keeps on coming through here. But Saya, what do you got so far?
So I'm incredibly interested in the Core Overflow versus Finesse match, personally, because we didn't really get to see Core Overflow be Core Overflow today. You saw the Octavia lock in, which was also like, I guess that was the only spot you could have really picked Octavia in, right? Double brawler, sorta ish, kinda. So you couldn't really get poked out because there wasn't enough poke against. I don't know, but Core Overflow versus Finesse, I think will have a lot of, I guess, playoff implications. I think, especially if for the team that loses here, I think it will be definitely a bit interesting to watch their journey to the playoffs.
At very least, it'll have seeding implications, right? And,
Yeah, because top
For
two,
sure.
top one gets to pick between 3 and 4, so you don't want to be in those 3 and 4 spots, or you don't want to be in the 5 and 6 spots that start.
I was about to say. You don't
Yeah,
want to
just
be
be
starting
first
down there
seed,
in the
guys.
loose bracket either. Oh yeah,
It's that
okay.
easy. Yeah, forehead. Just get first. It's not a problem.
Just get
That's-
first.
Just get first, guys.
That's
It's pretty
your
easy.
plan, isn't it?
Hey, I'm gonna try. I didn't do it last. There's a certain instant with penalties that inhibited my team from getting first
It
place.
didn't even
but
matter in the end. It didn't even matter.
what do you mean it didn't matter? Oh, we lost on
I-
sets. That's true.
Yeah. It didn't come into play at all.
Yeah, that's true. But it could have if Bells
could
didn't
have, it
sleep
could
for
have,
a match.
you're right.
Anyway, hey, detracting. My bad. It's season 2 now. I
Be real.
agree. I think the goalie pool is actually. I'll say it. I think the goalie pool is actually the deepest position. I'll say it. I'll be brave. Someone could argue forward, and that'd be okay. But I think goalies. I mean, you have what Luke, Obscure Breads. You already lose. Me chatting. Merchant. Question mark. Drew Danger, who let's be honest, he's earned his spot. That guy is walking the walk. Streak. Obscure. I already said Obscure Breads. Gumi. Dot. Foot. No. No. Kilius. There we go. I said the wrong West players. Holy shit. So yeah, the goalies this season are him. So
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Other thing that's been going on in the background is, of course, the Tier 2 North American Strikers Academy, of which, actually, I'm curious to know how this came about, Puffy, because the PP Legends roster is just all of your subs, which is something that was suggested and proposed by TOs, but not necessarily taken up on by a lot of other teams. What was the logic there behind just grabbing the whole PP Legends roster and adding them to yours as your subs?
So I'll give you some lore. So last season for NASL 1, Finesse and PPL were like just like super close. Like we talked so much. Like we were super big fans of them. Like we wanted them to do well and get like their match win. And going into this season, they didn't make it to NASL 2, unfortunately. So we decided to just add them to our roster because we're just really close friends with them. And we all think that they deserve, like, they could contend in like NSL, but they don't have a roster, unfortunately. So yeah, we just picked them all up, and now they're part of Finesse.
There you go. Hey, whatever works. Next week they'll be scoring up against the Bozo Bunch. And Saya, we should have more updates to come in terms of these tier 2 matches, right? We're still working out some how people are going to be able to access those, right? We're not just going to completely keep things radio silent.
Yeah. It'll take like a few days, maybe a day or two to release these because we might actually stream them on maybe Vaudible's channel, maybe somewhere else. We'll definitely have the VODs for everything uploaded in a more timely manner than Season 1, where it took us until like basically playoffs, and then we released all of the VODs all at once. But yeah, definitely we have the process set up this time, and Tier 2 is like super interesting because I'll say it, like, anyone feel free to clip this, but I think Bozo Bunch are winning Tier 2.
Okay.
I'd put my money on PPL.
I would not put my money on Bozo Bunch. I'll say you can clip that as well. Ain't no cheesy that's happening. Nice try though. Hey, it's a PPL.
Are you going to put your money on anyone? PPL?
Yeah, I don't even know the other teams of PPL. I mean, there's like the Zombie Corpse of Quest, and then there's who else is even there? It's
brutal.
It's PPL.
Okay.
It's PPL. Is Yogi's Prodigies playing?
Yogi's Prodigies is Lakeland East or Lakeland University, basically.
What? Wait, what's that roster?
Soren, MNN Mouse, and E.T. Han.
But they're not called Lakeland University.
No, they're not.
called
But they
okay.
have experience together.
Well, yeah, I know they're the school
as the
team.
roster.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
a PPL sweep. I don't know what the other teams are, but it's got to be
PPL,
PPL. I'm a PPL fan. It's them.
To anyone
gotta be-
wondering who Demon's Academy is, it's just Chikara Green, basically.
Who the? Okay, who's Shikara Green?
Japanese box.
Oh, it's Vladilina's team.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, they'll do okay, but PPL will smoke them.
Nothing for the LP Thieves, nothing for Party Rockers, Platinum exclusive. Not even going to mention Destroyer Mega Noob.
I think the other
I mean,
teams
they
could pick it up and as long as they keep improving throughout the season, they can contest PPL. But I think PPL right now are hands down the best team.
Yeah, that's facts. I think the fact that one of the teams is an NASL team that placed top 8 in OSBL and made it the farthest in quals. I mean, they lost out on quals to Core Overflow. Okay, I think any team in NASL could have had that happen. So I think my money's on PPL, but we'll see.
All right. Well, we'll keep you all in the loop with more things to come there. I feel like that's going to about do it, unless we've got any other comments. Puffy, I'll start with you. Anything you want to shout out? Things you're looking forward to? Things of the sort.
I'm just looking forward to the season, and thank you to all the Finesse fans in the chat supporting us. Yeah, excited for a nice, clean season. Hopefully, an undefeated season from us.
Nope. Sorry. Thank you to all the Finesse fans for being gracious and Finesse's loss to us whenever we play. That's really kind of you guys. Keep supporting them through those tough times. All right. And thanks to the staff, because honestly, the stream went really well today, and it was really fun to watch. So good job, everyone. Good job, casters. And good job, NASL staff. Go Season 2. Woohoo!
Oh, Season 2. Woo! We're off, folks. That's it. Saya, any other shout outs, announcements, things in general?
No. What about UK bot?
I don't think I've got anything. We will see you all back here for the second day of the North American Strikers League in 2 weeks. That's right. We're off next week. Tune in and watch the LAN. Of course, there'll be information coming out on that as half the league is going to be in Philadelphia. So it should be an incredibly fun time. But we'll see you all right back here in 2 weeks for more action from the North American Strikers League. We'll be signing off for now. We'll see you all on the flip side. Take care and have a good night.